Okay, my phone died last time. I kept on reading, and it was dead. Raised dead. Conjuration. Healing. Level cleric 5. Components VSMDF. Casting time 1 minute. Range touch. Target dead creature touched. Duration instantaneous. Saving throw none. See text. Spell resistance yes. You restore life to a deceased creature. You can raise a creature that has been dead for no longer than 1 day per caster level. In addition, the subject's soul must be free and willing to return. If the subject's soul is not willing to return, the spell does not work. Therefore, a subject that wants to return receives no saving throw. Coming back from the dead is an ordeal. The subject of the spell loses 1 level, or 1 hit die, when it is raised, just as if it had lost a level or hit die, to an energy draining creature. If the subject is first level, then it loses 2 points of constitution instead. If this will reduce its constitution to 0 or less, it can't be raised. This level per hit dice loss or constitution loss cannot be repaired by any means. A character who died with spells prepared has a 50% chance of losing any given spell upon being raised, in addition to losing spells for losing a level. A spellcasting creature that doesn't prepare spells, such as a sorcerer, has a 50% chance of losing any given unused spell slot as if it had been used to cast a spell. So 50% chance of losing any given unused spell slot as if it had been used to cast a spell, in addition to losing spell slots for losing a level. A raised creature has a number of hit points equal to its current hit dice. Any ability scores damaged to 0 or raised to 1. Normal poison and normal disease are cured in the process of raising the subject, but magical diseases and cures are not undone. While the spell closes mortal wounds and repairs lethal damage of most kinds, the body of the creature to be raised must be whole. Otherwise, missing parts are still missing when the creature is brought back to life. None of the dead creatures' equipment or possessions are affected in any way by this spell. So, if their stuff is broken, you can't fix it with this spell. You have to use mending. A creature who has been turned into an undead creature or killed by a death effect can't be raised by this spell. Constructs, elementals, outsiders, and undead creatures can't be raised. This spell cannot bring back a creature that has died of old age. Material components, diamonds, worth a total of at least, it says of least 5,000 gold pieces. Ray of enfeeblement, necromancy. Level sorcerer wizard 1. Components VS. Casting time 1 standard action. Range close 25 feet. Plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Effect ray. Duration 1 minute per level. Saving throw none. Spell resistance yes. A coruscating ray springs from your hand. You must succeed on a ranged touch attack to strike a target. The subject takes a penalty to strength equal to 1d6 plus 1 per 2 caster levels. Maximum 1d6 plus 5. The subject's strength score cannot drop below 1. I guess that's how you beat a barbarian as a level 1 wizard. Takes a penalty to strength. Ray of Exhaustion. Necromancy. Level Sorcerer Wizard 3. Components VSM. Casting time 1 standard action. Range close 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Effect ray. Duration 1 minute per level. Saving throw fortitude partial. See text. Spell resistance yes. A black ray projects from your pointing finger. You must succeed on a ranged touch attack with the ray to strike a target. The subject is immediately exhausted for the spell's duration. A successful fortitude save means the character is only fatigued. A character that is already fatigued instead becomes exhausted. This spell has no effect on a creature that is already exhausted. Unlike normal exhaustion or failure, the effect ends as soon as the spell's duration expires, 1 minute per level. Material component, a drop of sweat. Ray of Frost. Evocation cold. Level Sorcerer Wizard 0. Cantrip. Components VS. Casting time 1 standard action. Range close 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Effect ray. Duration instantaneous. Saving throw none. Spell resistance yes. A ray of freezing air and ice Project from your pointing finger. You must succeed on a ranged touch attack with a ray to deal damage to a target. The ray deals 1d3 points of cold damage. Read magic, divination, level, bard 0, cleric 0, druid 0, paladin 1, ranger 1, sorcerer wizard 0. Components VSF, casting time, 1 standard action, range, personal, target you, duration 10 minutes per level. By means of read magic, you can decipher magical inscriptions on objects, books, scrolls, weapons, and the like, that would otherwise be unintelligible. This deciphering does not normally invoke the magic contained in the writing, although it may do so in the case of a cursed scroll. Furthermore, once the spell is cast and you have read the magical inscription, you are hereafter able to read that particular writing without recourse to the use of read magic. You can read at the rate of 1 page, 250 words per minute. The spell allows you to identify a glyph of warding with a DC 13 spellcraft check, a greater glyph of warding with a DC 16 spellcraft check, or any simple spell with a spellcraft check DC 10 plus spell level. Read magic can be made permanent with a permanency spell. Focus, a clear crystal or mineral prism. Reduce animal, transmutation, level, druid 2, ranger 3. Components, VS, casting time, 1 standard action, range, touch. Target 1 willing animal of small, medium, large, or huge size. Duration 1 hour per level. The saving throw, none. Spell resistance, no. This spell functions like reduce person, except that it affects a single willing animal. Reduce damage dealt by the animal's natural attacks as appropriate for its new size. Reduce person, transmutation, level, sorcerer, wizard 1. Components, VSM. Casting time, 1 round. Range, close, 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Target 1 humanoid creature. Duration, 1 minute per level. D. Saving throw, fortitude, negates. Spell resistance, yes. This spell causes instant diminution. Is that how you say that? Diminution? Of a humanoid creature, halving its height, length, and width, and dividing its weight by 8. Diminutive. I've seen the word in diminutive, but diminution is a tense not often come across. So the spell causes instant diminution of a humanoid creature, halving its weight, length, and width, and dividing its weight by 8. This decrease changes the creature's size category to the next smaller one. The target gains a +2 size bonus to dexterity and a -2 size penalty to strength, to a minimum of 1, and a +1 bonus on attack rolls and AC due to its reduced size. A small humanoid creature, whose size decreases to tiny, has a space of 2.5 feet and a natural reach of 0 feet, meaning that it must enter an opponent's square to attack. A large humanoid creature whose size decreases to medium has a space of 5 feet and a natural reach of 5 feet. The spell doesn't change the target's speed. All equipment worn or carried by a creature is similarly reduced by the spell. Melee and projectile weapons deal less damage. Other magical properties are not affected by this spell. Any reduced item that leaves the reduced creature's possession, including a projectile or thrown weapon, instantly returns to its normal size. This means that thrown weapons deal their normal damage. Projectiles deal damage based on the size of the weapon that fired them. Multiple magical effects that reduce size do not stack. Reduced person counters and dispels enlarge person. Reduced person can be made permanent with a permanency spell. Material component, a pinch of powdered iron. So, the permanency spell. Reduced person, minimum caster level 9th. XP cost 500. Mm, 500 XP. Reduced person, mass, transmutation, level, sorcerer, wizard 4. Target, 1 humanoid creature per level, no 2 of which can be more than 30 feet apart. This spell functions like reduced person, except that it affects multiple creatures. Refuge, conjuration, teleportation, level, cleric 7, sorcerer, wizard 9. Components, VSM, casting time, 1 standard action range, Touch. Target object touched. Duration permanent until discharge. Saving throw none. Spell resistance no. You create powerful magic in some specially prepared object. This object contains the power to instantly transport its possessor across any distance within the same plane to your abode. Once the item is transmuted, you must give it willingly to a creature and, at the same time, inform it a command word to be spoken when the item is used. To make use of the item, the subject speaks the command word at the same time that it rends or breaks the item, a standard action. When this is done, the individual and all objects it is wearing and carrying to a maximum of the character's heavy load, are instantly transported to your abode. No other creatures are affected aside from a familiar that is touching the subject. You can alter the spell when casting it so that it transports you to within 10 feet of the possessor of the item when it is broken and the command word spoken. You will have a general idea of the location and situation of the item possessor at the time the refuge spell is discharged. But once you decide to alter the spell in this fashion, you have no choice whether or not to be transported. Material component: the specially prepared object whose construction requires gems worth 1,500 gold pieces. Regenerate. Conjuration healing. Level Cleric 7, Druid 9, Healing 7. Components: VSDF. Casting time: 3 full rounds. Range touch. Target: living creature touch. Duration: instantaneous. Saving throw: Fortitude negates. Spell resistance: yes. The subject's severed body members, fingers, toes, hands, feet, arms, legs, tails, or even heads of multi-headed creatures, broken bones, and ruined organs grow back. After the spell is cast, the physical regeneration is complete in 1 round if the severed members are present and touching the creature. It takes 2d10 rounds otherwise. So if you put the severed finger back on the hand, Martina can regenerate her pinky. Regenerate also cures 4d8 points of damage plus 1 point per caster level, maximum plus 35. Rids the subject of exhaustion and or fatigue and eliminates all non-lethal damage the subject has taken. It has no effect on non-living creatures, including undead. Reincarnate. Transmutation level Druid 4. Components VSMDF. Casting time 10 minutes. Range touch. Target dead creature touched. Duration instantaneous. Saving throw none. See text. Spell resistance yes. Harmless. With this spell, you bring back a dead creature in another body, provided that its death occurred no more than 1 week before the casting of the spell and the subject's soul is free and willing to return. If the subject's soul is not willing to return, the spell does not work. Therefore, a subject that wants to return receives no saving throw. Since the dead creature is returning in a new body, all physical ills and afflictions are repaired. The condition of the remains is not a factor. So long as some small portion of the creature's body still exists, it can be reincarnated, but the portion receiving the spell must have been part of the creature's body at the time of death. The magic of the spell creates an entirely new, young adult body for the soul to inhabit from the natural elements at hand. This process takes 1 hour to complete. When the body is ready, the subject is reincarnated. A reincarnated creature recalls the majority of its former life and form. It retains any class abilities, feats, or skill ranks it formerly possessed. Its class, base attack bonus, base save bonuses, and hit points are unchanged. Strength, dexterity, and constitution scores depend partly on the new body. First, eliminate the subject's racial adjustment since it is no longer of his previous race, and then apply the adjustments found below to its remaining ability scores. The subject's level or hit dice is reduced by 1. If the subject was first level, its new constitution score is reduced by 2. If this reduction would put its constitution at 0 or lower, it can't be reincarnated. This level per hit dice loss or constitution loss cannot be repaired by any means. Or just let if you have to. It's possible for the change in the subject's ability score to make it difficult for it to pursue its previous character class. If this is the case, the subject is well advised to become a multi-class character. For a humanoid creature, the new incarnation is determined using the following table. For non-humanoid creatures, a similar table of creatures of the same type should be created. 1. Okay. Incarnation, strength, dexterity, constitution. +4, +2. If you roll a 1, it reincarnates as a bugbear with strength +4, dexterity +2, and constitution +2. 2 to 13, dwarf. 14 to 25, elf. 26, gnoll. 27 to 38, gnome. 39 to 42, goblin. 43 to 52, half elf. 53 to 62, half orc. 63 to 74, halfling. 75 to 89, human. 90 to 93, kobold. 94, lizard folk. 95 to 98, orc. 99, troglodyte. 100, other. So, bugbear, +4, +2, +2. Dwarf, +0, +2. Elf, +0, +2, -2. Gnoll, +4, +0, +2. Gnome, -2, +0, +2. Goblin, -2, +2, +0. Half elf, +0, +0, +0. Half orc, +2, +0, +0. Halfling, -2, +2, +0. Human, zeros. Kobold, -4, +2, -2. Lizard folk, 2, 0, +2. Orc, +4, zeros. Troglodyte, +0, -2, +4. Others, questionable. Okay, so you have to roll 100-sided dice and hope you land in 75 to 89. Or maybe even, yeah. Let's see. Halfling, 63 to 74. Dwarf, 2 to 13. I'd be okay with dwarf. Dwarves can be druids. A creature that has been turned into an undead creature or killed by a death effect can't be returned to life by this spell. Constructs, elementals, outsiders, and undead creatures can't be reincarnated. This spell cannot bring back a creature who has died of old age. The reincarnated creature gains all abilities associated with its new form, including forms of movement and speeds, natural armor, natural attack, extraordinary abilities, and the like, but it doesn't automatically speak the language of the new form. A wish or a miracle spell can restore a reincarnated character to his or her original form. Material component: rare oils and unguents worth a total of at least 1,000 gold pieces spread over the remains. That's to reincarnate them. Remove blindness, deafness, conjuration, healing. Level cleric 3, paladin 3. Components: VS. Casting time 1 standard action. Range touch. Target creature touch. Duration instantaneous. Saving throw fortitude negates. Harmless. Spell resistance yes. Harmless. Remove blindness, deafness. Cures blindness or deafness, your choice. Whether the effect is normal or magical in nature. The spell does not restore ears or eyes that have been lost, but it repairs them if they are damaged. Remove blindness, deafness, counters, and dispels blindness, deafness. Remove curse. Abjuration. Level Bard 3, Cleric 3, Paladin 3, Sorcerer, Wizard 4. Blah. Components: VS. Casting time 1 standard action. Range touch. Target creature or item touch. Duration instantaneous. Saving throw will negate. Spell resistance yes. Remove curse. Instantly removes all curses on an object or a creature. Remove curse does not remove the curse from a cursed shield, weapon, or suit of armor, although the spell typically enables the creature afflicted with any such cursed item to remove and get rid of it. Certain special curses may not be countered by this spell or may be countered only by a caster of certain level or higher. Remove curse, counters, and dispels. Bestow curse. Remove disease. Conjuration, healing. Level Cleric 3, Druid 3, Ranger 3. Components: VS. Casting time 1 standard action. Range touch. Target creature touch. Duration instantaneous. Saving throw fortitude negates. Harmless. Spell resistance yes. Harmless. Remove disease cures all diseases that the subject is suffering from. The spell also kills parasites, including green slime and others. Certain special diseases may not be countered by this spell or may be countered only by a caster of a certain level or higher. Note: since the spell's duration is instantaneous, it does not prevent reinfection after a new exposure to the same disease at a later date. It does not prevent reinfection. Okay. Remove fear. Abjuration. Level Bard 1, Cleric 1. Components VS. Casting time 1 standard action. Range close 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Target 1 creature plus 1 additional creature per 4 levels, no 2 of which can be more than 30 feet apart. Duration 10 minutes. See texts. Saving throw will negate harms. Spell resistance, yes, harms. You instill courage in the subject, granting it a +4 morale bonus against fear effects for 10 minutes. If the subject is under the influence of a fear effect, when receiving the spell, that effect is suppressed for the duration of the spell. Remove fear counters and dispels cause fear. Remove paralysis, conjuration, healing. Level Cleric 2, Paladin 2. Components VS. Casting time 1 standard action. Range close 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Targets up to 4 creatures, no 2 of which can be more than 30 feet apart. Up to 4 creatures. Duration instantaneous. Saving throw will negate harms. Spell resistance, yes. You can free 1 or more creatures from the effects of any temporary paralysis or related magic, including a ghoul's touch or slow spell. If the spell is cast on 1 creature, the paralysis is negated. If cast on 2 creatures, each receives another save with a +4 resistance bonus against the effect that affects it. If cast on 3 or 4 creatures, each receives another save with a +2 resistance bonus. The spell does not restore ability scores reduced by penalties, damage, or drain. Repel metal or stone. Abjuration, earth. Level Druid 8. Components VS. Casting time 1 standard action. Range 60 feet. Area 60-foot line from you. Duration 1 round per level. D. Saving throw? None. Spell resistance? No. Like Repel Wood, this spell creates waves of invisible and intangible energy that roll forth from you. All metal or stone objects in the path of the spell are pushed away from you to the limit of the range. Fixed metal or stone objects larger than 3 inches in diameter and loose objects weighing more than 500 pounds are not affected. Anything else, including animated objects, small boulders, and creatures in metal armor, moves back. Fixed objects 3 inches in diameter or smaller bend or break, and the pieces move with the wave of energy. Objects affected by the spell are repelled at the rate of 40 feet per round. Objects such as metal armor, swords, and the like are pushed back, dragging their bearers with them. Even magic items with metal components are repelled, although an anti-magic field blocks the effects. The waves of energy continue to sweep down the set path for the spell's duration. After you cast the spell, the path is set, and you can then do other things or go elsewhere without affecting the spell's power. Repel vermin. Abjuration. Level Bard 4, Cleric 4, Druid 4, Ranger 3. Components VS. DF. Casting time 1 standard action. Range 10 feet. Area 10-foot radius. Emanation centered on you. Duration 10 minutes per level. D. Saving throw. None or will negate. See text. Spell resistance, yes. An invisible barrier holds back vermin. A vermin with hit dice of less than 1/3 your level cannot penetrate the barrier. A vermin with hit dice of 1/3 your level or more can penetrate the barrier if it succeeds on a will save. Even so, crossing the barrier deals the vermin 2d6 points of damage, and pressing against the barrier causes pain, which deters most vermin. Okay. 2d6 points of damage. Repel wood. Transmutation. Level Druid 6, Plant 6. Components VS. Casting time 1 standard action. Range 60 feet. Area 60 feet. Line-shaped emanation from you. Duration 1 minute per level. D. Saving throw none. Spell resistance no. Waves of energy roll forth from you, moving in the direction that you determined, causing all wooden objects in the path of the spell to be pushed away from you to the limit of the range. Wooden objects larger than 3 inches in diameter that are fixed firmly are not affected, but loose objects are. Objects 3 inches in diameter or smaller that are fixed in place splinter and break, and the pieces move with a wave of energy. Objects affected by the spell are repelled at the rate of 40 feet per round. Objects such as wooden shields, spears, wooden weapon shafts and hafts, and arrows and bolts are pushed back, dragging those carrying them along. A creature being dragged by an item it is carrying can let go. A creature being dragged by a shield can loose it as a move action and drop it as a free action. If a spear is planted, set to prevent this forced movement, it splinters. Even magic items with wooden sections are repelled, although an anti-magic field blocks the effect. The waves of energy continue to sweep down the set path for the spell's duration. After you cast the spell, the path is set, and you can do other things or go elsewhere without affecting the spell's power. Spell's power. Repulsion, Abjuration, level, Cleric 7, Protection 7, Sorcerer Wizard 6. Components, VSF, DF. Casting time 1 standard action. Range up to 10 feet per level. Area up to 10 feet per radius by level emanation centered on you. Duration 1 round per level. Saving throw will negate. Spell resistance, yes. An invisible mobile field surrounds you and prevents creatures from approaching you. You decide how big the field is at the time of casting to the limit your level allows. Any creature within or entering the field must attempt a save. If it fails, it becomes unable to move toward you for the duration of the spell. Repelled creatures' actions are not otherwise restricted. They can fight other creatures and can cast spells and attack you with ranged weapons. If you move closer to an affected creature, nothing happens. The creature is not forced back. The creature is free to make melee attacks against you if you come within reach. If a repelled creature moves away from you and then tries to turn back toward you, it cannot move any closer if it is still within the spell's area. Arcane Focus, a pair of small iron bars attached to 2 small canine statuettes. 1 black and 1 white, the whole array worth 50 gold pieces. 2 iron bars attached to 2 small canine statues. Resilient Sphere, Evocation, Force, Level, Sorcerer Wizard 4, Components, VSM, Casting Time, 1 standard action, Range Close, 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Effect, 1 foot diameter level sphere, per level sphere, centered around a creature. Duration, 1 minute per level. D. Saving throw, reflex, negate, spell resistance, yes. A globe of shimmering force, Resilient Sphere. Encloses a creature provided the creature is small enough to fit within the diameter of the sphere. The sphere contains its subject for the spell's duration. The sphere is not subject to damage of any sort except to form a rod of cancellation, a rod of negation, a disintegrate spell, or a targeted dispel magic spell. These effects destroy the sphere without harm to the subject. Nothing can pass through the sphere, inside or out, though the subject can breathe normally. The subject may struggle, but the sphere cannot be physically moved either by people outside it or by the struggles of those within. Material component, a hemispherical piece of clear crystal and a matching hemispherical piece of gum arabic. Interesting. Resilient sphere. 25 feet per 2 levels. 1 foot diameter per level sphere centered around a creature. So as a level 4 spell, 1 foot per level. Yeah, so 4 feet. Of course, 5 feet. Resistance. Abjuration. Level Bard 0, Cleric 0, Druid 0, Paladin 1, Sorcerer Wizard 0. Components VSM. Yeah. Casting time 1 standard action. Range. Touch. Target. Creature touch. Duration 1 minute. Saving throw. Will negate. Harmless. Spell resistance. Yes. You imbue the subject with magical energy that protects it from harm, granting it a +1 resistance bonus on saves. Resistance can be made permanent with a permanency spell. Arcane material component, a miniature cloak. Resistance. So. Resistance, 9th level, 500 XP cost. Resist energy, abjuration. Level, cleric 2, druid 2, fire 3, paladin 2, ranger 1, sorcerer, wizard 2. Components, VS, DF. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range, touch. Target creature, touch. Duration, 10 minutes per level. Saving throw, fortitude, negate. Spell resistance, yes. This abjuration grants a creature limited protection from damage of whichever one of 5 energy types you select. Acid, cold, electricity, fire, or sonic. The subject gains energy resistance 10 against the energy type chosen, meaning that each time the creature is subjected to such damage, whether from a natural or magical source, that damage is reduced by 10 points before being applied to the creature's hit points. The value of the energy resistance granted increases to 20 points at 7th level, and to a maximum of 30 points at 11th level. The spell protects the recipient's equipment as well. Resist energy absorbs only damage. The subject could still suffer unfortunate side effects. Note, resist energy overlaps and does not stack with protection from energy. If a character is warded by protection from energy and resist energy, the protection spell absorbs damage until its power is exhausted. Restoration, Conjuration, Healing, Level, Cleric 4, Paladin 4. Components, VSM. This spell functions like Lesser Restoration, except that it also dispels negative levels, and restores 1 experience level to a creature who has had a level drained. The drained level is restored only if the time since the creature lost the level is equal to or less than 1 day per caster level. A character who has a level restored by restoration has exactly the minimum number of experience points necessary to restore him or her to his or her previous level. Restoration cures all temporary ability damage, and it restores all points permanently drained from a single ability score. Your choice of more than 1 is drained. It also eliminates any fatigue or exhaustion suffered by the target. Restoration does not restore levels or constitution points lost due to death. Material component, diamond dust, worth 100 gold pieces that is sprinkled over the target. Yeah, I'll heal you with diamond dust. Restoration greater. Conjuration heal. Level, cleric 7. Components, VS, XP. Casting time, 10 minutes. This spell functions like lesser restoration. This up here. Conjuration, healing, level, cleric 2, druid 2, paladin 1. Components, VS, casting time 3 rounds, range, touch. Target creature touch, duration, instantaneous, saving throw, will, negates, harmless. Spell resistance, yes, harmless. Lesser restoration dispels any magical effects reducing 1 of the subject's ability scores, or cures 1d4 points of temporary ability damage to 1 of the subject's ability scores. It also eliminates any fatigue suffered by the character, and improves an exhausted condition to fatigued. It does not restore permanent ability drain. So this spell functions like that, except that it dispels all negative greater restoration. Except that it dispels all negative levels afflicting the healed creature. This effect also reverses level drains by a force or creature, restoring the creature to the highest level it had previously attained. The drained levels are restored only if the time since the creature lost the level is no more than 1 week per caster level. Greater restoration also dispels all magical effects penalizing the creature's abilities, cures all temporary ability damage, and restores all points permanently drained from all ability scores. It also eliminates fatigue and exhaustion and removes all forms of insanity, confusion, and similar mental effects. Greater restoration does not restore levels or constitution points lost due to death. XP cost 500 XP. Resurrection. Conjuration healing. Here's the hot water. Resurrection. Conjuration healing. Level. Cleric 7. Casting time 10 minutes. This spell functions like Raise Dead, except that you are able to restore life and complete strength to any deceased creature. The condition of the remains is not affected. So long as some small portion of the creature's body still exists, it can be resurrected, but the portion receiving the spell must have been part of the creature's body at the time of death. The remains of a creature hit by a disintegrate spell count as a small portion of its body. The creature can have been dead no longer than 10 years per caster level. Upon completion of the spell, the creature is immediately restored to full hit points, vigor, and health, with no loss of prepared spells. However, the subject loses 1 level or 2 points of constitution if the subject was first level. If this reduction will bring its constitution to 0 or lower, it can't be resurrected. This level loss or constitution loss cannot be repaired by any means. You can resurrect someone killed by a death effect, or someone who has been turned into an undead creature and then destroyed. You cannot resurrect someone who has died of old age. Constructs, elementals, outsiders, and undead creatures can't be resurrected. Material component: a sprinkle of holy water and diamonds worth a total of at least 10,000 gold pieces. Need a lot of diamonds. A whole bunch of these quests I'm gonna write are gonna be fetch diamonds. Or explain how diamonds are created in the lab, I guess. I mean, if you make an object via magic, then it doesn't count as a magic component, so you have to come up with a way to find diamonds. Reverse gravity. Transmutation. Level. Druid 8. Sorcerer Wizard 7. Sounds like fun. I wish I could reverse gravity. Components. V, S, M, D, F. Casting time. 1 standard action. Range medium. 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. Area. Up to 1 10-foot cube per 2 levels. S. Duration. 1 round per level. D. Saving throw. None. Spell resistance. No. This spell reverses gravity in an area up to 1 10-foot cube per 2 levels. So at level 8, that's 4. 40 feet. I can do that. Oh, I would love to do that. Can I please have this? Causing all unattached objects and creatures within that area to fall upward and reach the top of the area in 1 round. If some solid object, such as a ceiling, is encountered in this fall, falling objects and creatures strike it in the same manner as they would during a normal downward fall. If an object or creature reaches the top of the area without striking anything, it remains there, oscillating slightly, until the spell ends. At the end of the spell duration, affected objects and creatures fall downward. Provided it has something to hold on to, a creature caught in the area can attempt a reflex save to secure itself when the spell strikes. Creatures who can fly or levitate can keep themselves from falling. Arcane material component: a lodestone and iron filings. I have some of that. I have those things. I actually do. I do have some of that. Oh, man, I get clean so good if I can make things float for a little bit. Righteous Might. Transmutation. Level. Cleric 5. Strength 5. Components: VS, DF. Casting time 1 standard action. Range. Personal target you. Duration 1 round per level. D. Your height immediately doubles and your weight increases by a factor of 8. Righteous Might. This increase changes your size category to the next larger one, and you gain a +8 size bonus to strength and a +4 size bonus to constitution. You gain a +4 enhancement bonus to your natural armor. You gain damage reduction. 5 per evil. 5/evil? 5/evil. Okay, you gain damage reduction, 5 evil, if you normally channel positive energy. Or damage reduction, 5 per good, if you normally channel negative energy. Okay. Alright. Okay, so you gain a +4 enhancement bonus to your natural armor. You gain damage reduction, 5 per evil, if you normally channel positive energy, or damage reduction 5 by good, if you normally channel negative energy. At 12th level, this damage reduction becomes 10 per evil, or 10 per good, and at least 15th level, it becomes 15 evil, or 15 good, the maximum. Your size modifier for AC and attacks changes as appropriate to your new size category. This spell doesn't change your speed. Determine space and reach as appropriate to your new size. If insufficient room is available for the desired growth, you attain the maximum possible size and make a strength check using your increased strength to burst any enclosures in the process. If you fail, you are constrained without harm by the materials enclosing you. The spell cannot crush you by increasing your size. All equipment you wear or carry is similarly enlarged by the spell. Melee and projectile weapons deal more damage. Other magical properties are not affected by this spell. Any enlarged item that leaves your possession, including a projectile or thrown weapon, instantly returns to its normal size. This means that thrown weapons deal their normal damage. Projectiles deal damage based on the size of the weapon that fired them. Righteous might. Multiple magical effects that increase size do not stack. Rope trick. Transmutation. Sorcerer Wizard 2. Components. VSM. Casting time. 1 standard action. I thought it was also a bard spell. Range touch. Target 1 touched piece of rope from 5 feet to 30 feet long. Duration 1 hour per level. D. Saving throw none. Spell resistance no. When this spell is cast upon a piece of rope from 5 to 30 feet long, one end of the rope rises into the air until the whole rope hangs perpendicular to the ground, as if affixed at the upper end. The upper end is, in fact, fastened to an extra-dimensional space that is outside the multiverse of extra-dimensional spaces. Planes. Creatures in the extra-dimensional space are hidden beyond the reach of spells, including divinations, unless those spells work across planes. The space holds as many as 8 creatures of any size. Creatures in the space can pull the rope up into the space, making the rope disappear. In that case, the rope counts as one of the 8 creatures that can fit in the space. The rope can support up to 16,000 pounds, a weight greater than that can pull the rope free. That's a ton. Spells cannot be cast across the extra-dimensional interface, nor can area effects cross it. Those in the extra-dimensional space can see out of it as if a 3-foot by 5-foot window were centered on the rope. The window is present on the material plane, but it's invisible, and even creatures that can see the window can't see through it. Anything inside the extra-dimensional space drops out when the spell ends. The rope can be climbed only by one person at a time. The rope trick spell enables climbers to reach a normal place if they do not climb all the way to the extra-dimensional space. That's a nice trick. Note, it is hazardous to create an extra-dimensional space within an existing extra-dimensional space, or to take an extra-dimensional space into an existing one. Material component: powdered corn extract and a twisted loop of parchment. These spell components are wild, I tell you. And yeah, that's true. If you can't make multiple extra dimensionals inside of extra dimensionals. So my wizard character would have to, Osric would have to create a real tower and cast his things in different parts of it. Sanctums. But then couldn't cast maze inside of one of those, so he'd have to cast maze in a real part of the building. Rusting Grass. Transmutation level Druid 4. Components VS DF. Casting time 1 standard action. Range touch. Target 1 non-magical ferrous object or the volume of the object within 3 feet of the touched point, or 1 ferrous creature. Does that mean a rust monster? Duration. Saving throw, none. Spell resistance, no. Any iron or iron alloy item you touch becomes instantaneously rusted, pitted, and worthless. Effectively destroyed. Druid powers. If the item is so large that it cannot fit within a 3-foot radius, a 3-foot radius volume of the metal is rusted and destroyed. Could make some modern art. Magic items made of metal are immune to this spell. You may employ Rusting Grasp in combat with a successful melee touch attack. Rusting Grasp used in this way instantaneously destroys 1d6 points of armor class gained from metal armor to the maximum amount of protection the armor offered through corrosion. Weapons in use by an opponent targeted by the spell are more difficult to grasp. You must succeed on a melee touch attack against the weapon. A metal weapon that is hit is destroyed. Note, striking an opponent's weapon provokes an attack of opportunity. Also, you must touch the weapon and not the other way around. Against a ferrous creature, Rusting Grasp instantaneously deals 3d6 points of damage, plus 1 per caster level, maximum plus 15 per successful attack. The spell lasts for 1 round per level, and you can make 1 melee touch attack per round. Does that mean metal dragons? There's iron and steel dragons, right? Sanctuary. Abjuration. Level Cleric 1, Protection 1. Components VS DF. Casting time 1 standard action. Range touch. Target creature touched. Duration 1 round per level. Saving throw will negate spell resistance. Note. Any opponent attempting to strike or otherwise directly attack the warded creature, even with a targeted spell, must attempt a will save. If the save succeeds, the opponent can attack normally and is unaffected by that casting of the spell. If the save fails, the opponent can't follow through with the attack, and that part of its action is lost, and it can't directly attack the warded creature for the duration of the spell. Those not attempting to attack the subject remain unaffected. This spell does not prevent the warded creature from being attacked, nor affected by area or effect spells. The subject cannot attack without breaking the spell, but may use non-attack spells or otherwise act. Sanctuary. Image touch, target creature touched. Duration. Spell lasts for 1 round per level. You can make 1 melee attack per round. Okay. Scare, Necromancy, Fear, Mind Affecting. Level Bard 2, Sorcerer, Wizard 2. Components VSM. Casting time 1 standard action. Range medium, 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. Targets 1 living creature per 3 levels, no 2 of which can be more than 30 feet apart. Duration 1 round per level, or 1 round see text for cause fear. Saving throw will partial. Spell resistance, yes. This spell functions like cause fear. Scare does, except that it causes all target creatures of less than 6 hit dice to become frightened. Material component, a bit of bone from an undead skeleton, zombie, ghoul, ghast, or mummy. Okay, we're going on a quest to find some mummy bones. Scintillating pattern. Illusion pattern. Mind affecting. Level Sorcerer Wizard 8. Components VSM. Casting time 1. Standard action. Scintillating pattern. It's a scintillating pattern. Range. Close 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Effect. Colorful lights in a 20-foot radius spread. Duration. Concentration plus 2 rounds. Saving throw. None. Spell resistance. Yes. A twisting pattern of discordant, coruscating colors weaves through the air, affecting creatures within it. The spell affects a total number of hit dice of creatures equal to your caster level, maximum 20. Creatures with the fewest hit dice are affected first, and among creatures with equal hit dice, those who are closest to the spell's point of origin are affected first. Hit dice that are not sufficient to affect a creature are wasted. The spell affects each subject according to its hit dice. 6 or less, unconscious for 1d4 rounds, then stunned for 1d4 rounds, and then confused for 1d4 rounds. Treat an unconscious result as stunned for non-living creatures. 7 to 12, stunned for 1d4 rounds, then confused for 1d4 rounds. 13 or more, confused for 1d4 rounds. Sightless creatures are not affected by scintillating pattern. Material component, a small crystal prism. I used to have one of those. Scorching Ray. Evocation. Fire. Level Sorcerer Wizard 2. Components. VS. Casting time 1 standard action. Range. Close 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Effect 1 or more rays. Duration. Instantaneous. Saving throw. None. Spell resistance. Yes. You blast your enemies with fiery rays. You may fire 1 ray plus 1 additional ray for every 4 levels beyond 3rd to a maximum of 3 rays at 11th level. Each ray requires a ranged touch attack to hit and deals 4d6 points of fire damage. Each ray ranged touch attack. Okay. Low-level wizard sorcerer spell. Fiery rays out of your hand. The rays must be fired at the same or different targets, but all bolts must be aimed at targets within 30 feet of each other and fired simultaneously. Screen, Illusion, Glamour, Level, Sorcerer Wizard 8, Trickery, 7, Components, VS. Casting time 10 minutes, range, close, 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Area 30-foot cube, level S. Duration 24 hours. Saving throw, none or will disbelieve if interacted with. See text. Spell resistance. No. This spell combines several elements to create a powerful protection from scrying and direct observation. When casting the spell, you dictate what will and will not be observed in the spell's area. The illusion created must be stated in general terms. Once the conditions are set, they cannot be changed. Attempts to scry the area automatically detect the image stated by you with no save allowed. Sight and sound are appropriate to the illusion created. Direct observation may allow a save as per a normal illusion. If there is cause to disbelieve what is seen, even entering the area does not cancel the illusion or necessarily allow a save, assuming that hidden beings take care to stay out of the way of those affected by the illusion. So, Glamour, Sorcerer Wizard 8, Trickery 7, 10 minutes, casting time, and duration 24 hours. Scrying. Divination. Scrying. Level. Bard 3. Cleric 5. Druid 4. Sorcerer Wizard 4. Components. VS, M, DF, F. Casting time 1 hour. Range. See text. Effect. Magical Center. Duration 1 minute per level. Saving throw. Will negate. Spell resistance. Yes. You can see and hear some creature which may be at any distance. If the subject succeeds on a will save, the scrying attempt simply fails. The difficulty of the save depends on how well you can know the subject and what sort of physical connection, if any, you have to that creature. Furthermore, if the subject is on another plane, it gets a +5 bonus on its will save. Knowledge, will save modifier. None, +10. You must have some sort of connection to a creature that you have no knowledge of. Second hand, you have heard of the subject, +5. First hand, you have met the subject, +0. Familiar, you can know the subject well, -5. Connection, likeness or picture, possession or garment, body part, lock of hair, bit of nail, voodoo doll. Will save modifier -2, -4, -10. If the save fails, you can see, but not hear, the subject and the subject's immediate surroundings, approximately 10 feet in all directions of the subject. If the subject moves, the sensor follows at a speed of up to 150 feet. As with all divination scrying spells, the sensor has your full visual acuity, including any magical effects. In addition, the following spells have a 5% chance per caster level of operating through the sensor: detect chaos, detect evil, detect good, detect law, detect magic, and message. If the save succeeds, you can't attempt to scry on that subject again for at least 24 hours. Arcane material component: the eye of a hawk, an eagle, or a roc, plus nitric acid, copper, and zinc. Wizard, sorcerer, or bard focus: a mirror of finely wrought and highly polished silver, costing not less than 1,000 gold pieces. The mirror must be at least 2 feet by 4 feet. Wow. I'm making a teeny tiny silver mirror. Cleric focus: a holy water font costing not less than 100 gold pieces. Druid focus: a natural pool of water. My druid has to find itself a cozy place like Welling Hall, Treebeard's house, Welling Hall. I was listening to that description of Welling Hall in the audiobook and reading it from the text that I managed to find. Welling Hall. Yeah, some people built it in 3D. I want to. Scrying, greater. Divination, scrying. Level: Bard 6, Cleric 6, Druid 7, Sorcerer, Wizard 7. Components: VS. Casting time: 1 standard action. Duration: 1 hour per level. This spell functions like scrying, except as noted above. Additionally, all the following spells function reliably through the sensor: detect chaos, evil, good, law, magic, message, read magic, and tongues. Except as no wait, what? Sculpt sound, transmutation. Level: Bard 3. Components: VS. Casting time: 1 standard action. Range: close, 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Targets: 1 creature or object per level. No 2 of which can be more than 30 feet apart. Duration: 1 hour per level. D. Saving throw will negate object spell resistance. Yes. You change the sounds that creatures or objects make. You can create sounds where none exist, deaden sounds, or transform sounds into other sounds. All affected creatures or objects must be transmuted in the same way. Once the transmutation is made, you cannot change it. You can change the qualities of sounds, but cannot create words with which you are unfamiliar yourself. A spellcaster whose voice is changed dramatically is unable to cast spells with verbal components. Oh no. Searing light, evocation. The dang bards are going to be messing everybody up. Okay, make sounds, not exist, deaden sounds, make doors be quiet, transform sounds into other sounds, creaking floors become soft sounding kitten purrs. All affected creatures and objects must be transmuted in the same way. Everything sounds like kitten purrs. Once the transmutation is made, you cannot change it. You can change the qualities of sounds, but cannot create words. Spellcaster's voice is changed to kitten purrs. It's unable to cast spells. Bard for the win. Searing light, evocation. Level: Cleric 3, Sun 3. Components: VS. Casting time: 1 standard action. Range: medium, 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. Effect: ray. Duration: instantaneous. Saving throw: none. Spell resistance: yes. Focusing divine power like a ray of the sun. You project a blast of light from your open palm. You must succeed on a ranged touch attack to strike your target. Cleric 3, Sun 3. A creature struck by this ray of light takes 1d8 points of damage per 2 caster levels, maximum 5d8. An undead creature takes 1d6 points of damage per caster level, maximum 10d6. And an undead creature particularly vulnerable to bright light takes 1d8 points of damage per caster level, maximum 10d8. A construct or inanimate object takes only 1d6 points of damage per 2 caster levels, maximum 5d6. Secret chest. Conjuration, summoning. Level, sorcerer, wizard 5. Components, VSF. Casting time, 10 minutes. Range, see text. Target 1 chest and up to 1 cubic foot of goods per caster level. Duration, 60 days or until discharged. Saving throw, none. Spell resistance, no. You hide a chest on the ethereal plane for as long as 60 days and can retrieve it at will. The chest can contain up to 1 cubic foot of material per caster level, regardless of the chest's actual size, which is about 3 foot by 2 feet by 2 feet. If any living creatures are in the chest, there is a 75% chance that the spell simply fails. Alright, so you hide a chest on the ethereal plane for 60 days. And 1 foot of material per caster level. 5. It's a level 5 spell. 1 foot of material. And if you hit a bunch of rope, that's where you hide your diamonds. Just fill it full of diamonds. If any living creatures are in the chest, there's a 75% chance that the spell simply fails. Hide your diamonds. Once the chest is hidden, you can retrieve it by concentrating, a standard action, and it appears next to you. The chest must be exceptionally well crafted and expensive, constructed for you by master crafters. The cost of such a chest is never less than 5,000 gold pieces. Once it is constructed, you must make a tiny replica of the same materials and perfect in every detail, so that the miniature of the chest appears to be a perfect copy. The replica costs 50 gold pieces. You can have but 1 pair of these chests at any given time. Even a wish spell does not allow more. The chests are non-magical and can be fitted with locks, wards, and so on, just as any normal chest can be. To hide the chest, you cast the spell while touching both the chest and the replica. The chest vanishes into the ethereal plane. You need the replica to recall the chest. After 60 days, there is a cumulative chance of 5% per day that the chest is irretrievably lost. If the miniature of the chest is lost or destroyed, there is no way, not even with a wish spell, that the large chest can be summoned back, although an extraplanar expedition might be mounted to find it. Living things in the chest eat, sleep, and age normally, and they die if they run out of food, air, water, or whatever they need to survive. Focus the chest and its replica. You can hide your diamonds in there, but make sure you don't lose it. Secret page. Transmutation. Level. Bard 3. Sorcerer Wizard 3. Components. VSM. Casting time 10 minutes. Range touch. Target page touched. Up to 3 square foot in size. Duration permanent. Saving throw none. Spell resistance no. Secret page alters the contents of a page so that they appear to be something entirely different. The text of a spell can be changed to show even another spell. Explosive runes or sepia snake sigil can be cast upon the secret page. A comprehend languages spell alone cannot reveal a secret page's contents. You are able to reveal the original contents by speaking a special word. You can then peruse the actual page and return it to its secret page form at will. Duration permanent. You can also remove the spell by double repetition of the special word. Text of spell. A detect magic spell reveals dim magic on the page in question but does not reveal its true contents. True seeing reveals the presence of the hidden material but does not reveal the contents unless cast in combination with comprehend languages. A secret page spell can be dispelled and the hidden writings can be destroyed by means of an erase spell. Destroyed by means of an erase spell. Material component. Powdered herring scales and will-o-wisp essence. Eat powdered herring scales to make a secret page. Cut down the mightiest tree in the forest with a herring. Secure shelter. Conjuration. Creation. Level. Bard 4. Sorcerer Wizard form. Components. VSMF. See text. Casting time 10 minutes. Range. Close 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Effect 20 feet by square structure. 20-foot square structure. 20-foot square. Duration 2 hours per level. Saving throw. None spells resistant. You conjure a sturdy cottage or lodge made of material that is common in the area where the spell is cast. I guess it hovers it all over there. The floor is level, clean, and dry. In all respects, the lodging resembles a normal cottage with a sturdy door, 2 shuttered windows, and a small fireplace. The shelter has no heating or cooling source other than natural insulation qualities. Therefore, it must be heated as a normal dwelling, and extreme heat adversely affects it and its occupants. The dwelling does, however, provide considerable security otherwise. It is as strong as a normal stone building, regardless of its material composition. The dwelling resists flames and fire as if it were stone. It is impervious to normal missiles, but not the sort cast by siege engines or giants. The door, shutters, and even chimney are secure against intrusion, the former two being arcane locked and the latter secured by an iron gate at the top and a narrow flue. In addition, these 3 areas... How narrow? Can a bird get down it? In addition, these 3 areas are protected by an alarm spell. Finally, an unseen servant is conjured to provide service to you for the duration of the shelter. This is a level 3 spell. The secure shelter contains rude furnishings, 8 bunks, a trestle table, 8 stools, and a writing desk. Doesn't sound bad. Make one. Totally make one of these. Not a cardboard. Material component: a square chip of stone, a crushed lime. That's probably the mineral. A few grains of sand, a sprinkling of water, and several splinters of wood. These must be augmented by the components of the unseen servant spell, string, and a bit of wood, if this benefit is to be included. Focus. The focus of the alarm spell, silver wire and a tiny bell. If this benefit is to be included. Okay, so you can have an alarm the other end. They're arcane locked. 20-foot square little building. You make total how big that is. Let's scale. That's just that big. That big. Yeah. Cute little cottage. All right. The spider can get you. See invisibility, divination, bard 3, sorcerer wizard 2. Components: VSMs, casting time 1 standard action, range personal target you, duration 10 minutes per level D. You can see any objects or beings that are invisible within your range of vision, as well as any that are ethereal as if they were normally visible. Such creatures are visible, bard 3, sorcerer wizard 2. 10 minutes. Okay, so you can see any objects or beings that are invisible within your range of vision, as well as any that are ethereal, as if they were normally visible. Such creatures are visible to you as translucent shapes, allowing you easily to discern the difference between visible, invisible, and ethereal creatures. The spell does not reveal the method used to obtain invisibility. It does not reveal illusions or enable you to see through opaque objects. It does not reveal creatures who are simply hiding, concealed, or otherwise hard to see. See invisibility can be made permanent with a permanency spell. Material component: a pinch of talc and a small sprinkling of powdered silver. Oh, see invisibility. Telepathic bond, arcane sight, invisibility. Symbols. Let's see invisibility. Oh, here we go. 10th level, 1,000 XP cost. There's a third or second level bard and sorcerer spell. Seeming. Illusion. Glamour. Level bard 5, sorcerer wizard 5. Components VS. Casting time 1 standard action. Range close 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Targets 1 creature per 2 levels, no 2 of which can be more than 30 feet apart. Duration 12 hours. D. Saving throw, will negate, or will disbelief. If interacted with. Seeming. Spell resistance, yes or no. This spell functions like disguise self, except that you can change the appearance of other people as well. Affected creatures resume their normal appearances if slain. Range targets 1 creature per 2 levels. 5, starts with 5. Affected creatures. Unwilling targets can negate the spell's effect on them by making will saves or with spell resistance. Sending. Evocation. Level cleric 4, sorcerer wizard 5. Components VSM DF. Casting time 10 minutes. Range C text. Target 1 creature. Duration 1 round. C text. Saving throw. None. Spell resistance. No. You contact a particular creature with which you are familiar and send a short message of 25 words or less to the subject. Cleric 4, sorcerer wizard 5. The subject recognizes you if it knows you. It can answer in like manner immediately. A creature with an intelligence score as low as 1 can understand the sending, though the subject's ability to react is limited as normal by its intelligence score. Even if the sending is received, the subject is not obligated to act upon it in any manner. If the creature in question is not on the same plane of existence as you are, there is a 5% chance that the sending does not arrive. Local conditions on other planes may worsen this chance considerably. Hot water hot yet? Arcane material component, a short piece of fine copper wire. Go look for some copper. Osric has a quest to go find some copper. CPS Snake Sigil. Conjuration, Creation, Force. Level Bard 3, Sorcerer Wizard 3. Components VSM. Casting time 10 minutes. Range touch. Target 1 touched book or written work. Duration permanent or until discharged. Until released, or 1d4 days plus 1 day per level. Saving throw, reflex, negates. Spell resistance, no. Okay, so 1 touched book or written work. It's permanent. Water types. Short key, okay. CPS Snake Sigil. 1, okay, so 1 touched book, 1 written work. Permanent, or until discharged, until released, or 1d4 days plus 1 day per level. When you cast CPS Snake Sigil, a small symbol appears in the text of one written work, such as a book, scroll, or map. The text containing the symbol must be at least 25 words long. When anyone reads the text containing the symbol, the sepia snake springs into being and strikes the reader, provided there is line of effect between the symbol and the reader. Can you divine a book this way? Simply seeing the inspelled text is not sufficient to trigger the spell. The subject must deliberately read it. The target is entitled to a save to evade the snake's strike. If it succeeds, the sepia snake dissipates in a flash of brown light accompanied by a puff of dun-colored smoke and a loud noise. If the target fails its save, it is engulfed in a shimmering amber field of force and immobilized until released, either at your command or when 1d4 days plus 1 day per caster level have elapsed. While trapped in the amber field of force, the subject does not age, breathe, grow hungry, sleep, nor regain spells. It is preserved in a state of suspended animation, unaware of its surroundings. It can be damaged by outside forces and perhaps even killed, since the field provides no protection against physical injury. However, a dying subject does not lose hit points or become stable until the spell ends. The hidden sigil cannot be detected by normal observation, and detect magic reveals only that the entire text is magical. A dispel magic can remove the sigil. An erase spell destroys the entire page of text. Sepia Snake Sigil can be cast in combination with other spells that hide or garble text, such as Secret Page. Material component: 500 gold pieces worth of powdered amber, a scale from any snake, and a pinch of mushroom spores. Sequester. Abjuration. Level: Sorcerer Wizard 7. Components: VSM. Casting time: 1 standard action. Range touch. Target 1 willing creature or object up to a 2-foot cube per level. Touched. Duration: 1 day per level. D. Saving throw: none or will negate. Object. Spell resistance: no or yes. Object. When cast, this spell not only prevents divination spells from working to detect or locate the creature or object affected by sequester. So how about that book that you put the sepia snake on? It also renders the affected creature or object invisible to any form of sight or seeing as the invisibility spell. The spell does not prevent the subject from being discovered through tactile means or through the use of devices. Creatures affected by sequester become comatose and are effectively in a state of suspended animation until the spell wears off or is dispelled. Note: the will save prevents an attended or magical object from being sequestered. There is no save to see the sequestered creature or object or to detect it with a divination spell. Material component: a basilisk eyelash, gum arabic, and a dram of whitewash. I swear these spell components are wild. Yeah. Up in here, Kate. Shades. Illusion. Shadow. Level. Sorcerer Wizard 9. This spell functions like Shadow Conjuration, except that it mimics Sorcerer and Wizard Conjuration spells of 8th level or lower. The illusory conjurations created deal 4/5, 80% damage to non-believers, and non-damaging effects are 80% likely to work against non-believers. They work against non-believers. So, Shadow Conjuration, Illusion, Shadow. Level, Bard 4, Sorcerer Wizard 4. Components, VS. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range, see text. Effect, see text. Duration, see text. Saving throw, will disbelieve if interacted with. Varies, see text. Spell resistance, yes. If you use, okay. You use material from the plane of shadow to shape quasi-real illusions of one or more creatures, objects, or forces. Shadow conjuration can mimic any sorcerer or wizard conjuration, summoning, or conjuration creation spell of 3rd level or lower. Shadow conjurations are actually 1/5, 20% as strong as the real things, though creatures who believe the shadow conjuration to be real or affected by them at full strength. Any creature that interacts with the conjured object, force, or creature can make a will save to recognize its true nature. Spells that deal damage have normal effects unless the affected creature succeeds on a will save. Each disbelieving creature takes only 1/5, 20% damage from the attack. If the disbelieved attack has a special effect other than damage, that effect is only 20% likely to occur. Regardless of the result of the save to disbelieve, an affected creature is also allowed any save that the spell being simulated allows. But the save DC is set according to Shadow Conjuration's level 5, rather than the spell's normal level. In addition, any effect created by Shadow Conjuration allows spell resistance, even if the spell it is simulating does not. Shadow objects or substances have normal effects except against those who disbelieve them. Against disbelievers, they are 20% likely to work. A shadow creature has 1/5 the hit points of a normal creature of its kind, regardless of whether it's recognized as shadowy. It deals normal damage and has all normal abilities and weaknesses. Against a creature that recognizes it as a shadow creature, however, the shadow creature's damage is 1/5, 20% normal, and all special abilities that do not deal lethal damage are only 20% likely to work. Roll for each use and each affected character separately. Furthermore, the shadow creature's AC bonuses are 1/5 as large. A creature that succeeds on its save sees the shadow conjurations as transparent images superimposed on vague, shadowy forms. Objects automatically succeed on their will saves against this spell. Shadow Conjuration, Greater, Illusion, Shadow. Level, Sorcerer, Wizard 7. This spell functions like Shadow Conjuration, except that it can duplicate any Sorcerer or Wizard Conjuration, summoning, or conjuration creation spell of 6th level or lower. The illusory conjurations created deal 3/5, 60% damage to non-believers, and non-damaging effects are 60% likely to work against non-believers. Shadow Evocation, Illusion, Shadow. Level, Bard 5, Sorcerer, Wizard 5. Components, VS. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range, effect, duration, see text. Saving throw, will disbelieve if interacted with. Spell resistance, yes. You tap energy from the plane of shadow to cast a quasi-real, illusory version of a sorcerer or wizard evocation spell of 4th level or lower. For a spell with more than 1 level, use the best one applicable to you. Spells that deal damage have normal effect unless an affected creature succeeds on a will save. Each disbelieving creature takes only 1/5 damage from the attack. If the disbelieved attack has a special effect other than damage, that effect is 1/5 as strong, if applicable, or only 20% likely to occur. If recognized as a shadow evocation, a damaging spell deals only 1/5, 20% damage, regardless of the result of the save to disbelieve. An affected creature is also allowed any save or spell resistance that the spell being simulated allows, but the save DC is set according to the shadow evocation level, 5th, rather than the spell's normal level. 6th, 4th level spell or lower. Okay. Non-damaging effects have normal effects except against those who disbelieve them. Against disbelievers, they have no effect. Objects automatically succeed on their will saves against this spell. Shadow evocation greater. Illusion shadow level. Sorcerer Wizard 8. This spell functions like shadow evocation, except that it enables you to create partially real, illusory versions of sorcerer or wizard evocation spells. The spell functions like shadow evocation, except that it enables you to create partially real, illusory versions of sorcerer or wizard evocation spells of 7th level or lower. If recognized as a greater shadow evocation, a damaging spell deals only 3/5, 60% damage. Shadow Walk, Illusion Shadow, level Bard 5, Sorcerer Wizard 6. Components VS, casting time 1 standard action. Range touch, targets up to 1 touched creature per level. Duration 1 hour per level. D. Saving throw, will negate, spell resistance, yes. To use the Shadow Walk spell, you must be in an area of shadowy illumination. You and any creature you touch are then transported along a coiling path of shadow stuff to the edge of the material plane where it borders the plane of shadow. The effect is largely illusory, but the path is quasi-real. Shadowy illuminated, transported along a coiling path of shadow stuff to the edge of the material plane borders the plane of shadow. The effect is largely illusory, but the path is quasi-real. You can take more than 1 creature along with you, subject to your level limit, but all must be touching each other. In the region of shadow, you move at a rate of 50 miles per hour, moving normally on the borders of the plane of shadow, but much more rapidly relative to the material plane. Thus, you can use this spell to travel rapidly by stepping onto the plane of shadow, moving the desired distance, and then stepping back onto the material plane. Because of the blurring of reality between the plane of shadow and the material plane, you can't make out details of the terrain or areas you'd pass over during transit, nor can you predict perfectly where your travel will end. It's impossible to judge distances accurately, making the spell virtually useless for scouting or spying. Furthermore, when the spell effect ends, you are shunted 1d10 by 100 feet in a random horizontal direction from your desired endpoint. If this would place you within a solid object, you are shunted probably up against it, splat. Okay. This would place you within a solid object. You are shunted 1d10 times 1,000 feet in the same direction. If this would still place you within a solid object, hi, baby. Be quiet. Random horizontal direction. If this would place you within a solid object, you are shunted 1d10 by 1,000 feet in the same direction. If this would still place you within a solid object, you and any creature with you are shunted to the nearest empty space available, but the strain of this activity renders each creature fatigued. No save. So bards and sorcerers can just go 50 miles per hour as long as they know the terrain they're on. Shadow Walk can also be used to travel to other planes that border on the plane of shadow. But this usage requires the transit of the plane of shadow to arrive at a border with another plane of reality. The transit of the plane of shadow requires 1d4 hours. Any creatures touched by you when Shadow Walk is cast also make the transition to the borders of the plane of shadow. They may opt to follow you, wander off through the plane, or stumble back into the material plane. 50% chance for either of the latter results if they are lost or abandoned by you. Creatures unwilling to accompany you into the plane of shadow receive a will saving throw, negating the effect if successful. Alright, Druid 9, Plant 9. Shambler, Conjuration, Creation, Level, Druid 9, Plant 9. Components, VS. Casting time, 1 standard action, range, medium, 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. Effect 3 or more shambling mounds, no 2 of which can be more than 30 feet apart. Duration, 7 days or 7 months. Saving throw, none. Spell resistance, none. The Shambler spell creates 1d4 plus 2 shambling mounds with 11 hit dice each. The creatures willingly aid you in combat or battle, perform a specific mission, or serve as bodyguards. The creatures remain with you for 7 days until you dismiss them. If the Shamblers are created only for guard duty, however, the duration of the spell is 7 months. In this case, the Shamblers can only be ordered to guard a specific site or location. Shamblers summoned to guard duty cannot move outside the spell's range, which is measured from the point where each first appeared. The Shamblers have resistance to fire as normal shambling mounds do, only if the terrain is rainy, marshy, or damp. Right. So, shambling. The Shambler spell creates 1d4 plus 2 shambling mounds with 11 hit dice each. The creatures willingly aid you in combat or battle, perform a specific mission, or serve as bodyguards. The creatures remain with you for 7 days unless you dismiss them. If the Shamblers are created only for guard duty, however, the duration of the spell is 7 months. In this case, the Shamblers can only be ordered to guard a specific site or location. Shamblers summoned to guard duty cannot move outside the spell's range, which is measured from the point where each first appeared. Range is medium, 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. The Shamblers have resistance to fire as normal shambling mounds do, only if the terrain is rainy, marshy, or damp. Shape change. Transmutation. Level Animal 9. Druid 9. Sorcerer Wizard 9. Components VSF. Casting time 1 standard action. Range personal. Target you. Duration 10 minutes per level. D. This spell functions like polymorph, except that it enables you to assume the form of any single non-unique creature of any type, from fine to colossal size. The assumed form cannot have more than twice your caster level and hit dice to a maximum of 50 hit dice. Unlike polymorph, this spell allows incorporeal or gaseous forms to be assumed. And I'm definitely going to need that spell. Shape change. I'm a druid. You gain all extraordinary and supernatural abilities, both attacks and qualities, of the assumed form, but you lose your own supernatural abilities. You also gain the type of the new form in place of your own. The new form does not disorient you. Parts of your body or pieces of equipment that are separated from you do not revert to their original forms. Oh dear. You can become just about anything you are familiar with. I'm just imagining turning into a dragon. You can change form once each round as a free action. The change takes place either immediately before your regular action or immediately after it, but not during the action. If you use this spell to create a disguise, you get a +10 bonus on your disguise check. Or I'm thinking now of Mad Madam Mim and Merlin's wizard battle. They called that wizard, but shape change is a druid and sorcerer wizard spell, and animal cleric. So it's sort of like a multi-class spell, but yeah, it's what Merlin and Mad Madam Mim were doing in the Sword in the Stone. So no make-believe things. You can become just about anything you are familiar with. You can change form once each round is a free action. The change takes place either immediately before your regular action or immediately after it, but not during the action. If you use this spell to create a disguise, you get a +10 bonus on your disguise check. Focus. A jade circlet worth no less than 1,500 gold pieces, which you must place on your head when casting the spell. The focus melds into your new form when you change shape. See, I had a focus of deer antlers, but I guess that your deer antlers have to be attached to a jade circlet. All right, good to know. Deer antlers attached to a jade circlet. Shape. Jade circlet. CIR. That's what you pick. And you can turn into anything. Alright, here we go. Bards. Chaos. Okay, so Bard 2, Chaos 2, Cleric 2, Destruction 2, and Sorcerer Wizard 2. Shatter. Evocation. Sonic. Components. VSMDF. Casting time 1 standard action. Range. Close. 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Area or target 5-foot radius spread or 1 solid object or 1 crystalline creature. Duration instantaneous. Saving throw will negates object or fortitude half. See text. Spell resistance, yes, object. Shatter creates a loud, ringing noise that breaks brittle, non-magical objects. Sunders a single, solid, non-magical object, or damages a crystalline creature. Used as an area attack, Shatter destroys non-magical objects of crystal, glass, ceramic, or porcelain. All such objects within a 5-foot radius of the point of origin are smashed into dozens of pieces by the spell. Objects weighing more than 1 pound per your level are not affected, but all other objects of the appropriate composition are shattered. Alternatively, you can target Shatter against a single solid object, regardless of composition, weighing up to 10 pounds per caster level. Targeted against a crystalline creature of any weight, Shatter deals 1d6 points of sonic damage per caster level. Maximum 10d6, with a fortitude save for half damage. Arcane material component. A chip of mica. It's the chip of mica. The bards in the game I was watching casting Shatter on everything. Shield. Abjuration. Force. Level. Sorcerer Wizard 1. Components. VS. Casting time 1 standard action. Range. Person. Target you. Duration 1 minute per level. D. Shield creates an invisible tower shield sized mobile disc of force that hovers in front of you. It negates magic missile attacks directed at you. The disc also provides a +4 shield bonus to AC. This bonus applies against incorporeal touch attacks since it is a force effect. The shield has no armor check penalty nor arcane spell failure chance. Unlike with a normal tower shield, you can't use the shield spell for cover. Just hovers in front of you. If you don't actually have a tower shield, you can use this. If you are Sorcerer Wizard level 1. Shield of Fate. Abjuration. Level. Cleric 1. Components. VSM. Casting time 1 standard action. Range. Touch. Target creature touch. Duration 1 minute per level. Saving throw will negate. Harmless. Spell resistance. Yes. Harmless. This spell creates a shimmering magical field around the touch creature that averts attacks. The spell grants the subject a +2 deflection bonus to AC, with an additional +1 to the bonus for every 6 levels you have. Okay, so Cleric 1 standard action, 1 minute per level, a shimmering magical field around the creature that averts attacks. A +2 deflection bonus to AC. Additional +1 to the bonus for every 6 levels you have. Maximum +5 deflection bonus at 18th level. Material component, a small parchment with a bit of holy text written upon it. Shield of Law. Abjuration. Level. Cleric 8. Law 8. Components. VSF. Casting time 1 standard action. Range 20 feet. Targets 1 creature per level in a 20-foot radius. Burst centered on you. Duration 1 round per level. D. Saving throw. See text. Spell resistance. Yes. Harmless. A dim blue glow surrounds the subject, protecting them from attacks, granting them resistance to spells cast by chaotic creatures, and slowing chaotic creatures when they strike the subject. This abjuration has 4 effects. First, each warded creature gains a +4 deflection bonus to AC and a +4 resistance bonus on saves. Unlike protection from chaos, this benefit applies against all attacks, not just against attacks by chaotic creatures. Second, a warded creature gains spell resistance 25 against chaotic spells and spells cast by chaotic creatures. So it's Cleric 8, Law 8. Okay. Third, The abjuration blocks possession and mental influence just as protection from chaos does. Finally, if a chaotic creature succeeds on a melee attack against a warded creature, the attacker is slowed. Will save negates as the slow spell, but against Shield of Laws save DC. Focus. A tiny reliquary containing some sacred relic, such as a scrap of parchment from a lawful text. The reliquary cost at least 500 gold pieces. Cleric. Cleric. So have to go on a quest to find that, I guess. Shield. Other. Abjuration. Level. Cleric 2, Paladin 2, Protection 2. Components. VSF. Casting time. 1 standard action. Range. Close. 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Target. 1 creature. Duration. 1 hour per level. D. Saving throw. Will negate. Harmless. Spell resistance. Yes. Harmless. This spell wards the subject and creates a mystic connection between you and the subject so that some of its wounds are transferred to you. This is Shield Other. The subject gains a +1 deflection bonus to AC and a +1 resistance bonus on saves. Additionally, the subject takes only half damage from all wounds and attacks, including that dealt by special abilities that deal hit point damage. The amount of damage not taken by the warded creature is taken by you. Forms of harm that do not involve hit points, such as charm effects, temporary ability damage, level draining, and death effects, are not affected. If the subject suffers a reduction of hit points from a lowered constitution score, the reduction is not split with you because it is not hit point damage. When the spell ends, let's see, so suffers a reduction of hit points from a lower constitution score. Okay. Not hit point damage. When the spell ends, subsequent damage is no longer divided between the subject and you, but damage already split is not reassigned to the subject. If you and the subject of the spell move out of range of each other, the spell ends. The range is 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Cleric 2, Paladin 2, Protection 2. Focus. A pair of platinum rings worth at least 50 gold pieces each, worn by both you and the warded creature. So, casting time is 1 standard action. Here we go, my favorite. Shillelagh. Transmutation. Level Druid 1. Components VS, DF. Casting time 1 standard action. Range, touch, target. 1 touched, non-magical oak, club, or quarterstaff. Duration 1 minute per level. Saving throw. Will negates. Object. Spell resistance. Yes. Object. Your own non-magical club or quarterstaff becomes a weapon with a +1 enhancement bonus on attack and damage rolls. A quarterstaff gains this enhancement for both ends of the weapon. It deals damage as if it were 2 size categories larger. A small club or quarterstaff, so transmuted, deals 1d8 points of damage. A medium 2d6 and a large 3d6. +1 for its enhancement bonus. These effects only occur when the weapon is wielded by you. If you do not wield it, the weapon behaves as if unaffected by this spell. Duration 1 minute per level. Okay, so it's not permanent. It's 1 minute per level. Shocking Grasp. Evocation. Electricity. Level, Sorcerer, Wizard 1. Components, VS. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range, touch. Target, creature, or object touched. Duration, instantaneous. Saving throw, none. Spell resistance, yes. Your successful melee touch attack deals 1d6 points of electricity damage per caster level. Maximum 5d6. When delivering the jolt, you gain a +3 bonus on attack rolls if the opponent is wearing metal armor or made out of metal, carrying a lot of metal, or the like. So, Shocking Grasp, Evocation, Sorcerer 1, target creature object touch, instantaneous. Alright. Shout. Evocation, Sonic, level. Bard 4, Sorcerer, Wizard 4. Components, V. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range, 30 feet. Area, cone-shaped burst. Duration, instantaneous. Saving throw, fortitude, partial, or reflex negates. Object, see text. Spell resistance, yes. You emit an air-splitting yell that deafens and damages creatures in its path. I think Asbjorn does this all the time. Any creature within the area is deafened for 2d6 rounds and takes 5d6 points of sonic damage. A successful save negates the deafness and reduces the damage by half. Any exposed brittle or crystalline object or crystalline creature takes 1d6 points of sonic damage per caster level. Maximum 15d6. An affected creature is allowed a fortitude save to reduce the damage by half, and a creature holding fragile objects can negate damage to them with a successful reflex save. A shout spell cannot penetrate a silence spell. Silence. I remember the silence. Shout. Greater. Evocation. Sonic. Level. Bard 6. Sorcerer Wizard 8. Components. VSF. Range 60 feet. Saving throw. Fortitude, partial, or reflex negates object. See text. No, 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 I told you not to. Go clean that and go to bed.
Yeah. Where's our secretary?
Hey. Burst out of nowhere.
Right.
Please stop crying and go to bed.
Were you trying to have you know, then you're all bent over. I'm sorry. I know if we could move this stuff out, it's like out there in the middle. So that's where it was. Yeah. Probably about a year. About a year. Flat spot. Flat spot. Flat spot. Where's turn your flashlight on your phone. Are you putting on your britches? Some pajamas? Put your jammies on. Let me help. You need me to straighten it up? You can put your own clothes on? Okay, good job. Yeah. Good girl. You like coloring in these crazy books? Or they like, this is Adelhead's book, isn't it?
No, it's my book.
This is yours? Okay. I'm going to set it over here, all right? Oh, let's see another one. There's another page. Yeah, the pages kind of suck, don't they? Well, you know, you can still color on it. You just need you like a, you got your pad, you got your big drawing pad right here. Put your stuff on it and draw on it. I like it. Good job. You don't like coloring on them crazy things? What? How does it work? I don't know. I mean, how does it work? So this thing had like a pen that came with it. Where's the pen? Where's the pen that comes with this book? Y'all, you know where one of them is? Come on. Michelle. Ariana, where's the pen? Where's the pen? Ariana was just doing it. But what does it do? You're supposed to scrape off all the black, right?
No, you're supposed to color with that.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Oh, that's got better be it. Okay. Supposed to be a. Oh, we have to move this more. Here, Bear Boy, take this to your room. I'll take it in your room.
Noise.
Come on. Bear Boy, take this to your room.
Noise.
Come here. You gotta help. Look, shit. Get this. This is unbelievable. All of that way too much. Well, this stuff right here, keep this.
No,
in this box.
Keeping nothing.
No, keep this box. Keep this box. Get rid of all this shit right here. Stop. We keep these. But I want y'all to fucking make something out of them. Holy crap. You have a castle outside that could be as big as this room. You could build a whole freaking city with this stuff. I want you to think outside the box and build something with it. Yeah. Wouldn't that be part of a big castle?
Oh,
Look, he could have a tower.
you wanted the hammer. There it is. You wanted the hammer. There it is. You wanted the hammer. There it is.
Tower coming up. You know what I'm saying? Tower out
wanted
here.
the hammer. There it is. You wanted the hammer. There it is. You wanted the hammer. There it is. That's like to keep them out of all this stuff. Thank you. Oh man, are you ever gonna like use your like ice bucket or your like sketchbook?
They're in there too.
This is where the good stuff is.
Where's my portfolio? Does it fit in here?
It's over there.
A black portfolio? Put it in
Oh,
here?
the black one's way over there already.
Let you have this big box. This is all we need for our art stuff. Get rid of
Now
this.
ask me a question.
We do
and
not
then
need this. We don't need this.
Daddy, there's noise. Noise.
On house. The mom and pop at home. Bird house. A tree house. Giant tree. Like like hell with that.
You might look at it.
Um,
Well, it's gotta be fixed.
This is way our people have long. Brick truck and all the way through it. Big old tar bridge, looks like a dragon on top. You have to run in. Walking with us. Walking with us. Big iron hinges. That would be so cool. Outside fireplace. Out there, go back inside the hot dog. Big old huge round door wouldn't it be so cool? On like a longhouse on the ground. It's the same thing. What? Way up colored. Paint it. Are you gonna paint the green? What color are you gonna make this stuff? Green. You gotta make it a different shade. Kind of mix a little yellow with your green. Make your green, let it dry a little bit, then take some yellow and just dry brush. You know what dry brushing is? I'm gonna teach you how to do that over the New Year. I'm gonna have a couple of days off. And the days that Daddy's off, look, when I get up in the morning, say dry brushing, Daddy. We gotta dry brush this, paint this picture. And I'll show you how to do it. We're gonna paint it green and dry brush. Give it. What?
Do you have tomorrow off or no?
No, I have to work. I gotta work Friday. Look, go to Nashville. I'm not real happy about it because I want some fucking money.
If you had tomorrow off, the dentist would see somebody canceled. Somebody like canceled or something didn't say. But like they're offering us a spot tomorrow. But it is.
Why didn't you know? That would be real important to this whole thing.
I know.
I could swing it if I knew what time it is.
They left me a voice message, so I didn't get around to it till later.
Well, God. Okay, hold on. I really need time. Oh, it's kind of too late to make appointments now.
Yeah.
So what time is it open? That's okay now. Daddy put it. You don't have any pictures. I want you to be inspired by it.
Yeah, that's a nice size picture. You need to draw a picture. After we practice,
There, boy, look. Here, look.
Look, this one's and I would like you all to stop making noise and go to bed. Noise.
Yeah, you are.
He's saying words. The Prince does not like noise.
We don't want none of this. Throw this brush this shit in the trash. Don't want that. No more from over there at all. No.
Stop fucking with my whole system. Right now.
Your system's pretty messed up.
Yeah.
So stop it with your system. No more in this box. This crap needs to go. We don't need this.
This is my basement.
Yeah. You can have that one big gas piece. Get rid of all this shit.
I want you to go outside
I'm
with it.
trying to be
Go throw it out
compromising
outside with it. Right now.
Look at this. Look at this.
What about it?
Take your decrepit
What
body.
the fuck about it?
Go find a head to put on. Put an animal head on. Yeah, give her an animal head. Like a little pony
Don't
head.
harangue me about
Let's
shit.
find a little pony and cut off its head. And put it on the Barbie. And you can have My Little Pony Barbie. Those are your both two favorite things in the whole world. I love the idea. I'm gonna have to make a My Little Pony Barbie. I'm gonna make one. I'm gonna take the plate. I'm gonna make the plate. I'll make Pony Barbie. I think it's pretty cool. I don't know why it makes you mad. I think it's really cool. I think about it. Like the two most coolest things little girls like are Barbies and little ponies. If you made a Barbie pony or pony Barbie, how would it go? Honey bun? How would it be like? It's gonna be humanoid, right? Like a Barbie doll with a pony head on, right? And a little tail. Should we give them hoof and feet? Yeah, we could really.
I saw that one cartoon where the ponies are like.
Yeah, it is. The girls are no. This is the area. You got Granny Bowman in there. Yeah, y'all probably got a little bit of Granny Bowman in. But that girl Ariana, I think he has a lot of Granny Bowman. He reminds me of Granny Bowman. I see my granny. She's like a little tiny granny. Well, hold on. Yeah.
Where was I? Shout, Greater, Evocation, Sonic, Bard, 6. Level Bard, 6. Sorcerer Wizard, 8. Components, VSF. Range, 60 feet. Saving throw, Fortitude, Partial, or Reflex negates object. See text. This spell functions like Shout, except that the cone deals 10d6 points of sonic damage, or 1d6 1d6 points of sonic damage per caster level, maximum 20d6 against exposed, brittle, or crystalline objects or crystalline creatures. It also causes creatures to be stunned for 1 round. This spell functions like Shout. Why can't I get any kind of goddamn courtesy?
Because you have like 0 people listening to you read. Why don't you come in there and do something with the rest of our fucking family?
I'm trying to read.
Goddamn shit.
Get off your goddamn shit. How about you get off your goddamn shit?
Start being more involved in building models and stuff.
I'm trying to read the spell list. Would you stop haranguing me and let me quietly read the spell list? God.
Come on, bear boy. Come on. Come on, man. Get away from mom.
Y'all are just the worst. Why can't y'all? Shout. Greater. Evocation. Sonic. Level. Bard 6. Sorcerer Wizard 8. Components. VSF. Range 60 feet. Saving throw. Fortitude, partial, or reflex negates object. See text. This spell functions like Shout, except that the cone deals 10d6 points of sonic damage or 1d6 points of sonic damage per caster level. Maximum 20d6 against exposed brittle or crystalline objects or crystalline creatures. It also causes creatures to be stunned for 1 round and deafened for 4d6 rounds. A creature in the area of the cone can negate the stunning and have both the damage and the duration of the deafness with a successful fortitude save. A creature holding vulnerable objects can attempt a reflex save to negate the damage to those objects. Arcane focus. A small metal or ivory horn. Shout. Greater. Shrink item. Transmutation. Level. Sorcerer Wizard 3. Components. VS. Casting time. 1 standard action. Range touch. Target 1 touched object of up to 2 cubic feet per level. Duration. 1 day per level. See text. Saving throw. Will negates object. Spell resistance. Yes. Object. You are able to shrink 1 non-magical item, if it is within the size limit, to 1/16 of its normal size in each dimension, to about 1/4000th the original volume and mass. This change effectively reduces the object size by 4 categories. Hockety pockety walkety whack. Optionally, you can also change its now shrunken composition to a cloth-like one. Objects changed by a shrink item spell can be returned to normal composition and size merely by tossing them onto any solid surface or by a word of command from the original caster. Even a burning fire and its fuel can be shrunk by this spell, restoring the shrunken object to its normal size and composition ends the spell. Shrink item can be made permanent with a permanency spell, in which case the affected object can be shrunk and expanded an indefinite number of times, but only by the original caster. So, shrink item can be permanent seed. Let's see. Vision, magic. Shrink item, 11th level, 1500 gold. 1500 XP cost. Not gold. Alright. So, shrink item by 11th level. Return. In which case, the affected object can be shrunk and expanded an indefinite number of times, but only by the original caster. Oh, neat. Okay, so it's not permanently shrunk, it's permanently shrinkable an indefinite number of times. Shrink item, 11th and 1500. Silence. Illusion. Glamour. Level. Bard 2. Cleric 2. Components. VS. Silence. Casting time. 1 standard action. Range. Long. 400 feet plus 40 feet per level. Area. 20 feet radius emanation centered on a creature, object, or point in space. Duration, 1 minute per level. D. Saving throw will negate. See text or none. Object. No, so no saving throw if it's an object. Spell resistance, yes. See text or no. Object. Upon the casting of this spell, complete silence prevails in the affected area. Boy, would I like to cast that right now. Sorcerer Wizard 3. All sound is stopped. Conversation is impossible. Spells with verbal components cannot be cast, and no noise whatsoever issues from, enters, or passes through the area. The spell can be cast on a point in space, but the effect is stationary unless cast on a mobile object. 1 minute per level. 3. But the effect is stationary unless cast on a mobile object. The spell can be centered on a creature, and the effect then radiates from the creature and moves as it moves. An unwilling creature can attempt a will save to negate the spell and can use spell resistance, if any. Items in a creature's possession, or magic items that emit sound, receive the benefits of saves and spell resistance, but unattended objects and points in space do not. This spell provides a defense against sonic or language-based attacks. Hate mace. Silent image. Illusion. Figment. Level. Bard 1. Sorcerer Wizard 1. Components. VSF. Casting time 1 standard action. Range long. 400 feet plus 40 feet per level. Effect. Visual figment that cannot extend beyond 4 10-foot cubes plus 1 10-foot cube per level. S. Duration. Concentration. Saving throw. Will disbelief if interacted with. Spell resistance. No. This spell creates the visual illusion of an object, creature, or force as visualized by you. The illusion does not create sound, smell, texture, nor temperature. You can move the image within the limits of the size of the effect. Focus, a bit of fleece. So you hang up a bit of fleece, like say, maybe in a frame. It doesn't say it has to be framed, but what if you had a framed one, and you can make a poster for the duration that you concentrate on it. Simulacrum. Illusion, shadow. Level, Sorcerer Wizard 7. Components, VSM XP. Casting time, 12 hours. Range, 0 feet. Effect, 1 duplicate creature. Duration, instantaneous. Saving throw, none. Spell resistance, no. Simulacrum creates an illusory duplicate of any creature. The duplicate creature is partially real and formed from ice or snow. It appears to be the same as the original, but it has only 1/2 the real creature's levels or hit dice, and the appropriate hit points, feats, skill ranks, and special abilities for a creature of that level or hit dice. You can't create a simulacrum of a creature whose hit dice or levels exceed twice your caster level. You must make a disguise check when you cast the spell to determine how good the likeness is. A creature familiar with the original might detect the ruse with a successful spot check opposed by the caster's disguise check, or a DC 20 sense motive check. At all times, the simulacrum remains under your absolute command. No special telepathic link exists, so command must be exercised in some other manner. A simulacrum has no ability to become more powerful. It cannot increase its level or abilities. If reduced to 0 hit points or otherwise destroyed, it reverts to snow and melts instantly into nothingness. Ooh, neat. A complex process requiring at least 24 hours, 100 gold Okay. At all times, the simulacrum remains under your absolute command. No special telepathic link exists, so command must be exercised in some other manner. A simulacrum has no ability to become more powerful. It cannot increase its level or abilities. If reduced to 0 hit points or otherwise destroyed, it reverts to snow and melts instantly into nothingness. A complex process requiring at least 24 hours, 100 gold pieces per hit point, and a fully equipped magical laboratory can repair damage to a simulacrum. So shadowy illusion, sorcerer with a 7. Casting time is 12 hours. Range, your feet, 1 duplicate creature, partially formed of ice and snow. Material component. The spell is cast over the rough snow or ice form, and some piece of the creature to be duplicated, hair, nail, or the like, must be placed inside the snow or ice. Additionally, the spell requires powdered ruby worth 100 gold pieces per hit dice of the simulacrum to be created. XP cost, 100 XP per hit dice of the simulacrum to be created. Minimum 1,000 XP. Slay living. Necromancy. Death. Level cleric 5. Death 5. Components VS. Casting time 1 standard action. Range touch. Target living creature touch. Duration instantaneous. Saving throw. Fortitude partial. Spell resistance yes. You can slay any one living creature. You must succeed on a melee touch attack to touch the subject. And it can avoid death with a successful fortitude save. So this is cleric 5 can slay living necromancy. You slay one living creature. Succeed on melee touch attack. Can avoid death with a successful fortitude save. If it succeeds, it takes 3d6 points of damage plus 1 point per caster level. Sleep. Enchantment. Compulsion. Mind affecting. Level. Bard 1.
What tenant for? Hey, I'm having fun with the children.
Fine, but can you have inside voices? How about we have inside voices?
We're having fun. Why can't you?
Because it's 8 o'clock at night. Inside voices time.
Nobody wants to hear you read that shit. Come in here and have fun with the children.
I've been putting up with them all day. You go and have some time with them and leave me alone.
That you do a live thing every day for like 3 fucking hours. And all I can hear when I listen to it at my lunchtime and stuff is the children fucking crying. So quit doing this stupid shit and go build. If you're going to have this shit in here, build something out of it.
I'm going to get rid of it all, then. How about that?
Except that box that's got my sketch pad and that phone.
Oh, that's fine with you, is it?
That's the model stuff.
Is that fine with you, then?
That's the stuff
what a piece of shit.
Use to build models. Not all this fucking cardboard boxes that you have. And I'll let you have that great big one that you.
No, I don't want none of it now. I don't want none of a goddamn thing, especially not nothing you gave me.
I love your map. But this is garbage, and I want it.
What map?
Your big sheet of cardboard that you've been painting on. I'll let you have it because you've been painting on.
No, fuck it.
No, it's going to be a big world map, right?
It's going to be the base for my Stonehenge model, but fuck that too.
Yeah, man, you're just freaking out about it.
I'm getting upset that I'm not being given any kind of courtesy. Now either go away and be quiet, or keep on harking on me and see what fucking happens.
There's a huge pile of cardboard in the art room that we don't need.
There's a whole bunch of noise that I don't need. There's a whole bunch of noise I'm hearing that I don't need to hear.
I wish I could keep building your little house. I mean, please, why don't you do stuff like this?
I would like to.
I show you how. This is your little house.
You didn't let me do it. You just did it for me, and I'm like, okay, now what do I do? I don't even know now.
Shingles. We talked about it. You just stopped. I'm sorry I did it for you. I did.
Now I have no idea what to do.
All I'm trying to do is make you happy. You're driving me fucking absolutely and goddamn insane.
I'm not the one being discourteous right now.
Oh, God, honey buns, I'm sorry. Damn.
Yeah, I know. I wanted to work on it.
Help you. I think that's cool shit.
Yes, I like my little haunted house.
Minions you have can hang out, and that'd be their house, their mansion. They all live like the freaking Adam family. We'll make a whole story with all of them. Like Adam's family slash House of 1,000 Corpses.
No, you just done said nobody cares about me, so how about you just go over there?
Well, no, isn't that a good idea, though? House of 1,000 Corpses, Adam's family. You don't have to have Dr. Satan, but, it's the option.
That movie's disgusting.
I know it's crazy, but it is. It's crazy and disgusting. Look. We do have those guys.
Yeah, I know. You messed up Boromir, I see.
We do have these guys. And there's a few more minions that they got. Balrog, everything, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, he's about 15 feet, 12,
15's
15
here.
feet. Yeah. That's 15. He's about 12 feet tall, 13 feet tall.
Wait, you're not lining it up right. How is it that you cannot measure?
Because I can't see.
You can't measure for shit.
I cannot see the lines on that ruler. I mean, I'm sorry.
You're incapable of using a fucking ruler.
That's bullshit. You know. He's like 3 inches tall.
The base is
He's 18 feet tall.
No, that's a 15 mark. Obviously that's 15. Okay. Can't you tell 14 to 16 in between is 15?
I was reading it from the other side.
You're doing it wrong.
You're reading this side.
Yes. The 3/16 side.
Okay.
So that's how my entire measurement system is based on.
Measure Lucifer, Satan. That's supposed to be like Satan.
How
tall is Satan?
13.
13 feet.
This is how big the stones of Stonehenge are.
Yeah, big as Satan. See, they built that stuff for a reason.
Yeah, okay.
This miniature is like almost as old as me. It's only like.
Then why'd you attach it to a HeroClix base?
Because it don't really have a base.
It seems terrible.
I'm gonna do the base better. It's just to hold it there. See how small its base is? The weight of it does. See how small the base is? It's really like minuscule, right? So it still has its original base, and I'm just gonna like build lava around it or whatever, you know.
Do it around the HeroClix base then.
Well, I know because I have a shitload of them, and they're.
Yeah, but
it holds it. Well, it holds it up. It doesn't want to stand up.
I'm not gonna say nothing.
It doesn't want to stand up because of that little base. It wants to fall over. So I was like, I got to do something about it. And he's missing a hand. I still got to carve a hand with like a cane or something, and you know. We can look up what the original thing is.
No, mister, nobody wants to hear me. I don't want to hear nothing if nobody wants to hear me.
Came from the 1970s.
I don't want to hear nothing.
And this is that guy from the Lord of the Rings.
That guy. Didn't I not a minute ago say Boromir?
Yeah, Boromir.
I just said that a minute ago.
I know.
God.
Thank you for reminding me.
He's ignorant.
Boromir. I don't think of him as Boromir no more. I think him as he's like that.
So Zelensky.
These are most evil dudes in the cave.
Now keep slurring and sounding like Ozzy Osbourne, but I don't want to hear it.
Well, hey man, he might could be in league with these guys. We don't want to get into that one yet. That's more for advanced players. I don't have to be about 12 by the time you understand. No one's trying to get some heads made. Trying to get 3 heads made. Got some really good creative people.
A bunch of them have perfectly good heads. Just use those.
No, they're going to make me some 3D heads for the printer. They're going to make an STL for me. These dudes are like this one dude's like a mad scientist. Man. He's crazy. He does crazy stuff. Like with argon gas. He makes he's just like doing some mad science. Crazy. Yeah, I don't know, Adam. Look, listen, you can't keep all stuff notes. This looks like garbage, but it's really tough to do this. Golly. Lee, you don't have to do all that. We're not keeping all the every pizza
I'm
box.
not keeping nothing.
The pizza. We don't want to keep pizza boxes. Holy shit. We have plenty of stuff here.
No,
You're not building
even,
that much
not
stuff.
Even your painters.
No, I want to keep that. I want to keep our painting. Damn, you are being a bitch about it. I'm just saying, do this. Why can't y'all fucking do this?
You said not to keep the garbage. No, you said not to keep the garbage.
We're gonna keep your painting. Chill. Mommy is overreacting. Listen, I'm gonna keep your painting. Will y'all help me? Please help me. Go get your painting. Bring them back in. And I'll put them right where they need to go. Okay? Go get your paintings and bring them in here to Daddy. Mommy quit fucking freaking the goddamn hell out. And try.
No, I'll give up. 7 years I ain't done nothing. How about 7 years I've wasted here doing nothing except cleaning up after you and getting beat the fuck up by you.
All you have to do is throw this in the garbage can. That's all I'm asking for. God damn.
Yeah, because I wasn't using this box.
I don't know what you're doing with that box, but we don't need to keep it as trash.
No, I felt like it was useful inside.
Keep going. There's got a few more you can keep. We're not going to keep this stuff all the time. We're not going to have a big pile of it like this in the house. It's terrible.
No, there's no point in doing any of this anymore. No point in trying at all. No point in none of it. No point in fucking none of it.
Children, stop what you're doing and go to bed. Come on.
What in the hell are y'all doing in the kitchen at this hour anyway?
Ariana, go in your room. Now, come on. I'm not kidding with you. Walk across and go to your room. Come on. Come on. All right. Come on.
There's no point in nothing I do.
Go to your room, now, honey.
I'm not saving that box for y'all either now. fucking clean. That's all I ever. Don't get to just sit and read like I would. No, just come and fucking make something for me to clean. All I ever got there and do is clean. I never get to have no time to just say, keep up with the clean. You know what? It's New Year, so I'm taking my fucking break. I didn't get to have one goddamn break in my whole year. Not even my birthday when I just asked to be left alone. And all I heard was, oh, you must have a carry your nose. That's abuse, you know. But that's not new. I've been abusive the entire time I've known you.
Get it out.
He goes to the
You go to the party now? Mhm. Did you break something? Did you break it? What
Except
happened?
you don't show me any courtesy towards me. Don't show me a single moment of courtesy and see how that is karmically affected.
I'm gonna tell you, Kurt, but it's too much.
I'll go on in your dumpster. Did you order your dumpster? Did you pack off the
You need one because of all the garbage up here. We don't need this much cardboard though to build these little houses. You don't even build them.
No, I guess I won't then. Now that I have enough to do it with, I'll just give up now.
Look, this piece is fine. And it's not just because of the yearling box. It's because it's a fine piece of cardboard that you can do this fine work you gotta do to build this stuff. It's better than those cardboard boxes you had.
Those are for thinner materials,
like
but
this
you know,
stuff.
you don't care.
No, this
You
material.
don't care.
This
You
material.
don't care.
It's
You
inferior.
don't care.
This is
You
not
can stop
good
running
material.
around, you don't care.
It's not good material.
You don't care.
At least it is not good
Stop saying
material
my
for this
fucking name.
modeling stuff.
Keep my goddamn
No, I'm
name out
trying
your
to
fucking
freaking
mouth.
tell you because
I'm not gonna listen if you say my
I've
name.
been doing this since I was Adelheid age. Painting it with glue and sand. My dad showed me how to do that. My dad knew how to do
I
it.
can see all
He
of one
built
thing
us.
you did.
My dad built us a mountain this fucking tall, at least, that had a train
Who are
running.
the fuck you talking to?
A train running through it.
Who the hell are you talking to? Whose name did you say? No, you're not.
Okay, little honey bun. My dad showed us. He built us a mountain this big.
I don't believe you. All I see is like that one, and I want to build that
I
one.
said, my dad. So, well, oh, I have built. I could build another big one, but you know, oh, you know, stuff is not cheap. Money is there. Do I just need a wire for my telephone cutter?
Yeah. Yeah, they have replacement wires in the store. I'm sure I have to look.
We gotta go to get something on cut that. We have to go to Hobby
You go
Lobby.
to Woodland Scenic website and order it straight from the company.
You want to go for it?
It's literally a Woodland Scenic product. Just order it straight from the company.
No, I want something more. I know they got better stuff. You know what I'm saying? I can still order that wire for that one. It comes in handy to have a couple.
How about you go step one to
That's why they break, because they get hot. Sorry, but when they get hot, the wire breaks.
Stay away from me. Over there.
So the wire will break when they get hot. So you etch all the black stuff off of the page and it draws a picture, paint the picture. That's what you're supposed to do with it. The little pen, like scratches all the black shit off of the paper. Probably some kind of goddamn Chinese made shit, chemical shit. But it has pretty colors on the other side, and it colors the whole thing up. You know, you're supposed to do it on the character, but the children, they get crazy with it. But you initially scrape off the black sheet. That one has to get pretty good. I think.
I tolerate until y'all just fucking push my buttons so many fucking times that it fucking breaks. I'm not even gonna ask you what, I don't care. Tolerate until I can't no more. I try warning you that hey, you pushing the fucking buttons, and y'all press them hard.
Probably got some kind of wood different than over here. That will scrape that shit off. They can always do that outside. Can't do it inside anymore. The last time they can do it. Look, Ariana's wearing a parka. Ariana's in there trying to wear a parka. Oh no, don't do that. We're trying to put toys up in here.
Oh, but we have.
Holy shit. Holy shit. You're getting very extreme about it. I'm done. Good night, y'all. Love y'all. Good night.
Sleep, enchantment, compulsion, mind affecting. Level, Bard 1, Sorcerer Wizard 1. Components, VSM. Casting time, 1 round. Range, medium, 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. Area, 1 or more living creatures within a 10-foot radius burst. Duration, 1 minute per level. Saving throw, will negate. Spell resistance, yes. A sleep spell causes a magical slumber to come upon 4 hit dice of creatures. Creatures with the fewest hit dice are affected first. Among creatures with equal hit dice, those who are closest to the spell's point of origin are affected first. Hit dice that are not sufficient to affect a creature are wasted. Sleeping creatures are helpless. Slapping or wounding awakens an affected creature, but normal noise does not. Awakening a creature is a standard action, and application of the aid another action. Sleep does not target unconscious creatures, constructs, nor undead creatures. Can't make undead sleep. Material component, a pinch of fine sand, rose petals, or a live cricket. Sleep, sand, rose petals, and a cricket. Sleet storm. Sand, rose petals, and a cricket. Sleet storm, conjuration, creation, cold. Level, Druid 3, Sorcerer Wizard 3. Components, VSMDF. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range long, 400 feet plus 40 feet per level. Area, cylinder, 40 feet radius, 20 feet high. Duration 1 round per level. Saving throw none. Spell resistance no. Driving sleet. Sleet blocks all sight, even dark vision, within it, and causes the ground. Driving sleet blocks all sight, even dark vision, within it, and causes the ground in the area to be icy. A creature can walk within or through the area of sleet at half normal speed with DC 10 balance check. Failure means it can't move in that round, while failure by 5 or more means it fails. It falls. See the balance skill for detail. The sleet extinguishes torches and small fires. Arcane material component: a pinch of dust and a few drops of water. Slow transmutation. Level Bard 3, Sorcerer Wizard 3. Components VSM. Casting time 1 standard action. Range close 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Targets 1 creature per level, no 2 of which can be more than 30 feet apart. Duration 1 round per level. Saving throw will negate. Spell resistance yes. An affected creature moves and attacks at a drastically slowed rate. Slow. A slowed creature can take only a single move action or standard action in each turn, but not both. So a slowed creature can take only a single move action or standard action each turn, but not both, nor may it take full round actions. Additionally, it takes a -1 penalty on attack rolls, AC, and reflex saves. A slowed creature moves at half its normal speed, round down to the nearest 5-foot increment, which affects the creature's jumping distance as normal for decreased speed. Multiple slow effects don't stack. Slow counters and dispels haste. Material component: a drop of molasses. Keep molasses in a jar. Molasses good. Snare. Transmutation. Level Ranger 2, Druid 3. Components VSDF. Casting time 3 rounds. Range touch. Target touched non-magical circle of vine, rope, or thong with a 2-foot diameter plus 2 foot per level. Duration until triggered or broken. Saving throw none. Spell resistance no. This spell enables you to make a snare that functions as a magic trap. The snare can be made from any supple vine, a thong, or a rope. When you cast snare upon it, the cord-like object blends with its surroundings. Search DC 23 for a character with the trap-finding ability to locate. One end of the snare is tied in a loop that contracts around one or more of the limbs of any creature stepping inside the circle. If a strong and supple tree is nearby, the snare can be fastened to it. The spell causes the tree to bend and then straighten when the loop is triggered, dealing 1d6 points of damage to the creature trapped, and lifting it off the ground by the trapped limb or limbs. If no such tree is available, the cord-like object tightens around the creature, dealing no damage but causing it to be entangled. The snare is magical. To escape, a trapped creature must make a DC 23 escape artist check or a DC 23 strength check that is a full round action. The snare has AC 7 and 5 hit points. A successful escape from the snare breaks the loop and ends the spell. Soften earth and stone. Transmutation. Earth. Level Druid 2. Earth 2. Components VSDF. Casting time 1 standard action. Range close 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Area 10 feet square per level. See that. Duration instantaneous. Saving throw none. Spell resistance no. When this spell is cast, all natural undressed earth or stone in the spell's area is softened. Wet earth becomes thick mud, dry earth becomes loose sand or dirt, and stone becomes soft clay that is easily molded or chopped. You affect a 10-foot square area to a depth of 1 to 4 feet, depending on the toughness or resilience of the ground at that spot. Magical, enchanted, dressed, or worked stone cannot be affected. Earth or stone creatures are not affected. A creature in mud must succeed on a reflex save or be caught for 1d2 rounds and unable to move, attack, or cast spells. A creature that succeeds on its save can move through the mud at half speed, and it can't run nor charge. Loose dirt is not as troublesome as mud, but all creatures in the area can move at only half their normal speed and can't run or charge over the surface. Stone softened into clay does not hinder movement, but it does allow characters to cut, shape, or excavate areas they may not have been able to affect before. While softened earth and stone does not affect dressed or worked stone, cavern ceilings or vertical surfaces such as cliff faces can be affected. Usually this causes a moderate collapse or landslide as the loosened material peels away from the face of the wall or roof and falls. A moderate amount of structural damage can be dealt to a manufactured structure by softening the ground beneath it, causing it to settle. However, most well-built structures will only be damaged by this spell, not destroyed. Damaged. Solid Fog, Conjuration, Creation, Level, Sorcerer, Wizard 4. Components, VSM, Duration, 1 minute per level. Spell Resistance, no. This spell functions like fog cloud, but in addition to obscuring sight, the solid fog is so thick that any creature attempting to move through it progresses at a speed of 5 feet, regardless of its normal speed, and it takes a -2 penalty on all melee attack and melee damage rolls. The vapors prevent effective ranged weapon attacks, except for magic rays and the like. A creature or object that falls into solid fog is slowed, so that each 10 feet of vapor that it passes through reduces falling damage by 1d6. A creature can't take a 5-foot step while in solid fog. However, unlike normal fog, only a severe wind, 31 plus miles per hour, disperses these vapors, and it does so in 1 round. Solid fog can be made permanent with a permanency spell. A permanent solid fog dispersed by wind reforms in 10 minutes. Material component, a pinch of dried powdered peas combined with powdered animal hoof. Whoa. So, solid fog can be made permanent with the permanency spell. So this is solid fog. 12th level, 2000 XP. Song of Discord. Enchantment, compulsion, mind affecting, sonic. Level, Bard 5. Components, VS. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range, medium, 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. Area, creatures within a 20-foot radius spread. Duration, 1 round per level. Saving throw, will, negate. Spell resistance, yes. This spell causes those within the area to turn on each other rather than attack their foes. Each affected creature has a 50% chance to attack the nearest target each round. Roll to determine each creature's behavior every round at the beginning of its turn. A creature that does not attack its nearest neighbor is free to act normally for that round. Song of Discord. Creatures forced by a Song of Discord to attack their fellows employ all methods at their disposal, choosing their deadliest spells and most advantageous combat tactics. They do not, however, harm targets that have fallen unconscious. Soulbind. Necromancy. Level, Cleric 9. Sorcerer, Wizard 9. Components, VSF. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range, close, 25 feet plus 5 feet for 2 levels. Target, corpse. Duration, permanent. Saving throw, will, negate. Spell resistance, no. You draw the soul from a newly dead body and imprison it in a black sapphire gem. That is certainly something I was going to do. The subject must have been dead no more than 1 round per caster level. The soul, once trapped in the gem, cannot be returned through clone, raised dead, reincarnation, resurrection, true resurrection, or even a miracle or wish. Only by destroying the gem or dispelling the spell on the gem can one free the soul, which is then still dead. Focus. A black sapphire of at least 1,000 gold pieces, value for every hit die possessed by the creature whose soul is to be bound. If the gem is not valuable enough, it shatters when the binding is attempted. While creatures have no concept of level or hit dice as such, the value of the gem needed to trap an individual can be researched. Remember that this value can change over time as creatures gain more hit dice. That's crazy. Sound Burst, Evocation, Sonic Level, Bard 2, Cleric 2. Components VSF, DF. Casting time 1, Standard Action. Range, Close. 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Area, 10-foot radius spread. Duration, Instantaneous. Sound Burst, Evocation, Bard 2, Cleric 2. 10-foot radius spread. Duration, Instantaneous. Saving throw. Fortitude, Partial. Spell resistance, yes. You blast an area with a tremendous cacophony. Every creature in the area takes 1d8 points of sonic damage and must succeed on a fortitude save to avoid being stunned for 1 round. Creatures that cannot hear are not stunned, but are still damaged. Arcane Focus, a musical instrument. So, Bard, Sound Burst attack. Okay, Bard Sound Burst attack. Good to know. Speak with Animals, Divination. Bard 3, Druid 1, Ranger 1. Alright, here we go. Components VS. Casting time 1, Standard Action. Range, Personal, Target you. Duration 1 minute per level. You can comprehend and communicate with animals. You are able to ask questions of and receive answers from animals, although the spell doesn't make them any more friendly or cooperative than normal. Furthermore, wary and cunning animals are likely to be terse and evasive, while the more stupid ones make inane comments. If an animal is friendly toward you, it may do some favor or service for you. Speak with Dead, Necromancy, Language Dependent. Level Cleric 3. Components VS, DF. Casting time 10 minutes. Speak with animals is 1 standard action. Range 10 feet. Target 1 dead creature. Duration 1 minute per level. Saving throw will negate. See text. Spell resistance, no. You grant the semblance of life and intellect to a corpse, allowing it to answer several questions that you put to it. You may ask 1 question per 2 caster levels. Unasked questions are wasted if the duration expires. The corpse's knowledge is limited to what the creature knew during life, including the languages it spoke, if any. Answers are usually brief, cryptic, or repetitive. If the creature's alignment was different from yours, the corpse gets a will save to resist the spell as if it were alive. If the corpse had been subject to Speak with Dead within the past week, the new spell fails. You can cast this spell on a corpse that has been deceased for any amount of time, but the body must be mostly intact to be able to respond. A damaged corpse may be able to give partial answers or partially correct answers, but it must at least have a mouth in order to speak at all. This spell does not let you actually speak to the person whose soul is departed. It instead draws upon the imprinted knowledge stored in the corpse. The partially animated body retains the imprint of the soul that once inhabited it, and thus it can speak with all the knowledge that the creature had while alive. The corpse, however, cannot learn new information. Indeed, it can't even remember being questioned. The spell does not affect a corpse that has been turned into an undead creature. That happened in the Bard quest. They killed an enemy and then had to question its corpse. Speak with plants. Divination level. Bard 4, Druid 3, Ranger 2. Alright. Components VS. Casting time 1 standard action. Range personal. Target you. Duration 1 minute per level. You can comprehend and communicate with plants, including both normal plants. Okay, you can comprehend and communicate with plants, including both normal plants and plant creatures. You are able to ask questions of and receive answers from plants. A regular plant's sense of its surroundings is limited, so it won't be able to give or recognize detailed descriptions of creatures or answer questions about events outside its immediate vicinity. The spell doesn't make plant creatures any more friendly or cooperative than normal. Furthermore, wary and cunning plant creatures are likely to be terse and evasive, while the more stupid ones may make inane comments. If a plant creature is friendly toward you, it may do some favor or service for you. I wonder if it could talk to Bulbasaur. And if anybody ever seen those videos of they put electrodes on mushrooms and then have the mushrooms start playing the piano, I swear that one mushroom was shouting "Stop!" Spectral Hand. Necromancy. Level Sorcerer Wizard 2. Components VS. Casting time 1 standard action. Range medium 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. Effect 1 Spectral Hand. Duration 1 minute per level. Saving throw none. Spell resistance no. A ghostly glowing hand shaped from your life force materializes and moves as you desire, allowing you to deliver low-level touch range spells at a distance. On casting the spell, you lose 1d4 hit points and that return when the spell ends, even if it is dispelled, but not if the hand is destroyed. The hit points can be healed as normal. For as long as the spell lasts, any touch range spell of 4th level or lower that you cast can be delivered by the Spectral Hand. The spell gives you a +2 bonus on your melee touch attack roll, and attacking with the hand counts normally as an attack. Okay, so moves as you desire, allowing you to deliver low-level touch range spells. Casting the spell, you lose 1d4 hit points that return when the spell ends. You hand destroy the hand. Any touch range spell of 4th level or lower that you cast can be delivered by the Spectral Hand. The spell gives you a +2 bonus on your melee touch attack roll, and attacking with your hand counts normally as an attack. The hand always strikes from your direction. The hand cannot flank targets like a creature can. After it delivers a spell, goes beyond the spell range, or goes out of your sight, the hand returns to you and hovers. The hand is incorporeal and thus cannot be harmed by normal weapons. It has improved evasion, half damage on a failed reflex save and no damage on a successful save. Your save bonuses and an AC of at least 22. Your intelligence modifier applies to the hand's AC as if it were the hand's dexterity modifier. The hand has 1 to 4 hit points, the same number that you lost in creating it. Next. Alright. Spell immunity. Abjuration. Level Cleric 4, Protection 4, Strength 4. Components VS, DF. Casting time 1, standard action. Range touch. Target creature touch. Duration 10 minutes per level. Saving throw will negate harmless. Spell resistance, yes, harmless. The warded creature is immune to the effects of one specified spell for every 4 levels you have. The spells must be of 4th level or lower. The warded creature effectively has unbeatable spell resistance regarding the specified spell or spells. So you can do more than one. Naturally, that immunity doesn't protect a creature from spells for which spell resistance doesn't apply. Spell immunity protects against spells, spell-like effects of magic items, and innate spell-like abilities of creatures. It does not protect against supernatural or extraordinary abilities, such as breath weapons or gaze attacks. Only a particular spell can be protected against, not a certain domain or school of spells or a group of spells that are similar in effect. A creature can have only one spell immunity or greater spell immunity spell in effect on it at a time. Spell immunity greater, abjuration, level, cleric 8. This spell functions like spell immunity, except the immunity applies to spells of 8th level or lower. A creature can have only one spell immunity or greater spell in effect on it at a time. Spell resistance, abjuration, level, cleric 5, magic 5, protection 5. Components, VS, DF. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range, touch, target, creature touch. Duration, 1 minute per level. Saving throw, will negate, harmless. Spell resistance, yeah, it's harmless. The target creature gains spell resistance equal to 12 plus your caster level. Spell staff, transmutation, level, druid 6. Components of VSF. Casting time, 10 minutes. Range, touch, target, wooden quarterstaff touched. Duration, permanent until discharged, D. Saving throw, will negates, object, spell resistance, yes, object. This is spell staff. You store 1 spell that you can normally cast in a wooden quarterstaff. Only 1 such spell can be stored in a staff at a given time, and you cannot have more than 1 spell staff at any given time. This is Druid 6. You cast a spell stored within a staff just as though it were among those you had prepared, but it does not count against your normal allotment for a given day. Oh, neat. So you could cast a spell on a staff at the beginning of the day when you're preparing your spells, and it gives you an extra slot. You use up any applicable material components required to cast the spell when you store it in the spell staff. Okay, so something with like a complicated focus or a component, yeah. Something with a really complicated component can be put in that staff, and that would be useful. The staff that stores the spell, yeah, the focus is the staff itself. I like this one. I like this one a lot. Spell staff. I don't like the one where you turn a staff into an imp. It's called change staff. Spell turning, abjuration, level, luck 7, magic 7, sorcerer wizard 7. Components, VSMDF. Casting time, 1 standard action. Spell turning, abjuration, range personal, target you, duration until expended or 10 minutes per level. Spells and spell-like effects targeted on you are turned back upon the original caster. Pretty high level spell. But yeah, Osric would certainly cast this on himself. The abjuration turns only spells that have you as a target. Effect and area spells are not affected. Spell turning also fails to stop touch range spells, so Druid would have to attack him with area of effect spells. From 7 to 10, 1d4 plus 6 spells are affected by the turning. The exact number is rolled secretly. When you are targeted by a spell of higher level than the amount of spell turning you have left, that spell is partially. Subtract the amount of spell turning left from the spell level of the incoming spell. Then divide the result by the spell level of the incoming spell to see what fraction of the effect gets through. For damaging spells, you and the caster each make a fraction of the damage. The damaging spells, you and the caster each take a fraction of the damage. For non-damaging spells, each of you has a proportional chance to be affected. If you and a spellcasting attacker are both awarded by spell turning effects in operation, a resonating field is created. Roll randomly to determine the result. D% effect. 1 through 70. Spell drains away without effect. 71 to 80. Spell affects both of you equally at full effect. 81 to 97. Both turning effects are rendered non-functional for 1d4 minutes. 98 to 100. Both of you go through a rift into another plane. Yeah, that one's really great. Spell turning. Yep. I was going to say that. Druid's going to have to use. The Deer of Cynthia. So, arcane material component, a small silver mirror. So you need the mirror to have the spell. So I guess you can have it in your pocket. Spider climb, transmutation. Level, Druid 2, Sorcerer, Wizard 2. Components, VSM. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range, touch. Spider climb, transmutation. Level, Druid 2, Sorcerer, Wizard 2. Spider climb. Oh my goodness, that is cool. I'm writing spider climb. Creature touch, 10 minutes per level. Saving throw will negates harmless. Spell resistance, yes. The subject can climb and travel on vertical surfaces or even traverse ceilings, as well as a spider does. The affected creature must have its hands free to climb in this manner. The subject gains a climb speed of 20 feet. Furthermore, it need not make climb checks to traverse a vertical or horizontal surface, even upside down. A spider climbing creature retains its dexterity bonus to armor class, if any, while climbing, and opponents get no special bonus to their attacks against it. It cannot, however, use the run action while climbing. Material component, a drop of bitumen and a live spider, both of which must be eaten by the subject. Can you put that in the spell staff? Both of us must be eaten. You have to eat the spider. Okay, drink the bitumen. Okay. Spike growth, transmutation. Level, Druid 3, Ranger 2. Components, VSDF. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range, medium, 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. Area, 120-foot square per level. Duration, 1 hour per level. D. Saving throw, reflex, partial. Spell resistance, yes. Any ground covering vegetation in the spell's area becomes very hard and sharply pointed without changing its appearance. In areas of bare earth, roots and rootless act in the same way. Rootlets. Typically, spike growth can be cast in any outdoor setting except open water, ice, heavy snow, sandy desert, or bare stone. So, it's very hard, sharply pointed. Any creature moving on foot into or through the spell's area takes 1d4 points of piercing damage for each 5 feet of movement through the spiked area. It lasts an hour, so you can like make a stronghold. Let's go back where it lists all of them by character class. Any creature that takes damage from this spell must also succeed on a reflex save or suffer injuries to its feet and legs that slow its land speed by 1/2. This speed penalty lasts for 24 hours or until the injured creature receives a cure spell, which also restores lost hit points. Another character can remove the penalty by taking 10 minutes to address the injuries and succeeding on a heal check against the spell's save DC. Spike growth can't be disabled with the disable device skill. Note, magic traps such as spike growth are hard to detect. A rogue only can use the search skill to find spike growth. The DC is 25 plus spell level, or DC 28 for spike growth, or DC 27 for spike growth cast by a ranger. Spike stones, transmutation. Earth. Level. Druid 4. Earth 4. Components. VS. DF. Casting time 1 standard action. Range medium. 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. Area 120 foot square per level. Duration 1 hour per level. Saving throw, reflex, partial. Spell resistance, yes. Rocky ground, stone floors, and similar surfaces shape themselves into long, sharp points that blend into the background. Spiked stones impede progress through an area, then deal damage. Any creature moving on foot into or through the spell's area moves at half speed. So my druid can cast this around herself. In addition, each creature moving through the area takes 1d8 points of piercing damage for each 5 feet of movement through the spiked area. Any creature that takes damage from this spell must also succeed on a reflex save to avoid injuries to its feet and legs. A failed save causes the creature's speed to be reduced to half normal for 24 hours or until the injured creature receives a cure spell, which also restores lost hit points. Another character can remove the penalty by taking 10 minutes to dress the injuries and succeeding on a heal check against the spell's save DC. Spiked stones is a magic trap that can't be disabled with the disable device skill. Note, magic traps such as spike stones are hard to detect. A rogue only can use the search skill to find spike stones. A DC is 25 plus spell level, or DC 29 for spike stones. 1d8 points of piercing damage for each 5 feet of movement. That's useful. Creature that takes damage from this spell will succeed on a reflex. This is a nice area of effects. Spike. Reduced to half normal for 24 hours or until the injured creature receives a cure spell. Spiritual weapon. Evocation force. Level. Cleric 2 or Warrior 2. Component. VSDF. Casting time. You'd think Paladin. You'd think this would be a Paladin spell. VSDF. Casting time 1 standard action. Range medium. 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. Effect. Magic weapon of force. Duration 1 round per level. D. Saving throw. None. Spell resistance. No. A weapon made of pure force springs into existence and attacks opponents at a distance as you direct it, dealing 1d8 force damage per hit. Plus 1 point per 3 caster levels, maximum plus 5 at 15th level. Yeah, I'd let paladins get this. The weapon takes the shape of a weapon favored by your deity or a weapon with some spiritual significance or symbolism to you, and has the same threat range and critical multipliers as a real weapon of its form. It strikes the opponent you designate, starting with 1 attack in the round the spell is cast and continuing each round thereafter on your turn. It uses your base attack bonus, possibly allowing it multiple attacks per round in subsequent rounds, plus your wisdom modifier as its attack bonus. It strikes as a spell, not as a weapon. So, for example, it can damage creatures that have damage reduction. But what about turning spell? As a force effect, it can strike incorporeal creatures without the normal mischance associated with incorporeality. The weapon always strikes from your direction. It does not get a flanking bonus or help a combatant get one. Your feats or combat actions do not affect the weapon. If the weapon goes beyond the spell range, if it goes out of your sight, or if you are not directing it, the weapon returns to you and hovers. Nice. Each round after the first, you can use a move action to redirect the weapon to a new target. If you do not, the weapon continues to attack the previous round target. On any round that the weapon switches targets, it gets 1 attack. Subsequent rounds of attacking that target allow the weapon to make multiple attacks, if your base attack bonus would allow it to. Even if the spiritual weapon is a ranged weapon, use the spell's range, not the weapon's normal range increment, and switching targets is still a move action. A spiritual weapon cannot be attacked or harmed by physical attacks, but dispel magic, disintegrate, a sphere of annihilation, or a rod of cancellation affects it. A spiritual weapon's AC against touch attacks is 12, 10 plus size bonus for a tiny object. If an attacked creature has spell resistance, you make a caster level check. 1d20 plus caster level against that spell resistance the first time the spiritual weapon strikes it. If the weapon is successfully resisted, the spell is dispelled. If not, the weapon has its normal full effect on the creature for the duration of the spell. The weapon that you get is often a force replica of your deity's own personal weapon. Gunning Mjolnir. A cleric without a deity gets a weapon based on his alignment. A neutral cleric without a deity can create a spiritual weapon of any alignment, provided he is acting at least generally in accord with that alignment at the time. The weapons associated with each alignment are as follows: Chaos, battle axe; Evil, light flail; Good, warhammer; Law, long sword. A cleric without a deity. What is the point of a cleric without a deity? Not for real. What? Statue. Transmutation. Level. Sorcerer, Wizard 7. Components. VSM. What was this one? This one was level 2. Do you have to get a deity later? It seems to me that if you're going to be a cleric, you should have a deity. And if not, why not just be a monk then? Statue. Transmutation. Level. Sorcerer, Wizard 7. Components. VSM. Casting time 1 round. Range touch. Target creature touch. Duration 1 hour per level. D. Saving throw. Will negates harms. Spell resistance. Yes. A statue spell turns the subject to solid stone, along with any garments and equipment worn or carried. In statue form, the subject gains hardness 8. The subject retains its own hit points for an hour. The subject can see, hear, and smell normally, but it does not need to eat or breathe. Feeling is limited to those sensations that can affect granite-hard substance of the individual's body. Chipping is equal to a mere scratch, but breaking off one of the statue's arms constitutes serious damage. Oh, break off his nose. Oh no. The subject of a statue spell can return to its normal state, act, and then return instantly to the statue state, a free action, if it so desires, as long as the spell duration is in effect. Material component: lime, sand, and a drop of water stirred by an iron bar, such as a nail or spike. Can return to its normal state, act, and return instantly to the statue state. So this is like a willing thing. It says turns the subject, but it doesn't say it's like a willing or non-willing, but it can return to its normal state. So I guess that's not like a... Okay. If you did that to your opponent, then they would just turn back to normal. Status, divination, cleric. Level, cleric 2. Components, VS. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range touch, targets. 1 living creature touched per 3 levels. Duration, 1 hour per level. Saving throw will negate. Spell resistance, yes. When you need to keep track of comrades who may get separated, status allows you to mentally monitor their relative positions. This is cleric 2? Wow. Mentally monitor their relative positions and general condition. You are aware of direction and distance to the creatures and any conditions affecting them. Unharmed, wounded, disabled, staggered, unconscious, dying, nauseated, panicked, stunned, poisoned, diseased, confused, or the like. Once the spell has been cast upon the subjects, the distance between them and the caster does not affect the spell as long as they are on the same plane of existence. If a subject leaves the plane or if it dies, the spell ceases to function for it. 1 hour per level, so you can do this for an hour. If you need to know where your friend is for an hour, you use that. You would think they would need a focus. Anyway. Stinking Cloud. Conjuration. Creation. Level. Sorcerer. Wizard 3. Components. VSM. Casting time. 1 standard action. Range medium. 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. Effect. Cloud spreads in a 20-foot radius. 20 feet high. Duration. 1 round per level. Saving throw. Fortitude negates. See text. Spell resistance. No. Stinking cloud creates a bank of fog like that created by fog cloud, except that the vapors are nauseating. Living creatures in the cloud become nauseated. This condition lasts for as long as the creature is in the cloud and for 1d4 plus 1 rounds after it leaves. Roll separately for each nauseated character. Any creature that succeeds on its save but remains in the cloud must continue to save each round. On your turn, stinking cloud can be made permanent with a permanency spell. A permanent stinking cloud dispersed by wind reforms in 10 minutes. Material component: a rotten egg or several skunk cabbage leaves. Stone shape. Transmutation earth. Level: Cleric 3, Druid 3, Earth 3, Sorcerer Wizard 5. Components: VSMDF. Casting time 1. Standard action. Range touch. Target stone or stone object touched up to 10 cubic feet plus 1 cubic feet per level. Duration instantaneous. Saving throw none. Spell resistance no. You can form an existing piece of stone into any shape that suits your purpose. While it's possible to make crude coffers, doors, and so forth with stone shape, fine detail is impossible. There's a 30% chance that any shape, including moving parts, simply doesn't work. Arcane material component: soft clay, which must be worked into roughly the desired shape of the stone object and then touched to the stone while the verbal component is uttered. Stone shape. Stone skin. Abjuration. Level: Druid 5, Earth 6, Sorcerer Wizard 4, Strength 6. Components: BSM. Casting time 1. Standard action. Range touch. Target creature touch. Duration 10 minutes per level or until discharged. Saving throw. Will negates. Harmless. Spell resistance. Yes. Harmless. The warded creature gains resistance to blows, cuts, stabs, and slashes. The subject gains damage reduction 10 per adamantine. It ignores the first 10 points of damage each time it takes damage from a weapon, though an adamantine weapon bypasses the reduction. Once the spell has prevented a total of 10 points of damage per caster level, maximum 150 points, it is discharged. Material component: granite and 250 gold pieces worth of diamond dust sprinkled on the target's skin. Druid 5. You're gonna find a lot of diamonds. Stone Tell. Divination. Druid 6. Components: VSDF. Casting time 10 minutes. Range personal target used. Duration 1 minute per level. And there's one of these. Stone skin egg. And stone shape is T. Stone Tell. Level Druid 6. Components: VSDF. Casting time 10 minutes. Range personal target used. Duration 1 minute. You gain the ability to speak with stones, which relate to you, who or what has touched them, as well as revealing what is covered or concealed behind or under them. The stones relate complete descriptions if asked. The stone's perspective, perception, and knowledge may prevent the stone from providing the details you are looking for. You can speak with natural or worked stone. Stone to flesh. Transmutation. Level: Sorcerer Wizard 6. Components: VSM. Casting time 1. Standard action. Range medium, 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. Target: 1 petrified creature or a cylinder of stone from 1 foot to 3 foot in diameter and up to 10 feet long. Duration instantaneous. Saving throw: Fortitude negates. Object: see text. Spell resistance yes. This spell restores a petrified creature to its normal state, restoring life and goods. The creature must make a DC 15 Fortitude save to survive the process. Any petrified creature, regardless of size, can be restored. Sorcerer Wizard 6. The spell also can convert a massive stone to a fleshy substance. Such flesh is inert and lacking in vital life force unless a life force or magical energy is available. For example, this spell would turn a stone golem into a flesh golem but an ordinary statue would become a corpse. You can affect an object that fits within a cylinder from 1 foot to 3 feet in diameter and up to 10 feet long, or a cylinder of up to those dimensions in a larger mass of stone. Material component, a pinch of earth and a drop of blood. You know, it occurs to me that you could theoretically use this to store a soul in. And the duration instantaneous. Okay. Yeah, so what if you have some souls in energy crystals? Can you then put the energy crystals into the flesh? I bet you Osric would try to find out. He's gonna be doing lots of experiments in the campaign. Trapping people just to experiment on them and make them like do spells that counteract each other just to see what happens. Storm of Vengeance. Conjuration summoning level Druid 9, Cleric 9. Components VS. Casting time 1 round. Range long 400 feet plus 40 feet per level. Effect 360 foot radius storm cloud. Duration concentration maximum 10 rounds deep. So 400 feet plus 40 feet per level. 360 foot radius. Concentration maximum 10 rounds deep. Saving throws, C-text. Spell resistance, yes. This spell creates an enormous black storm cloud. Lightning and crashing claps of thunder appear within the storm. Storm. Let me see something. Equipment, combat, magic, and spells. That's undead. 6 level wizard spells. Cleric spells. Fire domain. Cleric domains. Travel domain. 3rd level druid spells. Call lightning and spike stones. Summon nature's ally. Storm of Vengeance 9. I need to look at bookmark on this page. Right. Storm of Vengeance. Conjuration. Summoning. Level Druid 9, Cleric 9s. Components BS. Casting time 1 round. Long. Range long 400 feet plus 40 feet per level. Range. Effect 360 feet radius storm cloud. Duration. Concentration. Maximum 10 rounds. D. Saving throw. C-text. Spell resistance. Yes. This spell creates an enormous black storm cloud. Lightning and crashing claps of thunder appear within the storm. Each creature beneath the cloud must succeed on a fortitude save or be deafened for 1d4 by times 10 minutes. If you do not maintain concentration on the spell after casting it, the spell ends. If you continue to concentrate, the spell generates additional effects in each following round, as noted below. Each effect occurs during your turn. Second round, acid rains down in the area, dealing 1d6 points of acid damage, no save. Third round, you call 6 bolts of lightning down from the cloud. You decide where the bolts strike. No two bolts may be directed at the same target. Each bolt deals 10 d6 points of electricity damage. A creature struck can attempt a reflex save for half damage. Fourth round, hailstones rain down in the area, dealing 5d6 points of bludgeoning damage. No save. 5th through 10th rounds, violent rain and wind gusts reduce visibility. The rain obscures all sight, including dark vision beyond 5 feet. A creature 5 feet away has concealment. Attacks have a 20% mischance. Creatures farther away have total concealment, 50% mischance, and the attacker cannot use sight to locate the target. Speed is reduced by 3/4. Ranged attacks within the area of the storm are impossible. Spells cast within the area are disrupted unless the caster succeeds on a concentration check against a DC equal to the Storm of Vengeance's save DC plus the spell level. Plus the level of the spell caster is trying to cast. Level of the spell the caster is trying to cast. That's amazing. Talking about pulling out the big guns. Suggestion, enchant, compulsion, language dependent, mind affecting, level Bard 2, Sorcerer Wizard 3. Components, VM, casting time, 1 standard action, range, close, 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Target, 1 living creature, duration, 1 hour. Casting suns around. Right. Suggestion, casting time, 1 standard action, range, close, 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Target, 1 living creature, duration, 1 hour per level or until completed. Saving throw will negate spell resistance, yes. You influence the actions of the target creature by suggesting a course of activity limited to a sentence or 2. The suggestion must be worded in such a manner as to make the activity sound reasonable. Asking the creature to do some obviously harmful act automatically negates the effect of the spell. The suggested course of activity can continue for the entire duration. If the suggested activity can be completed in a shorter time, the spell ends when the subject finishes what it was asked to do. You can make your enemy jump rope. You can instead specify conditions that will trigger a special activity during the duration. If the condition is not met before the spell duration expires, the activity is not performed. A very reasonable suggestion causes the save to be made with a penalty such as -1 or -2. Material component, a snake's tongue and either a bit of honeycomb or a drop of sweet oil. A snake's tongue and some honey. And then you can make your enemy jump rope. Let's see, duration 1 hour per level. Casting time is standard action. So they can, as a bard, the component is verbal, and then material, a snake's tongue. So he takes a snake's tongue and a bit of honeycomb, and he sings a song of, hey, you do this thing. Suggestion, mass. Enchantment, compulsion. Language dependent, mind effect. Level, Bard 5, Sorcerer Wizard 6. Range, medium, 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. Targets, 1 creature per level, no 2 of which can be more than 30 feet apart. This spell functions like suggestion, except that it can affect more creatures. The same suggestion applies to all of these creatures. Bard 5, Sorcerer Wizard 6, where suggestion is 2 and 3. Summon instrument, conjuration, summoning level, Bard 0. Components, VS. Casting time, 1 round. Range, 0 feet. Effect, 1 summoned handheld musical instrument. Well, that's handy. Duration, 1 minute per level. D. So you get it for a minute at the beginning. But you start practicing and you start gaining levels. Saving throw, none. Spell resistance, no. Summon instrument. This spell summons 1 handheld musical instrument of your choice. This instrument appears in your hands or at your feet, your choice. The instrument is typical for its type. Only 1 instrument appears per casting, and it will play only for you. You can't summon an instrument too large to be held in 2 hands. No grand piano, then. Summon monster 1. Conjuration, summoning, see text. Level, Bard 1, Cleric 1, Sorcerer Wizard 1. Components, VSF, DF. Casting time, 1 round. Range close, 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Effect, 1 summon creature. Duration, 1 round per level D. Saving throw, none. Spell resistance, no. This spell summons an extraplanar creature, typically an outsider, elemental, or magical beast, native to another plane. It appears where you designate and acts immediately on your turn. It attacks your opponents to the best of its ability. If you can communicate with the creature, you can direct it not to attack particular enemies, or to perform other actions. The spell conjures one of the creatures from the first level list on the accompanying summon monster table. You choose which kind of creature to summon, and you can change that choice each time you cast the spell. A summoned monster cannot summon or otherwise conjure another creature, nor can it use any teleportation or planar travel abilities. Creatures cannot be summoned into an environment that cannot support them. No fish in the air, then. When you use a summoning spell to summon an air, chaotic, earth, evil, fire, good, lawful, or water creature, it is a spell of that type. Arcane focus, a tiny bag and a small, not necessarily lit candle. Tiny bag and a candle to summon a monster. It summons an extraplanar creature. With a bag and a candle, you can summon Monster 2. Conjuration Summoning. See text for Summon Monster 1. Level Bard 2, Cleric 2, Sorcerer Wizard 2. Effect, 1 or more summoned creatures, no 2 of which can be more than 30 feet apart. This spell functions like 1, except that you can summon 1 creature from the second level list or 1d3 creatures of the same kind from the first level list. Summon Monster 3, Conjuration Summoning. Level Bard 3, Cleric 3, Sorcerer 3. Effect, 1 or more summoned creatures, no 2 of which can be more than 30 feet apart. This spell functions like Summon Monster 1, except that you can summon 1 creature from the third level list, 1d3 creatures of the same kind from the second level list, or 1d4 plus 1 creatures of the same kind from the first level list. Summon Monster 4. Conjuration Summon. Bard 4, Cleric 4, Sorcerer 4. 1 or more summon creatures, no 2 30 feet apart. This spell functions like Summon Monster 1, except you can summon 1 creature from the 4th level list. 1d3 creatures of the same kind from the 3rd level list, or 1d4 plus 1 creatures of the same kind from the lower level list. Summon Monster 5. It keeps on like this. Bard 5. Cleric 5. Sorcerer 5. Except that you can summon 1 creature from the 5th level list, 1d3 creatures of the same kind from the 4th level list, or 1d4 plus 1 creatures of the same kind from a lower level list. Summon Monster 6. Conjuration Summon. Bard, Cleric, Sorcerer, Wizard 6. 1 or more summon creatures. The spell functions like Summon Monster 1, except that you summon 1 creature from the 6th level list, 1d3 creatures of the same kind from the 5th level list, or 1d4 plus 1 creatures of the same kind from a lower level list. Summon Monster 7. Cleric 7. Sorcerer Wizard 7. So Bard's now off the list. Summon 1 creature from the 7th. 1d3 creatures of the same kind from the 6th. 1d4 plus 1 creatures of the same kind from lower level. Summon Monster 8. Cleric and Sorcerer Wizard 8. Can summon 1 creature from the 8th level list, 1d3 creatures of the same kind from the 7th level, or 1d4 plus 1 creatures of the same kind from the lower level. Summon Monster 9. Conjuration Summon. Effect. Chaos. Level. Chaos 9. Cleric 9. Evil 9. Good 9. Law 9. And Sorcerer Wizard 9. You can summon 1 creature from the 9th level, 1d3 creatures of the same kind from the 8th level, or 1d4 plus 1 creatures of the same kind from the 7th or lower level list. Summon Monster 1st level. Celestial Dog. LG. Lawful good, I guess. Celestial Owl. Lawful good. Celestial Giant Fire Beetle. Neutral good. Celestial Porpoise. Neutral good. It has a 1 by it. May be summoned only into an aquatic or watery environment. Celestial Badger. Chaotic good. Celestial Monkey. Chaotic good. Fiendish Dire Rat. Lawful evil. Fiendish Raven. Lawful evil. Fiendish Monstrous Centipede. Neutral evil. Medium. Fiendish Monstrous Scorpion. Small. Neutral evil. Fiendish Hawk. Chaotic evil. Fiendish Monstrous Spider. Small. Chaotic evil. Fiendish Octopus can only be summoned into an aquatic or watery environment. Chaotic evil. Fiendish Snake. Small Viper. Chaotic evil. 2nd level. Celestial Giant Bee. Lawful good. Celestial Giant Bombardier Beetle. Neutral good. Celestial Riding Dog. Neutral good. Celestial Eagle. Chaotic good. Lemure Devil. Lawful evil. Fiendish Squid can only be summoned into an aquatic or watery environment. Lawful evil. Fiendish Wolf. Lawful evil. Fiendish Monstrous Centipede. Large. Neutral evil. Fiendish Monstrous Scorpion. Medium. Neutral evil. Fiendish Shark. Medium. In water. Neutral evil. Fiendish Monstrous Spider. Medium. Chaotic evil. Fiendish Snake. Medium. Viper. Chaotic evil. 3rd level. Celestial Black Bear. Lawful good. Celestial Bison. Neutral good. Celestial Dire Badger. Chaotic good. Celestial Hippogriff. Chaotic good. Elemental Small. Any. Neutral. Fiendish Ape. Lawful evil. Fiendish Dire Weasel. Lawful evil. Hellhound. Lawful evil. Fiendish Snake. Constrictor. Lawful evil. They forgot to put the gap there. Fiendish Boar. Neutral evil. Fiendish Dire Bat. Neutral evil. They forgot to hit tab up here. Fiendish Monstrous Centipede. Huge. Neutral evil. Fiendish Crocodile. Chaotic evil. Dretch. Demon. Chaotic evil. Fiendish Snake. Large Viper. Chaotic evil. Fiendish Wolverine. Chaotic evil. 4th level. Archon. Lantern. Lawful good. Celestial Giant Owl. Lawful good. Celestial Giant Eagle. Chaotic good. Celestial Lion. Chaotic good. Mephit. Any. Neutral. Fiendish Direwolf. Lawful evil. Fiendish Giant Wasp. Lawful evil. Fiendish Giant Praying Mantis. Neutral. Fiendish Shark. Large. Only in water. Neutral evil. Yethhound. Neutral evil. Fiendish Monstrous Spider. Large. Chaotic evil. Fiendish Snake. Huge Viper. Chaotic evil. Howler. Chaotic evil. 5th level. Archon Hound. It's a lantern. Archon Hound. Lawful good. Celestial Brown Bear. Lawful good. Celestial Giant Stag Beetle. Neutral good. Celestial Sea Cat in water. Neutral good. Celestial Griffin. Chaotic good. Elemental Medium. Any. Neutral. Acharai. Lawful evil. Devil Bearded. Lawful evil. Fiendish Deinonychus. Lawful evil. Fiendish Dire Ape. Lawful evil. Deinonychus is a dinosaur. Fiendish Dire Boar. Neutral evil. Fiendish Shark. Huge. Neutral evil. It should say in water, right? There's no one here. It should be. Fiendish Monstrous Scorpion. Large. Neutral evil. Shadow Mastiff. Neutral evil. Fiendish Dire Wolverine. Chaotic evil. Fiendish Giant Crocodile. Chaotic evil. Fiendish Tiger. Chaotic evil. 6th level. Celestial Polar Bear. Lawful good. Celestial Orca Whale in water. Neutral good. Bralani. Eladrin. Chaotic good. Celestial Dire Lion. Chaotic good. Elemental Large. Any. Neutral. Jenny. Neutral. Chaos Beast. Chaotic neutral. Devil. Chain. Lawful evil. Jill. Lawful evil. Fiendish Monstrous Centipede. Gargantuan. Neutral evil. Fiendish Rhinoceros. Neutral evil. Fiendish Elasmosaurus in water. Chaotic evil. Fiendish Monstrous Spider. Huge. Chaotic evil. Fiendish Snake. Giant Constrictor. chaotic evil. 7th level, celestial elephant, lawful good. Avoral, cardinal, neutral good. Celestial baleen whale in water, neutral good. Jinn, chaotic good. This is a Jenny, and that is a Jinn up there. So elemental, huge, any, neutral. Invisible stalker, neutral. Devil, bone, lawful evil. Fiendish, mega raptor, lawful evil. Fiendish monstrous scorpion, huge, neutral evil. Babao, demon, chaotic evil. Fiendish giant octopus in water, chaotic evil. Fiendish Garalon, chaotic evil. 8th level, celestial dire bear, lawful good. Celestial catch-a-lot whale in water, neutral good. Celestial triceratops, neutral good. Liland, chaotic good. Elemental, greater, any, neutral. Fiendish giant squid in water, lawful evil. Hellcat, lawful evil. Fiendish monstrous centipede, colossal, neutral evil. Fiendish dire tiger, chaotic evil. Fiendish monstrous spider, gargantuan, chaotic evil. Fiendish tyrannosaurus, chaotic evil. Vrock, demon, chaotic evil. 9th level. Quattle, lawful good. Leonal, cardinal, neutral good. Celestial rock, chaotic good. Elemental, elder, any, neutral. Devil, barbed, lawful evil. Fiendish dire shark in water, neutral evil. Fiendish monstrous scorpion, gargantuan, neutral evil. Night hag, neutral evil. Bebilith, demon, chaotic evil. Fiendish monstrous spider, colossal, chaotic evil. Hezru, demon, chaotic evil. And that's it. Maybe someone will need to aquatic or water environment. Goodness. Get a drink. Summon nature's ally. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Conjuration summoning. Level Animal 8, Druid 8. Effect 1 or more creatures. No two of which can be more than 30 feet apart. This spell functions like Summon Nature's Ally 1, except you can summon 1 8th level creature, 1d3 7th level creatures of the same kind, or 1d4 lower level creatures of the same kind. When you use a summoning spell to summon an air, chaotic, earth, evil, fire, good, lawful, or water creature, that it is a spell of that type. 9. This spell functions like it 1, except you can summon 1 9th level creature, 1d3 8th level creatures of the same kind, or 1d4 plus 1 lower level creatures of the same kind. When uses it's the same. It'll be a bunch of repetition. I don't know why they didn't write it better. So, Conjuration Summoning. Level Druid 1, Ranger 1. Components VS, DF. Casting time 1 round. Range close 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Effect 1 summon creature. Duration 1 round per level. D. Saving throw none. Spell resistance no. This spell summons a natural creature. It appears where you designate and acts immediately. On your turn, it attacks your opponents to the best of its ability. If you can communicate with the creature, you can direct it not to attack particular enemies, or to perform other actions. A summon monster cannot summon or otherwise conjure another creature, nor can it use any teleportation or planar travel abilities. Creatures cannot be summoned into an environment that cannot support them. The spell conjures one of the creatures from the first level list on the accompanying Summon Nature's Ally table. You choose which kind of creature to summon, and you can change that choice each time you cast the spell. All the creatures on the table are neutral unless otherwise noted. Alright, so number 2, you can summon 1 second level creature or 1d3 first level creatures. 3, more than 30 feet apart, you can summon 1 third level 1d3 second level of the creature of the same kind, or 1d4 plus 1 first level creatures of the same kind. 4. Animal, druid, 4, ranger, 4. And 3 was druid, 3, ranger, 3. This one's animal, 4, druid, 4, ranger, 4. So, one more creature. You can summon 1 4th level creature, 1d3 third level creatures of the same kind, and 1d4 plus 1 lower level creatures of the same kind. So it's the same. 5, druid, 5. You can summon 1 5th level, 1d3 plus 4th level, 1d4 plus 1 lower level. Druid, 6. You can summon 6th level, 1d3 5th level, 1d4 plus 1 lower level. 7, druid, 7. 1d3, 1d4 plus 1. Summon nature's ally first level. Dire rat, eagle, animal, monkey, animal, octopus. I'm sure that's gonna say something about it needing to be in the water. Yeah. Maybe something only in aquatic environment. And an asterisk says can cast irresistible dance. Okay. So dire rat, eagle, animal, monkey, animal, octopus, animal, owl, animal, porpoise in water, animal, snake, small viper, animal, wolf, second level. Bear, black, crocodile, dire badger, dire bat, elemental, small, any, hippogriff, shark, medium in water, snake, medium viper, squid in water, wolverine, third level, ape, dire weasel, dire wolf, eagle, giant, neutral good, lion, owl, giant, neutral good, satyr, chaotic neutral without pipes, shark, large in water, snake, constrictor, snake, large viper, foca. Fourth level, arrowhawk, juvenile, bear, brown, crocodile, giant, Deinonychus, dire ape, dire boar, dire wolverine, elemental, medium, any, salamander, flame brother, neutral evil, sea cat in water, shark, huge in water, snake, huge viper, tiger, Tojanida, juvenile in water, unicorn, chaotic good, corn, minor, horn. Fifth level, arrowhawk, adult, bear, polar animal, dire lion, Elasmosaurus in water, dinosaur, elemental, large, any, griffin, Jenny, rhinoceros animal, satyr, chaotic neutral with pipes. That's in fifth level. Snake, giant constrictor, nixie, sprite, Tojania, adult in water, whale, orca, animal in water. Sixth level, dire bear, elemental, huge, any, elephant, animal, Garalin, mega raptor, dinosaur, octopus, giant in water, animal. Pixie can cast dancing, sprite, neutral good, no special arrows. Can't see that, but that one was Pixie, Sprite, which we're going sleep and memory. Okay. Can cast irresistible dance. Alright. Salamander, average, neutral evil. Whale, baleen in water. Corn, average. Can't cast irresistible dance. For that one, okay. Can't cast it. It's here. 7th level, Arrowhawk, elder. Dire tiger, elemental, greater. Jenny, neutral good. Invisible stalker, pixie, sprite. Neutral good with sleep arrows. Can't cast irresistible dance. Squid, giant in water, animal. Triceratops, dinosaur. Tyrannosaurus, dinosaur. Whale. Cachalot in water, animal. Corn, elder. Okay, so this pixie, the 7th level pixie, can't cast irresistible dance. 8th level, dire shark, 1. In water, rock, salamander, noble, neutral evil. Togiantia, elder. 9th level, elemental, elder. Grieg, neutral good with fiddle, sprite. Pixie, sprite, neutral good with sleep and memory loss arrows. Unicorn, celestial, charger. Can cast irresistible dance. Maybe summon only into a water environment. Okay, so this pixie, the 9th level pixie, can cast irresistible dance. Summon Swarm, Conjuration, Summoning. Level, Bard 2, Druid 2, Sorcerer Wizard 2. Components, VSMDF. Casting time, 1 round. Range, close, 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 caster levels. Effect, 1 swarm of bats, rats, or spiders. Duration, concentration, plus 2 rounds. Saving throw, none. Spell resistance, no. Bats, rats, or spiders. And this is 2. Your choice, which attacks all other creatures within its area. You may summon the swarm so that it shares the area of other creatures. If no living creatures are within its area, the swarm attacks or pursues the nearest creature as best it can. The caster has no control over its target or direction of travel. Arcane material component, a square of red cloth. Okay. Sunbeam. Evocation. Light. Level. Druid 7, Sun 7. Components, VSDF. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range, 60 feet. Area, line from your hand. Duration, 1 round per level or until all beams are exhausted. Saving throw. Reflex negates and reflex half. See text. Spell resistance, yes. For the duration of this spell, you can use a standard action to evoke a dazzling beam of intense light each round. You can call forth 1 beam per 3 caster levels, maximum 6 beams at 18th level. The spell ends when its duration runs out, or your allotment of beams is exhausted. Each creature in the beam is blinded and takes 4d6 points of damage. Any creatures to which sunlight is harmful or unnatural take double damage. A successful reflex save negates the blindness and reduces the damage by half. An undead creature caught within the beam takes 1d6 points of damage per caster level, maximum 20d6, or half damage if a reflex save is successful. In addition, the beam results in the destruction of any undead creature specifically harmed by bright light if it fails its save. The ultraviolet light generated by the spell deals damage to fungi, mold, oozes, and slimes, just as if they were undead creatures. Sunburst. Evocation light. Level, Druid 8, Sorcerer Wizard 8, Sun 8. Components, VSMDF. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range, long, 400 feet plus 40 feet per level. Area, 80-foot radius burst. Duration, instantaneous. Saving throw, reflex, partial, see text. Spell resistance, yes. Sunburst causes a globe of searing radiance to explode silently from a point you select. All creatures in the globe are blinded and take 66 points of damage. A creature to which sunlight is harmful or unnatural takes double damage. A successful reflex save negates the blindness and reduces the damage by half. An undead creature caught within the globe takes 1d6 points of damage per caster level, maximum 25d6, or half damage if a reflex save is successful. In addition, the burst results in the destruction of any undead creature specifically harmed by bright light if it failed its save. If it fails, it's safe. The ultraviolet light generated by the spell deals damage to fungi, mold, oozes, and slimes just as if they were undead creatures. Sunburst dispels any darkness spells of lower than 9th level within its area. Arcane material component, a piece of sunstone and a naked flame. Symbol of death, necromancy. Death. Level, cleric 8, sorcerer wizard 8. Components, VSM. Casting time, 10 minutes. No. What's wrong now? No, stop making noise. Stop making noise. Oh. Oh, y'all are supposed to be relaxing, not fighting over things. Now go put that up. Now, go put it up and go to bed. You're disobeying mommy. Oh, did she hurt your feelings? Oh, thank you. I wish I could have been quiet when y'all were pushing my button. If I could just be quiet, that would be, it would just, then y'all wouldn't have been able to just keep on being mean to me if I was quiet, right? Do I need to yell at y'all? Do I need to yell at him? Or if I just be quiet, will he just shut up and fucking stop? Maybe if I just be quiet, he can stop. But no, you gotta push buttons, sit in there, follow me. You know, you can bite the buttons off so that he can't push them. I can be quiet and let him run his stupid mouth. And just ignore him. That would be nice if I could just ignore his stupidity. I really wish I could just ignore his stupidity when he starts running his stupid yap. If I could just not hear it, that'd be great. If I could just be quiet because I can't hear it. That would be so great. I could just not hear him and not react to his stupidity. That would just be so great. Cry baby. Oh, sad boy, can you just lay down and be quiet? How is that so hard? Just lay down and be quiet. No, leave her alone. Leave sister alone. Just leave sister alone. Lay down and be quiet. Night time. Night. Symbol of death. Necromancy. Death. Level. Cleric 8. Sorcerer Wizard 8. Components. VSM. Casting time 10 minutes. Range 0 feet. See text. Effect. 1 symbol. Duration. See text. Saving throw. Fortitude negates. Spell resistance. Yes. This spell allows you to ascribe a potent rune of power upon a surface. When triggered, a symbol of death slays one or more creatures within 60 feet of the symbol. Treat as a burst, whose combined total current hit points do not exceed 150. The symbol of death affects the closest creatures first, skipping creatures with too many hit points to affect. Once triggered, this symbol becomes active and glows, lasting for 10 minutes per caster level or until it has affected 150 hit points worth of creatures, whichever comes first. Any creature that enters the area while a symbol of death is active is subject to its effect, whether or not that creature was in the area when it was triggered. So, effect 1 symbol. Duration. Components. Casting time 10 minutes. Active subject to its effect, whether or not that creature was in the area when it was triggered. A creature needs save against the symbol only once, as long as it remains within the area, though if it leaves the area and returns while the symbol is still active, it must save again. Until it is triggered, the symbol of death is inactive, though visible and legible at a distance of 60 feet. To be effective, a symbol of death must always be placed in plain sight and in a prominent location. Covering or hiding the rune renders the symbol of death ineffective, unless a creature removes the covering, in which case the symbol of death works normally. So, the spell allows you to describe a potent rune of power upon a surface. When triggered, it slays one or more creatures. Combined total, the symbol affects closest creatures. One or more creatures within 60 feet.
Skipping creatures. Too many hit points. Symbol becomes active and glows. Symbol of death is certainly something. That was really cool. Not neat. Until it is triggered, the symbol of death is inactive, though visible and legible at a distance of 60 feet. Once it's triggered, the symbol becomes active and glows. Each creature moves in which case it works normally. As a default, a symbol of death is triggered whenever a creature does one or more of the following as you select: looks at the rune, reads the rune, touches the rune, passes over the rune, or passes through a portal bearing the rune. Regardless of the trigger method or methods chosen, a creature more than 60 feet from a symbol of death can't trigger it, even if it meets one or more of the triggering conditions, such as reading the rune. Once the spell is cast, a symbol of death's triggering conditions cannot be changed. In this case, reading the rune means any attempt to study it, identify it, or fathom its meaning. Throwing a cover over a symbol of death to render it inoperative triggers it if the symbol reacts to touch. You can't use a symbol of death offensively. For instance, a touch-triggered symbol of death remains untriggered if an item bearing the symbol of death is used to touch a creature. Likewise, a symbol of death cannot be placed on a weapon and set to activate when the weapon strikes a foe. Oh well. You can also set special triggering limitations of your own. These can be as simple or as elaborate as you desire. Special conditions for triggering a symbol of death can be based on a creature's name, identity, or alignment, but otherwise must be based on observable actions or qualities intangible such as level, class, hit dice, and hit points don't qualify. When inscribing a symbol of death, you can specify a password or phrase that prevents a creature from using it from triggering the effect. Anyone using the password remains immune to that particular rune's effect so long as the creature remains within 60 feet of the rune. If the creature leaves the radius and returns later, it must use the password again. You also can attune any number of creatures to the symbol of death, but doing this can extend the casting time. Attuning 1 or 2 creatures takes negligible time, and attuning a small group, as many as 10 creatures, extends the casting time to 1 hour. Attuning a large group, as many as 25 creatures, takes 24 hours. Attuning larger groups takes proportionally longer. Any creature attuned to a symbol of death cannot trigger it and is immune to its effects, even if within its radius when triggered. You are automatically considered attuned to your own symbols of death, and thus always ignore the effects and cannot inadvertently trigger them. Read Magic allows you to identify a symbol of death with a DC 19 spellcraft check. Of course, if the symbol of death is set to be triggered by reading it, this will trigger the symbol. A symbol of death can be removed by a successful dispel magic targeted solely on the rune. An erase spell has no effect on a symbol of death. Destruction of the surface where the symbol of death is inscribed destroys the symbol, but also triggers it. Symbol of death can be made permanent with a permanency spell. A permanent symbol of death that is disabled or that has affected its maximum number of hit points becomes inactive for 10 minutes, then can be triggered again as normal. Note, magic traps such as symbol of death are hard to detect and disable. A rogue only can use the search skill to find a symbol of death and disable device to thwart it. The DC in each case is 25 plus spell level or 33 for a symbol of death. Material component mercury and phosphorus plus powdered diamond and opal with a total value of at least 5,000 gold pieces each. Diamond and opal. Mercury. And phosphorus. Oh, goodness, that's a difficult spell.
Symbol of fear. Necromancy. Fear. Mind affecting. Level Cleric 6, Sorcerer Wizard 6. Saving throw will negate. This spell functions like Symbol of Death, except all creatures within 60 feet of the Symbol of Fear instead become panicked for 1 round per cast level. Note, magic traps such as Symbol of Fear, hard to detect. The DC in each case is 25 plus per spell level, or 31 for Symbol of Fear. Material component, mercury and phosphorus, plus powdered diamond and opal, with a total value of at least 1,000 gold pieces. Symbol of Insanity. Enchantment, compulsion, mind affecting. Level Cleric 8, Sorcerer Wizard 8. Will negate. This spell functions like Symbol of Death, and instead become permanently insane as the Insanity spell. Unlike Symbol of Death, Symbol of Insanity has no hit point limit. Once triggered, a Symbol of Insanity simply remains active for 10 minutes per cast level. Note, magic traps are hard to detect. You can use search skill to find it, and disable device to thwart it. The DC in each case is 25 plus spell level, or 33 for Symbol of Insanity. Mercury and phosphorus, got powdered diamond, and opal material components. Symbol of Pain. Necromancy, evil. Cleric 5, Sorcerer Wizard 5. Race suffers racking pains that impose -4 penalty on attack rolls, skill checks, and ability checks. Attack rolls. These effects last for 1 hour after the creature moves farther than 60 feet from the symbol. Unlike Death, Pain has no hit point limit. Once triggered, it simply remains active for 10 minutes per caster level. And DC to thwart it is 25 plus spell level, 30 for Symbol of Pain. Mercury and phosphorus, powdered diamond, and opal. Symbol of Persuasion, enchantment, charm, mind affecting. Cleric 6, Sorcerer 6, will negate. This spell functions like Symbol of Death, except all creatures within the radius of Symbol of Persuasion instead become charmed by the caster as the charm monster spell for 1 hour per caster level. He definitely casts this in his castle. Unlike Symbol of Death, Symbol of Persuasion has no hit point limit. It simply remains active. 30. The DC, okay, so to find Symbol of Persuasion to disable device to thwart it, the DC in each case is 25 plus spell level, or 31 for Symbol of Persuasion. 5,000 gold pieces worth of mercury and phosphorus, powdered diamond, and opal. Material components. Symbol of Sleep. Enchantment, compulsion, mind affecting. Persuasion, sleep. So, compulsion, mind affecting. Cleric 5, Sorcerer 5 will negates. This spell functions, except all creatures of 10 hit dice or less within 60 feet of the Symbol of Sleep instead fall into a catatonic slumber for 3d6 times 10 minutes. Unlike with the sleep spell, sleeping creatures cannot be awakened by non-magical means before this time expires. Unlike Symbol of Death, Symbol of Sleep has no hit point limit. Once triggered, a Symbol of Sleep simply remains active for 10 minutes per caster level. Note, magic traps such as Symbol of Sleep are hard to detect. A rogue can use search skill to find a Symbol of Sleep and disable device to thwart it. The DC in each case is 25 plus spell level, or 30 for Symbol of Sleep. Material component. Mercury and phosphorus plus powdered diamond and opal with a total value of at least 1,000 pieces. Symbol of Stunning. Cleric 7, Sorcerer Wizard 7 will negate. This spell functions like Symbol of Death, except all creatures within 60 feet become stunned for 1d6 rounds. 1d6 or 32. 5,000 gold piece total. Material component value. Mercury and phosphorus and powdered diamond and opal. Symbol of Weakness. Necromancy. Level Cleric 7, Sorcerer Wizard 7. Same symbol of death, except that every creature within 60 feet of a symbol of weakness instead suffers crippling weakness that deals 3d6 points of strength damage. It has no hit point limit. It remains active for 10 minutes. 25 plus spell level, or 32 for symbol of weakness. 5,000 gold piece value of material components. And then that was the end of that. Sympathetic vibration. Evocation. Evocation Sonic Bard 6. Components VSF. Casting time 10 minutes. Range touch. Target 1 freestanding structure. Duration up to 1 round per level. Saving throw. None. Spell resistance, yes. By attuning yourself to a freestanding structure, you can create a damaging vibration within it. Once it begins, the vibration deals 2d10 points of damage per round to the target structure. Hardness has no effect on the spell's damage. You can choose at the time of casting to limit the duration of the spell, otherwise it lasts for 1 round per level. If the spell is cast upon a target that is not freestanding, the surrounding stone dissipates the effect and no damage occurs. Sympathetic vibration cannot affect creatures, including constructs. Since a structure is an unattended object, it gets no saving throw to resist the effect. Focus a tuning fork. Sympathy, enchantment, compulsion, mind effect. Level Druid 9, Sorcerer Wizard 8. Enchantment. Compulsion, mind effect. Level Druid 9, Sorcerer Wizard 8. Components VSM. Casting time 1 hour. Range close 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Target 1 location to a 10-foot cube per level or 1 object. Duration 2 hours per level. D. Saving throw will negate. See text. Spell resistance, yes. You can cause an object or location to emanate magical vibrations that attract either a specific kind of intelligent creature or creatures of a particular alignment as defined by you. The particular kind of creature to be affected must be named specifically. A creature subtype is not specific enough. Likewise, the specific alignment must be named. Creatures of the specified kind or alignment feel elated and pleased to be in the area or desire to touch or to possess the object. The compulsion to stay in the area or touch the object is overpowering. If the save is successful, the creature is released from the enchantment, but a subsequent save must be made 1d6 times 10 minutes later. If this save fails, the affected creature attempts to return to the area or object. Sympathy counters and dispels antipathy. Material component 1,500 gold pieces worth of crushed pearls and a drop of honey. Pearls and honey. Why crushed?
Start running when that kid go to bed.
Oh, no. They're bad.
We need that's real.
What?
I'm getting chicken sleep.
Telekinesis, transmutation, level sorcerer, wizard 5. Components, VS, casting time, 1 standard action. Range, long, 400 feet plus 40 feet per level. Target or targets, see text. Duration, concentration up to 1 round per level or instantaneous, see text. Saving throw, will negates, object or none, see text. Spell resistance, yes, object. You move objects or creatures by concentrating on them. Depending on the version selected, the spell can provide a gentle, sustained force, perform a variety of combat maneuvers, or exert a single, short, violent thrust. Sustained force. A sustained force moves an object weighing no more than 25 pounds per caster level, maximum 375 pounds at 15th level, up to 20 feet per round. A creature can negate the effect on an object it possesses with a successful will save or with spell resistance. This version of the spell can last 1 round per caster level, but it ends if you cease concentration. The weight can be moved vertically, horizontally, or in both directions. An object cannot be moved beyond your range. The spell ends if the object is forced beyond the range. If you cease concentration for any reason, the object falls or stops. An object can be telekinetically manipulated as if with one hand. For example, a lever or rope can be pulled, a key can be turned, an object rotated, and so on. It is transmutation. If the force required is within the weight limitation, you might even be able to untie simple knots, though delicate activities such as these require intelligence checks. So, For example, a lever or rope can be pulled, a key can be turned, an object rotated, and so on if the force required is within the weight limitation. So a really heavy lever or door probably couldn't be, but normally weighted doors and stuff. And tie simple knots. Combat maneuver. Intelligence check. Honor would certainly. Alternatively, combat maneuver. Once per round, you can use telekinesis to perform a bull rush, disarm, grapple, including pin, or trip. Resolve these attempts as normal, except that they don't provoke attacks of opportunity. You use your caster level in place of your base attack bonus for disarm and grapple. You use your intelligence modifier if a wizard, or charisma modifier if a sorcerer, in place of your strength or dexterity modifier, and a failed attempt doesn't allow a reactive attempt by the target, such as for disarm or trip. No save is allowed against these attempts, but spell resistance applies normally. This version of the spell can last 1 round per caster level, but ends if you cease concentration. Violent Thrust. Alternatively, the spell energy can be spent in a single round. You can hurl 1 object or creature per caster level, maximum 15, that are within range and all within 10 feet of each other toward any target within 10 feet per level of all the objects. You can hurl up to a total weight of 25 pounds per caster level, maximum 375 pounds at 15th level. You must succeed on attack rolls, 1 per creature or object thrown, to hit the target with the items, using your base attack bonus plus your intelligence modifier, if a wizard, or charisma modifier, if a sorcerer. Say sorcerer. Weapons cause standard damage with no strength bonus. Note that arrows or bolts deal damage as daggers of their size when used in this manner. Other objects cause damage ranging from 1 point for 25 pounds for less dangerous objects to 1d6 points of damage per 25 pounds for hard, dense objects. Creatures who fall within the weight capacity of the spell can be hurled, but they are allowed will saves and spell resistance to negate the effect, as are those whose held possessions are targeted by the spell. If a telekinetic creature is hurled against a solid surface, it takes damage as if it had fallen 10 feet, 1d6 points. Like Saruman did to Gandalf. Telekinetic sphere. Evocation force. Level. Sorcerer, Wizard 8. Components. VSM. Casting time. 1 standard action. Range close. 25 feet plus 5 feet per level. Per 2 levels. Effect. 1 foot diameter per level sphere centered around creatures or objects. Duration. 1 minute per level. The saving throw. Reflex. Negates. Object. Spell resistance. Yes. Object. This spell functions like Resilient Sphere, with the addition that the creatures or objects inside the globe are nearly weightless. Anything contained within a telekinetic sphere weighs only 1/16 of its normal weight. You can telekinetically lift anything in the sphere that normally weighs 5,000 pounds or less. The telekinetic control extends from you out to medium range, 100 feet, plus 10 feet per caster level, after the sphere has succeeded in encapsulating its contents. You can move objects or creatures in the sphere that weigh a total of 5,000 pounds or less by concentrating on the sphere. You can begin moving a sphere in the round after casting the spell. If you concentrate on doing so, a standard action, you can move the sphere as much as 30 feet in a round. If you cease concentrating, the sphere does not move in that round, if on a level surface, or descends at its falling rate if aloft, until it reaches a level surface or the spell's duration expires, or you begin concentrating again. If you cease concentrating voluntarily or due to failing a concentration check, you can resume concentrating on your next turn or any later turn during the spell's duration. Duration. The sphere falls at a rate of only 60 feet per round, which is not fast enough to cause damage to the contents of the sphere. You can move the sphere telekinetically even if you are in it. Material component: a hemispherical piece of clear crystal, a matching hemispherical piece of gum arabic, and a pair of small bar magnets. Goodness. Fear. And now. Clear crystal. Gum Arabic. And that is. Telepathic bond. Divination. Sorcerer Wizard 5. Components VSM. Casting time 1 standard action. Range close 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Targets you plus 1 willing creature per 3 levels, no 2 of which can be more than 30 feet apart. Duration 10 minutes per level. Saving throw none. Spell resistance none. You forge a telepathic bond among yourself and a number of willing creatures, each of which must have an intelligence score of 3 or higher. Each creature included in the link is linked to all the others. The creatures can communicate telepathically through the bond, regardless of language. No special power or influence is established as a result of the bond. Once the bond is formed, it works over any distance, although not from one plane to another. If desired, you may leave yourself out of the telepathic bond forged. This decision must be made at the time of casting. Telepathic bond can be made permanent with a permanency spell, though it only bonds 2 creatures per casting of permanency. Material component: pieces of eggshell from 2 different kinds of creatures. Telepathic. Let's go back to the permanency spell. So symbols: 16, 13, 14, 16, 15. Thousands of XP. Teleportation circle, 17th, 4,500. Wall of Fire, 12th, 2,000. Wall of Force, 13th, 2,500. And Web, 10th, 1,000. Telepathic Bond, 13th, 2,500 XP. Resistance, 9th, 500. Reduced Person. A lot of XP. Each creature included in the link is linked to all the others. The creatures can communicate to me. Alright, so telepathic bond can only be permanent between 2, but not permanent. You can forge a telepathic bond among yourself and a number of willing creatures, each of which must have an intelligence score of 3 or higher. Each creature included in the link is linked to all the others. The creatures can communicate telepathically through the bond, regardless of language. Wizard 5. No special power or influence is established as a result of the bond. Once the bond is formed, it works over any distance, although not from one plane to another. If desired, you may leave yourself out of the telepathic bond forged. This decision must be made at the time of casting, and it can be made permanent with a whole lot of XP. Material component: pieces of eggshell from 2 different kinds of creatures. Teleport, conjuration, teleportation. Level Sorcerer Wizard 5, travel 5, components V. Casting time 1 standard action. Range, personal, and touch. Target you and touched objects or other touched willing creatures. Duration instantaneous. Saving throw none and will negates object. Spell resistance no and yes. This spell instantly transports you to a designated destination, which may be as distant as 100 miles per caster level. So 5. Interplanar travel is not possible. You can bring along objects as long as their weight doesn't exceed your maximum load. You may also bring 1 additional willing medium or smaller creature carrying gear or objects up to its maximum load, or its equivalent, see below, per 3 caster levels. A large creature counts as 2 medium creatures. A huge creature counts as 2 large creatures, and so forth. All creatures to be transported must be in contact with one another, and at least one of those creatures must be in contact with you. As with all spells where the range is personal and the target is you, you need not make a saving throw, nor is spell resistance applicable to you. Only objects held or in use attended by another person receive saving throws and spell resistance. You must have some clear idea of the location and layout of the destination. The clearer your mental image, the more likely the teleportation works. Areas of strong physical or magical energy may make teleportation more hazardous or even impossible. To see how well the teleportation works, roll a D% and consult the teleport table. Refer to the following information for definitions of the terms on the table. So, familiarity. Very familiar is a place where you have been very often and where you feel at home. Studied carefully is a place you know well, either because you can currently see it, or you've been there often, or you have used other means, such as scrying, to study the place for at least 1 hour. Seen casually is a place that you have seen more than once, but with which you are not very familiar. Viewed once is a place that you have seen once, possibly using magic. False destination is a place that does not truly exist, or if you are teleporting to an otherwise familiar location that no longer exists, such or has been so completely altered as to no longer be familiar to you. When traveling to a false destination, roll 1d20 plus 80 to obtain results on the table, rather than rolling d%. Since there is no real destination for you to hope to arrive at or even be off target from. On target, you appear where you want to be. Off target, you appear safely a random distance away from the destination in a random direction. Distance off target is 1d10 times 1d10% of the distance that was to be traveled. The direction off target is determined randomly. Similar area, you wind up in an area that's visually or thematically similar to that target area. Generally, you appear in the closest similar place within range. If no such area exists within the spell's range, the spell simply fails instead. Blow me to Bermuda. Mishap. You and anyone else teleporting with you have gotten scrambled. You each take 1d10 points of damage, and you re-roll on the chart to see where you wind up. For these re-rolls, roll 1d20 plus 80. Each time mishap comes up, the characters take more damage and must re-roll. So, familiarity. Very familiar, studied carefully, seen casually, viewed once, false destination. 1d20 plus 80. So, familiarity. Very familiar, on target, 1 to 97. Studied carefully, 1 to 94. Seen casually, 1 to 88. Viewed once, 1 to 76. Off target, 98 to 99. Studied carefully, 95 to 97. Seen casually, 98 to 94. Viewed once, 77 to 88. Similar area, 100. Okay. Studied carefully, 98 to 99. 95 to 98, 89 to 96. False destination, 81 to 92. Mishap, 100, studied carefully, 100. Seen casually, 99 to 100. Viewed once, 97 to 100. False destination, 93 to 100. Each time mishap comes up, the characters must take more damage and must reroll. Okay, wait, how do you know that? How do you know mishap? 100. So if you roll really high, you get mishaps and false destinations. Teleport object. Conjuration, teleportation, level sorcerer, wizard 7. Range touch. Target. One touched object of up to 50 pounds per level and 3 cubic feet level. Saving throw will negate object. Spell resistance, yes, object. This spell functions like teleport, except that it teleports an object, not you. Creatures and magical forces cannot be teleported. If desired, the target object can be sent to a distant location on the ethereal plane. In this case, the point from which the object was teleported remains faintly magical until the item is retrieved. A successful targeted dispel magic spell cast on that point brings the vanished item back from the ethereal plane. See and teleport object. Or teleport. 5 or 7. Teleport object. Teleport object, not you. Okay, the ethereal plane. Teleport greater. Conjuration, teleportation. Level sorcerer wizard 7, travel 7. If this spell functions like teleport, except that there is no range limit and there is no chance you arrive off target. In addition, you need not have seen the destination, but in that case, you must have at least a reliable description of the place to which you are teleporting. In addition, you need not have seen the destination, but you must have a reliable description to the place to which you are teleporting. If you attempt to teleport with insufficient information or with misleading information, you disappear and simply reappear in your original location. Interplanar travel is not possible. Teleportation circle, conjuration. Teleportation level, sorcerer wizard 9. Components VM. Casting time 10 minutes, range 0 feet, effect 5-foot radius circle that teleports those who activate. Duration 10 minutes per level. D. Saving throw none. Spell resistance yes. You create a circle on the floor or other horizontal surface that teleports as greater teleport. Any creature who stands on it to a designated spot. Once you designate the destination for the circle, you can't change it. No. The spell fails if you attempt to set the circle to teleport creatures into a solid object, to a place with which you are not familiar, and have no clear description, or to another plane. The circle itself is subtle and nearly impossible to notice. If you intend to keep creatures from activating it accidentally, you need to mark the circle in some way. Teleportation circle can be made permanent with a permanency spell. A permanent teleportation circle that is disabled becomes inactive for 10 minutes. Then can be triggered again as normal. Note, magic traps, such as teleportation circle, are hard to detect and disable. A rogue only can use search skill to find the circle and disable device to thwart it. The DC in each case is 25 plus spell level, or 34 in the case of the teleportation circle. Material component, amber dust to cover the area of the circle cost 1,000 pieces. Amber. Temporal stasis. Transmutation. Level, Sorcerer Wizard 8. Components, VSM. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range, touch. Target, creature touch. Duration, permanent. Saving throw, fortitude, negate. Spell resistance, yes. You must succeed on a melee touch attack. You place the subject into a state of suspended animation. For the creature, time ceases to flow and its condition becomes fixed. The creature does not grow older. Its body functions virtually cease and no force or effect can harm it. This state persists until the magic is removed, such as by a successful dispel magic spell or a freedom spell. Material component, a powder composed of diamond, emerald, ruby, and sapphire dust with a total value of at least 5,000 gold pieces. Okay, so diamond, emerald, ruby. Sapphire. Time stop. Transmutation. Level Sorcerer Wizard 9. Trickery 9. Components V. Casting time 1 standard action. Range. Personal target you. Duration 1d4 plus 1 rounds. Apparent time. The spell seems to make time cease to flow for everyone but you. In fact, you speed up so greatly that all of the creatures seem frozen, but they are actually still moving at their normal speeds. You are free to act for 1d4 plus 1 rounds of apparent time. Normal and magical fire, cold, gas, and the like can still harm you. While the time stop is in effect, other creatures are invulnerable to your attacks and spells. You cannot target such creatures with any attack or spell. A spell that affects an area and has a duration longer than the remaining duration of the time stop have their normal effects on other creatures once the time stop ends. Most spellcasters use the additional time to improve their defenses, summon allies, or flee from combat. You cannot move or harm items held, carried, or worn by a creature stuck in normal time, but you can affect any item that is not in another creature's possession. You are undetectable while time stop lasts. You cannot enter an area protected by an anti-magic field while under the effect of time stop. Tiny Hut. Evocation Force. Level Bard 3, Sorcerer Wizard 3. Come on. Come on. Go lay down. Quit it and go lay down. Yeah. No, quit climbing. Tiny Hut. Evocation Force. No, it's going to be sorcerer in this thing. Tiny Hut, Evocation, Force, Level Bard 3, Sorcerer Wizard 3, Components, VSM. Material component is a small crystal bead that shatters when the spell duration expires or the hut is dispelled. Crystal bead. You create, Bard 3, Sorcerer Wizard 3, Components, VSM. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range 20 feet. Effect 20-foot radius sphere centered on your location. Duration 2 hours per level. Saving throw none. Spell resistance none. You create an unmoving, opaque sphere of force of any color you desire around yourself. Half the sphere projects above the ground, and the lower hemisphere passes through the ground. As many as 9 other medium creatures can fit into the field with you. They can freely pass into and out of the hut without harming it. However, if you remove yourself from the hut, the spell ends. The temperature inside the hut is 70 degrees Fahrenheit if the exterior temperature is between 0 and 100 degrees Fahrenheit. An exterior temperature below 0 or above 100 degrees lowers or raises an exterior temperature below 0 or above 100 lowers or raises the interior temperature on a 1 degree for 1 degree basis. The hut also provides protection against the elements, such as rain, dust, and sandstorms. The hut withstands any wind of less than hurricane force. The hut withstands any wind of less than hurricane force, but a hurricane 75 plus miles per hour wind speed or greater force destroys it. The interior of the hut is a hemisphere. You can illuminate it dimly upon command or extinguish the light as desired. Although the force field is opaque from the outside, it is transparent from within. Missiles, weapons, and most spell effects can pass through the hut without affecting it. Although the occupants cannot be seen from outside the hut, they have total concealment. And so, material component: a small crystal bead that shatters when the spell duration expires, or when the hut is dispelled. The duration is 2 hours per level. Tongues, divination, level Bard 2, Cleric 4, Sorcerer Wizard 3. G-U-E-S. Tongue is spelled so strangely. So, tongues, divination, level Bard 2, Cleric 4, Sorcerer Wizard 3. Components V, M, D, F. Casting time 1 standard action. Range, touch, target, creature touch. Duration 10 minutes per level. Saving throw will negate harmless. Spell resistance, no. This spell grants the creature touch the ability to speak and understand the language of any intelligent creature, whether it is a racial tongue or a regional dialect. The subject can speak only one language at a time, although it may be able to understand several languages. Tongues does not enable the subject to speak with creatures who don't speak. The subject can make itself understood as far as its voice carries. The spell does not predispose any creature addressed toward the subject in any way. Language. The creature touched, whether it's racial tongue or regional dialect. Subject can speak one language at a time to understand several. It does not enable the subject to speak with creatures who don't speak. The subject can make itself understood as far as its voice carries. This spell does not predispose any creature addressed toward the subject in any way. Tongues can be made permanent with a permanency spell. Arcane magical component: a small clay model of a ziggurat, which shatters when the verbal component is pronounced. Clay ziggurat. Small clay model of a ziggurat. Okay. Interesting. I want to make one anyway. Touch of fatigue. Touch of fatigue. Necromancy. Level Sorcerer Wizard 0. Components VSM. Casting time 1 standard action. Range touch. Target creature touch. Duration 1 round per level. Saving throw fortitude negates. Spell resistance yes. You channel negative energy through your touch, fatiguing the target. You must succeed on a touch attack to strike a target. The subject is immediately fatigued for the spell's duration. This spell has no effect on a creature that is already fatigued. Unlike with normal fatigue, the effect ends as soon as the spell's duration expires. Material component: a drop of sweat. Touch of idiocy. Enchantment. Compulsion mind affecting. Level Sorcerer Wizard 2. This one was Sorcerer Wizard 0. And you need to say touch of fatigue and touch it and then have a drop of sweat. Touch of idiocy. Enchantment. Compulsion mind affecting. Level Sorcerer Wizard 2. Components VS. Casting time 1 standard action. Range touch. Target living creature touched. Duration 10 minutes per level. Saving throw no. Spell resistance yes. With a touch, you reduce target's mental faculties. Your successful melee touch attack applies a 1d6 penalty to the target's intelligence, wisdom, and charisma scores. This penalty can't reduce any of these scores below 1. This spell's effect may make it impossible for the target to cast some or all of its spells if the requisite ability score drops below the minimum required to cast spells of that level. So this is 10 minutes per level duration. Transformation, Transmutation, level, Sorcerer Wizard 6. Components, VSM. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range, personal, target you. Duration, 1 round per level. You become a virtual fighting machine, stronger, tougher, faster, and more skilled in combat. Your mindset changes so that you relish combat and you can't cast spells, even from magic items. You gain a +4 enhancement bonus to strength, dexterity, and constitution, a +4 natural armor bonus to AC, a +5 confidence bonus on fortitude saves, and proficiency with all simple and martial weapons. Your base attack bonus equals your character level, which may give you multiple attacks. You lose your spellcasting ability, including your ability to use spell activation or spell completion magic items, just as if the spells were no longer on your class list. Material component, a potion of bull's strength, which you drink, whose effects are subsumed by the spell effects. The transformation. Transmute metal to wood. Seven. VSDF. So transmute metal to wood. Transmutation. Level Druid 7. Components VSDF. Casting time 1 standard action. Range long 400 feet plus 40 feet per level. Area. All metal objects within a 40-foot radius. Burst. Duration instantaneous. Saving throw none. Spell resistance yes. Object T-text. This spell enables you to change all metal objects within its area to wood. 400 feet plus 40 feet within a 40-foot radius. Weapons, armor, and other metal objects carried by creatures are affected as well. A magic object made of metal effectively has spell resistance equal to a magic object made of metal. Effectively has spell resistance equal to 20 plus its caster level against this spell. Artifacts cannot be transmuted. Weapons converted from metal to wood take a -2 penalty on attack and damage rolls. The armor bonus of any armor converted from metal to wood is reduced by 2. Weapons changed by this spell splinter and break on any natural attack roll of 1 or 2, and armor changed by this spell loses an additional point of armor bonus every time it is struck with a natural attack roll of 19 or 20. Only limited wish, miracle, wish, or similar magic can restore a transmuted object to its metallic state. Transmute mud to rock. Transmutation earth. Level Druid 5. Sorcerer 5. Components VSM. Casting time 1 standard action. Range medium 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. Area up to 2 10-foot cubes per level. That's duration permanent. Oh dear. Yeah, duration instantaneous. Resistance casting time 1 standard action. And it's permanent unless the spell. Okay. So transmute mud to rock. One standard action. Medium. Up to 2 10-foot cubes. Permanent. Saving throw. Spell resistance, no. What? This spell transforms normal mud or quicksand of any depth into soft stone, sandstone, or a similar mineral permanently. Any creature in the mud is allowed a reflex save to escape before the area is hardened to stone. Transmute mud to rock counters and dispels transmute rock to mud. Arcane material component: sand, lime, and water. Transmute rock to mud. Transmutation earth. Level druid 5, sorcerer wizard 5. Components: VS and DF. Casting time 1 standard action. Range medium, 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. Area up to 2 10-foot cubes per level S. Duration permanent C6. Saving throws. Spell resistance. No. This spell turns natural, uncut, or unworked rock of any sort into an equal volume of mud. Magical stone is not affected by the spell. The depth of the mud created cannot exceed 10 feet. A creature unable to levitate, fly. A creature unable to levitate, fly, or otherwise free itself from the mud sinks until hip or chest deep, reducing its speed to 5 feet and causing a -2 penalty on attack rolls and AC. Brush thrown atop the mud can support creatures able to climb on top of it. Creatures large enough to walk on the bottom can wade through the area at a speed of 5 feet. If transmute rock to mud is cast upon the ceiling of a cavern or tunnel, the mud falls to the floor and spreads out in a pool at depth of 5 feet. The falling mud at the ensuing cave-in deal 8d6 points of bludgeoning damage to anyone caught directly beneath the area, or half damage to those who succeed on reflex saves. Castles and large stone buildings are generally immune to the effect of the spell, since transmute rock to mud can't affect worked stone and doesn't reach deep enough to undermine such buildings' foundations. However, small buildings or structures often rest upon foundations shallow enough to be damaged or even partially toppled by this spell. The mud remains until a successful dispel magic or transmute mud to rock spell restores its substance, but not necessarily its form. Evaporation turns the mud to normal dirt over a period of days. The exact time depends on exposure to the sun, wind, and normal drainage. Arcane material component: clay and water. Transport via plants. Transmutation. Level druid 6. Component: yes. Casting time 1 standard action. Range unlimited. Target you and touched objects or other touched willing creatures. Duration 1 round. Saving throw none. Spell resistance no. You can enter any normal plant, medium or larger, and pass any distance to a plant of the same kind in a single round, regardless of the distance separating the two. The entry plant must be alive. The destination plant need not be familiar to you, but it also must be alive. Okay. Any normal plant, medium or larger, and pass any distance to a plant of the same kind in a single round. Transport via plants. If you are uncertain of the location of a particular kind of destination plant, you need merely designate direction and distance, and the transport via plant spell moves you as close as possible to the desired location. If a particular destination plant is desired, but the plant is not living, the spell fails and you are ejected from the entry plant. You can bring along objects as long as their weight doesn't exceed your maximum load. You may also bring 1 additional willing medium or smaller creature carrying gear or objects up to its maximum load, or its equivalent per 3 caster levels. Use the following equivalents to determine the maximum number of larger creatures you can bring along. A large creature counts as 2 medium creatures. Or small creature per 3 caster levels. Use the following equivalents to determine the maximum number. A large creature counts as 2 medium creatures. A huge creature counts as two large creatures, and so forth. A creature to be transported must be in contact with one another, and at least one of those creatures must be in contact with you. You often walk inside of a tree and walk out into the tree. You can't use this spell to travel through plant creatures. The destruction of an occupied plant slays you and any creatures you have brought along, and ejects the bodies and all carried objects from the tree. It should have said plant, but anyway. Trap the soul. Conjuration, summoning. Level, sorcerer, wizard 8. Components, VSM, F, C text. Casting time, 1 standard action, or C text. Range, close, 25 feet, plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Target, 1 creature. Duration, permanent, C text. Saving throw, C text. Spell resistance, yes, C text. Trap the soul forces a creature's life force in its material body into a gem. The gem holds a trapped entity indefinitely or until the gem is broken and the life force is released, which allows the material body to reform. If the trapped creature is a powerful creature from another plane, it can be required to perform a service immediately upon being freed. Otherwise, the creature can go free once the gem imprisoning it is broken. Depending on the version selected, the spell can be triggered in one of 2 ways. Spell completion. First, the spell can be completed by speaking its final word as a standard action, as if you were casting a regular spell at the subject. This allows spell resistance, if any, and a will save to avoid the effect. If the creature's name is spoken as well, any spell resistance is ignored, and save DC increases by 2. If the save or spell resistance is successful, the gem shatters. Trigger object. Depending on the version, the spell can be triggered by spell completion. Okay. Trigger object. The second method is far more insidious, for it tricks the subject into accepting a trigger object inscribed with the final spell word, automatically placing the creature's soul in the trap. To use this method, both the creature's name and the trigger word must be inscribed on the trigger object when the gem is enspelled. A sympathy spell can also be placed on the trigger object. Okay, so it tricks the subject into accepting an object, and not necessarily the gem. The trigger object. As soon as the subject picks up or accepts the trigger object, its life force is automatically transferred to the gem without the benefit of spell resistance or a save. Material component. Before the actual casting of Trap the Soul, you must procure a gem of at least 1,000 gold piece value for every hit die possessed by the creature to be trapped. If the gem is not valuable enough, it shatters when the entrapment is attempted. While creatures have no concept of level or hit dice such, the value of the gem needed to trap an individual can be researched. Remember that this value can change over time as creatures gain more hit dice. Focus, trigger object only. If the trigger object method is used, a special trigger object prepared as described above is needed. Tree shape, transmutation. Level, Druid 2, Ranger 3. Components, VS, DF. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range, personal. Target you. Duration, 1 hour per level. By means of this spell, you are able to assume the form of a large living tree or shrub, or a large dead tree trunk with a small number of limbs. The closest inspection cannot reveal that the tree in question is actually a magically concealed creature. To all normal tests, you are in fact a tree or shrub, although a detect magic spell reveals a faint transmutation on the tree. While in tree form, you can observe all that transpires around you just as if you were in your normal form, and your hit points and save bonuses remain unaffected. You gain a plus 10 natural armor bonus to AC, but have an effective dexterity score of 0 and a speed of 0 feet. You are immune to critical hits while in tree form. All clothing and gear carried or worn changes with you. You can dismiss tree shape as a free action instead of as a standard action. Yeah, I like tree shape. Tree stride, conjuration, teleportation. Tree Stride, Conjuration Teleportation, Level Druid 5, Ranger 4, Components VSDF, Casting Time 1 Standard Action, Range Personal Target Unit, Duration 1 hour per level or until expended. You gain the ability to enter trees and move from inside one tree to inside another. It's Tree Stride. It's the plants one again. The first tree you enter and all others you enter must be of the same kind. Wait, this is the same as transport via plants. This one says tree. Occupied plant. Hang on, this is the same. I guess this one's not necessarily a tree. It could be a different kind of plant. Duration 1 round. Range unlimited. Druid 6. Okay. And tree stride is 2. No, tree shape is 2. Tree stride is 5. Okay. Your 4 components VSDF. Cast time on standard action range per 1 hour per level. The other one's 1 round until expended. You gain the ability to enter trees and move from inside one tree to inside another tree. The first tree you enter and all others you enter must be of the same kind, must be living, and must have girth at least equal to yours. By moving into an oak tree, for example, you instantly can know the location of all other oak trees within transport range, see below, and may choose whether you want to pass into one or simply step back out of the tree you moved into. You may choose to pass to any tree of the appropriate kind within the transport range as shown on the following table. Type of tree: oak, ash, yew, transport range 3,000 feet. Elm, linden, 2,000 feet. Other deciduous, 1,500 feet. Any coniferous, 1,000 feet, and all of the trees, 500 feet. Okay. And that other one, transport via plants, is 1 level up from this, and it's unlimited. You may move into a tree up to 1 time per caster level. Passing from one tree to another counts only as moving into one tree. The spell lasts until the duration expires or you exit a tree. Each transport is a 4-round action. You can, at your option, remain within a tree without transporting yourself, but you are forced out when the spell ends. 1 hour per level. If the tree in which you are concealed is chopped down or burned, you are slain if you do not exit before the process is complete. Transport via plants. You can bring objects along. You can bring creatures along. You can bring large creatures along. Okay. Range unlimited. Pass any distance to a plant of the same kind in a single round, regardless of distance. On certain locations. One time castle. Duration 1 round. True Resurrection. Conjuration Healing. Level Cleric 9. Casting time 10 minutes. This spell functions like Raise Dead, except that you can resurrect a creature that has been dead for as long as 10 years per caster level. 10 minutes. This spell can even bring back creatures whose bodies have been destroyed, provided that you unambiguously identify the deceased in some fashion. Resetting the deceased time and place of birth or death is the most common method. Upon completion of the spell, the creature is immediately restored to full hit points, vigor, and health with no loss of level or constitution points or prepared spells. You can revive someone killed by a death effect or someone who has been turned into an undead creature and then destroyed. This spell can also resurrect elementals or outsiders, but it can't resurrect constructs or undead creatures. Even true resurrection can't restore to life a creature who has died of old age. Material component: a sprinkle of holy water and diamonds worth a total of at least 25,000 gold pieces. That's a lot of diamonds. True seeing. Divination. Level: Cleric 5, Druid 7, Knowledge 5, Sorcerer Wizard 6. Components: VSM. Casting time: 1 standard action. Range: touch. Target creature touched. Duration: 1 minute per level. Saving throw: will negates harmless. Spell resistance: yes, harmless. You confer on the subject the ability to see all things as they actually are. The subject sees through normal and magical darkness. Notices secret doors hidden by magic. Sees the exact locations of creatures or objects under blur or displacement effects. Sees invisible creatures or objects normally. Sees through illusions, and sees the true form of polymorphed, changed, or transmuted things. Further, the subject can focus its vision to see into the ethereal plane, but not into extra-dimensional spaces. The range of true seeing conferred is 120 feet. So, Druid 7, casting time on entering target creature, 1 minute per level, and 120 feet. True seeing, however, does not penetrate solid objects. It in no way confers X-ray vision or its equivalent. It does not negate concealment, including that caused by fog and the like. True seeing does not help the viewer see through mundane disguises, spot creatures who are simply hiding, or notice secret doors hidden by mundane means. In addition, the spell effects cannot be further enhanced with known magic, so one cannot use true seeing through a crystal ball or in conjunction with clairaudience, clairvoyance. Material component: an ointment for the eyes that costs 250 gold pieces, is made from mushroom powder, saffron, and fat. Alright. Yes. Mushrooms, saffron, fat. True strike. Divination. Level: Sorcerer Wizard 1. Components: VF. Casting time: 1 standard action. Range: personal. Target you. Duration: test. You gain temporary intuitive insight into the immediate future during your next attack. Your next single attack roll, if it is. So this is level 1 for Sorcerer Wizard. Your next single attack roll, if it is made before the end of the next round, gains a plus 20 insight bonus. Additionally, you are not affected by the mischance that applies to attackers trying to strike a concealed target. Focus: a small wooden replica of an archery target. On death to death. Necromancy. Level: Cleric 6, Sorcerer Wizard 6. On death to death. Necromancy. Level: Cleric 6, Sorcerer Wizard 6. Components: VSM, DF. Area: several undead creatures within a 40-foot radius. Burst. Saving throw. Will negates. This spell functions like Circle of Death, except that it destroys undead creatures as noted above. Material component, the powder of a crushed diamond worth at least 500 gold pieces. Where do you get all these crushed diamonds? Undetectable alignment. Abjuration, level, Bard 1, Cleric 2, Paladin 2. Components, VS, casting time on standard action, range, close, 25 feet, plus 5 feet for 2 levels. Target, 1 creature or object, duration 24 hours. Saving and throw, will negate object. Spell resistance, yes. An undetectable alignment spell conceals the alignment of an object or a creature from all forms of divination. Unhollow, evocation, evil, cleric, level, cleric 5, druid 5. Unhollow. Components, VSM, casting time 24 hours, range, touch. Area 40-foot radius emanating from the touched point. Duration instantaneous. Saving throw, CX. Spell resistance. Unhollow makes a particular site, building, or structure an unholy site. This has 3 magic effects. First, the site or structure is guarded by a magic circle against good effect. Second, all turning checks made to turn undead take a -4 penalty, and turning checks to rebuke undead gain a +4 profane bonus. Spell resistance does not apply to this effect. This provision does not apply to the druid version of the spell. Finally, you may choose to fix a single spell effect to the unhallowed site. The spell effect lasts for 1 year and functions throughout the entire site, regardless of its normal duration and area or effect. You may designate whether the effect applies to all creatures that share your fate or alignment, or creatures that adhere to another fate or alignment. At the end of the year, the chosen effect lapses, but it can be renewed or replaced simply by casting Unhollow again. Spell effects that may be tied to an unhallowed site include Aid, Bane, Bless, Cause Fear, Darkness, Daylight, Death Ward, Deeper Darkness, Detect Magic, Detect Good, Dimensional Anchor, Discern Lies, Dispel Magic, Endure Elements, Freedom from Movement, Invisibility Purge, Protection from Energy, Remove Fear, Resist Energy, Silence Tongues, and Zone of Truth. Saving throws and spell resistance might apply to these spells' effects. See the individual spell descriptions for details. An area can receive only 1 Unhallow spell and its associated spell effect at a time. Unhallow counters but does not dispel Hallow. Material component, herbs, oils, and incense worth at least 1,000 gold pieces plus 1,000 gold pieces per level of the spell to be tied to the unhallowed area. Herbs, oils, and incense. Was 1,000 gold pieces per level of the spell. Unholy Aura. Abjuration Evil. Level Cleric 8, Evil 8. Components VSF. Casting time 1 standard action. Range 20 feet. Targets 1 creature per level in a 20-foot radius. Burst centered on you. Duration 1 round per level. D. Saving throw. See text. Spell resistance. Yes. Harmless. A malevolent darkness surrounds the subjects, protecting them from attacks, granting them resistance to spells cast by good creatures, and weakening good creatures when they strike the subjects. This abjuration has 4 effects. First, each warded creature gains a Cleric 8 and Evil 8, so Unholy Aura. Malevolent darkness surrounds the subjects, protecting them from attacks, granting them resistance to spells cast by good creatures, and weakening good creatures when they strike the subjects. This abjuration has 4 effects. First, each warded creature gains a +4 deflection bonus to AC and a +4 resistance bonus on saves. Unlike the effect of protection from good, this benefit applies against all attacks, not just against attacks by good creatures. Second, a warded creature gains spell resistance 25 against good spells and spells cast by good creatures. Third, the abjuration blocks possession and mental influence, just as protection from good does. Finally, if a good creature succeeds on a melee attack against the warded creature, the offending attacker Takes 1d6 points of temporary strength damage. Fortitude negates. Focus. A tiny reliquary containing some sacred relic, such as a piece of parchment from an unholy text. The reliquary costs at least 500. The reliquary costs at least 500 gold pieces. Unholy Blight. Evocation. Evil. Level Evil 4. So, Unholy Blight. Evocation. Evil. Level Evil 4. Component VS. Casting time 1 standard action. Range medium 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. Area 20-foot radius spread. Duration instantaneous 1d4 rounds. Saving throw will partial. Spell resistance yes. You call up unholy power to smite your enemies. The power takes the form of a cold, cloying miasma of greasy darkness. Only good and neutral, not evil creatures are harmed by the spell. The spell deals 1d8 points of damage per 2 caster levels, maximum 5d8, to a good creature, or 1d6 per caster level, maximum 10d6 to a good outsider, and causes it to be sickened for 1d4 rounds. A successful will save reduces damage to half and negates the sickened effect. The effect cannot be negated by remove disease or heal, but remove curse is effective. The spell deals only half damage to creatures who are neither evil nor good, and they are not sickened. Such a creature can reduce the damage in half, again down to 1/4 with a successful will save. Unseen Servant. Oh, Bard 1. Awesome. Sorcerer Wizard 1. Conjuration. Creation. Components. VSM. Casting time 1 standard action. Range. Close. 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Effect. 1 invisible, mindless, shapeless servant. Duration 1 hour per level. Saving throw none. Spell resistance no. An unseen servant is an invisible, mindless, shapeless force that performs simple tasks at your command. It can run and fetch things, open unstuck doors, and hold chairs, as well as clean and mend. The servant can perform only one activity at a time, but it repeats the same activity over and over again if told to do so, as long as you remain within range. It can open only normal doors, drawers, lids, and the like. It has an effective strength score of 2, so it can lift 20 pounds or drag 100 pounds. It can trigger traps and such, but it can exert only 20 pounds of force, which is not enough to activate certain pressure plates and other devices. It can't perform any task that requires a skill check with a DC higher than 10, or that requires a check using a skill that can't be used untrained. Its speed is 15 feet. The servant cannot attack in any way. It is never allowed to attack an attack roll. It cannot be killed, but it dissipates if it takes 6 points of damage from area attacks. It gets no saves against attacks. If you attempt to send it beyond the spell's range, measure from your current position, the servant ceases to exist. Material component, a piece of string and a bit of wood. So, 1 standard action, and it's got to be within 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels for 1 hour. Piece of string and a bit of wood. Vampiric Touch. Necromancy. Level Sorcerer Wizard 3. Component VS. Casting time 1 standard action. Range touch. Target. Living creature touch. Duration instantaneous per 1 hour. Saving throw none. Spell resistance yes. You must succeed on a melee touch attack. Your touch deals 1d6 points of damage per 2 caster levels, maximum 10d6. You gain temporary hit points equal to the damage you deal. However, you can't gain more than the subject's current hit points plus 10, which is enough to kill the subject. Temporary hit points disappear 1 hour later. So, Sorcerer Wizard 3, Vampiric Touch. You deal damage and you gain temporary hit points. Veil, Illusion, Glamour. Level, Bard 6, Sorcerer Wizard 6. Components, VS. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range, long, 400 feet plus 40 feet per level. Targets 1 or more creatures, no 2 of which can be more than 30 feet apart. Duration, concentration plus 1 hour per level. D. Saving throw, will negate, see text. Spell resistance, yes. You instantly change the appearance of the subjects and then maintain that. Duration, concentration plus an hour, okay. Then maintain that appearance for the spell's duration. You can make the subjects appear to be anything you wish. The subjects look, feel, and smell just like the creatures of the spell makes them resemble. Affected creatures resume their normal appearances if slain. You must succeed on a disguise check to duplicate the appearance of a specific individual. This spell gives you a plus 10 bonus on the check. Unwilling targets can negate the spell's effect on them by making will saves or with spell resistance. Those who interact with the subjects can attempt will disbelief saves to see through the glamour, but spell resistance doesn't help. So, veil. Bard 6, Sorcerer 6. You can veil yourself and disguise yourself. It's Donald Trump. Ventriloquism. Illusion. Figment. Level. Bard 1, Sorcerer Wizard 1. Components. VF. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range. Close. 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Effect. Intelligible sound, usually speech. Duration, 1 minute per level. Saving throw. Will disbelief if interacted with. Spell resistance gnome. You can make your voice or any sound that you can normally make vocally seem to issue from someplace else. You can speak in any language you can know. With respect to such voices and sounds, anyone who hears the sound and rolls a successful save recognizes it as illusory, but still hears it. Focus. A parchment rolled up into a small cone. So, first level bard spells, ventriloquism. That's neat. Virtue. Transmutation. Level cleric 0, druid 0, paladin 1. Awesome. Components. VSDF. Casting time 1 standard action. Range touch. Target creature or creature touch. Duration 1 minute. Saving throw. Fortitude negate. Harmless. Spell resistance. Yes, harmless. Subject gains 1 temporary hit point. Neat. Vision. Divination. Level sorcerer wizard 7. Components. VSM XP. Casting time 1 standard action. This spell functions like legend lore, except that it works more quickly, but produces some strain on you. You pose a question about some person, place, or object, then cast the spell. If the person or object is at hand, or if you are in the place in question, you receive a vision about it by succeeding on a caster level check. 1d20 plus 1 per caster level, maximum plus 25 against DC 20. If only detailed information on the person, place, or object is known, the DC is 25, and the information gained is incomplete. If only rumors are known, the DC is 30, and the information gained is vague. XP cost 100 XP. That's vision. Wail of the Banshee. Necromancy, death, sonic. Level, death 9, sorcerer wizard 9. Components, V. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range, close, 25 feet plus 5 feet for 2 levels. Area, 1 living creature per level within a 40-foot radius spread. Duration, instantaneous. Saving throw, fortitude negates. Spell resistance, yes. You emit a terrible scream that kills creatures that hear it, except for yourself. Creatures closest to the point of origin are affected first. Wail of the Banshee. Oh, yeah, Madam Mim might do that. Wall of Fire. Evocation, fire. Level, Druid 5, Fire 4, Sorcerer 4. Components, VSM, DF. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range, medium, 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. Effect, opaque sheet of flame up to 20 feet long per level, or a ring of fire with a radius of up to 5 feet per 2 levels, either form 20 feet high. Duration, concentration plus 1 round per level. Saving throw, none. Spell resistance, yes. An immobile, blazing curtain of shimmering violet fire springs into existence. One side of the wall selected by you sends forth waves of heat, dealing 2d4 points of fire damage to creatures within 10 feet and 1d4 points of fire damage to those past 10 feet, but within 20 feet. The wall deals this damage when it appears and on your turn each round to all creatures in the area. In addition, the wall deals 2d6 points of fire damage, plus 1 point of fire damage per caster level, maximum plus 20, to any creature passing through it. The wall deals double damage to undead creatures. Druid 5. It's double damage to undead creatures. If you evoke the wall so that it appears where creatures are, each creature takes damage as if passing through the wall. If any 5-foot length of wall takes 20 points of cold damage or more in one round, that length goes out. Do not divide cold damage by 4 as normal for objects. Wall of fire can be made permanent with a permanency spell. A permanent wall of fire that is extinguished by cold damage becomes inactive for 10 minutes, then reforms at normal strength. Arcane material component, a small piece of phosphorus. Wall of force. Evocation force. Level sorcerer wizard 5. Components VSM. Casting time 1 standard action. Range close 25 feet plus 5 feet for 2 levels. Effect wall whose area is up to 1 10-foot square per level. Duration 1 round per level. Saving throw none. Spell resistance none. Wall of force. A wall of force spell creates an invisible wall of force. The wall cannot move. It is immune to damage of all kinds, and it is unaffected by most spells, including dispel magic. However, disintegrate immediately destroys it, as does a rod of cancellation, a sphere of annihilation, or a mage's disjunction spell. Breath weapons and spells cannot pass through the wall in either direction, although dimension door, teleport, and similar effects can bypass the barrier. It blocks ethereal creatures as well as material ones, though ethereal creatures can usually get around the wall by floating under or over it through material floors and ceilings. Gaze attacks can operate through a wall of force. The caster can form the wall into a flat vertical plane whose area is up to 1 10-foot square per level. The wall must be continuous and unbroken when formed. If its surface is broken by any object or creature, the spell fails. Wall of force can be made permanent with a permanency spell. Material component, a pinch of powder made from a clear gem. Wall of ice. Evocation, cold. Level, sorcerer wizard 4. Components, VSM. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range, medium, 100 feet, plus 10 feet per level. Effect, anchored plane of ice. Up to 1 10-foot square per level, or hemisphere of ice with a radius of up to 3 foot per plus 1 feet per level. And duration 1 minute per level. Saving throw, reflex negates, see text. Spell resistance, yes. This spell creates an anchored plane of ice or a hemisphere of ice, depending on the version selected. A wall of ice cannot form in an area occupied by physical objects or creatures. Its surface must be smooth and unbroken when created. Any creature adjacent to the wall when it is created may attempt a reflex save to disrupt the wall as it is being formed. A successful save indicates that the spell automatically fails. Fire can melt a wall of ice, and it deals full damage to the wall instead of the normal half damage taken by objects. Anchored plane of ice, hemisphere. Cannot form in an area occupied by physical objects or creatures. The surface must be smooth and unbroken. Any creature adjacent to the wall when it's created may attempt a reflex save to disrupt the wall as it's being formed. A successful save indicates that the spell automatically fails. Fire can melt a wall of ice, and it deals full damage to the wall, instead of the normal half damage taken by objects. Suddenly melting a wall of ice creates a great cloud of steamy fog that lasts for 10 minutes. Ice plane. A sheet of strong, hard ice appears. The wall is 1 inch thick per caster level. It covers up to a 10-foot square area per caster level. So a 10th level wizard can create a wall of ice 100 feet long and 10 feet high, a wall 50 feet long and 20 feet high, or some other combination of length and height that does not exceed 1,000 square feet. The plane can be oriented in any fashion as long as it is anchored. A vertical wall need only be anchored on the floor, while a horizontal or slanting wall must be anchored on 2 opposite sides. Each 10-foot square of wall has 3 hit points per inch of thickness. Creatures can hit the wall automatically. A section of wall whose hit points drop to 0 is breached. If a creature tries to break through the wall with a single attack, the DC for the strength check is 15 plus caster level. Could you make an ice slide? I bet you could. Even when the ice has been broken through, a sheet of frigid air remains. Any creature stepping through it, including the one who broke through the wall, takes 1d6 points of cold damage plus 1 point per caster level. No save. Hemisphere. The wall takes the form of a hemisphere whose maximum radius is 3 feet plus 1 foot per caster level. The hemisphere is as hard to break through as the ice plane form, but it does not deal damage to those who go through a breach. Material component, a small piece of quartz or similar rock crystal. Wall of iron. Small piece of sheet iron plus gold dust worth 50 gold pieces. Hey, get down from there. No, down. No. No, sir. Get down from there, boy. No. No. Get down. Red. Get down. Enough. Get down. Cease. Red. No. 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 Get down from there. Wall of iron. Conjuration. Creation. Level Sorcerer Wizard 6. Components VSM. Casting time 1 standard action. Range medium 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. Just lay down. Okay, go lay down. Go lay down. Stop your crying and go lay down. No bude, si bebe. No bude. Balaba. Would you please go lay down? Wall of iron. Conjuration. Wall of iron. Iron. Conjuration. Would have been. It didn't take so damn long. Wall of Iron. Conjuration. Creation. Level. Sorcerer Wizard 6. Components VSM. Casting time 1 standard action. Range medium. 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. Effect Iron Wall, whose area is up to 1 5-foot square per level. Duration instantaneous. Saving throw. Spell resistance. No. You cause a flat vertical iron wall to spring into being. The wall inserts itself into any surrounding non-living material if its area is sufficient to do so. 100 feet per 10 feet per level, 1 5-foot square. Okay. Well, inserts itself into. Okay, so you can block a doorway with this, easy. Surrounding non-living material if its area is sufficient to do so. The wall cannot be conjured so that it occupies the same space as a creature or other object. It must always be a flat plane, although you can shape its edges to fit the available space. A wall of iron is 1 inch thick per 4 caster levels. You can double the wall's area by halving its thickness. Each 5-foot square of the wall has 30 hit points per. Each 5-foot square of the wall has 30 hit points per inch of thickness and hardness 10. A section of wall whose hit points drop to 0 is breached. If a creature tries to break through the wall with a single attack, the DC for the strength check is 25 plus 2 per inch of thickness. If you desire, the wall can be created vertically, resting on a flat surface but not attached to the surface, so that it can be tipped over to fall on and crush creatures beneath it. Oh my. The wall is 50% likely to tip in either direction if left unpushed. Creatures can push the wall in one direction rather than letting it fall randomly. A creature must take a DC 40 strength check to push the wall over. Creatures with room to flee the falling wall may do so by making a successful reflex saves. Any large or smaller creature that fails takes 10d6 points of damage. It says reflex saves. The wall cannot crush huge and larger creatures. Like any iron wall, this wall is subject to rust, perforation, and other natural phenomena. So yeah, I can cast that rusting grip spell on it. Material component: a small piece of sheet iron plus gold dust worth 50 gold pieces, 1 pound of gold dust. Wall of Stone. Conjuration. Creation Earth. Level Cleric 5, Druid 6, Earth 5, Sorcerer Wizard 5. So, Wall of Stone. Conjuration. Creation Earth. Level Cleric 5, Druid 6, Earth 5, Sorcerer Wizard 5. Components: VSM, DF. Casting time 1 standard action. Range medium, 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. Effect: stone wall whose area is up to 1 5-foot square per level. Yes. Duration instantaneous. Saving throws. He takes spell resistance. No. This spell creates a wall of rock that merges into adjoining rock surfaces. A wall of stone is 1 inch thick per 4 caster levels and composed of up to 1 5-foot square per level. You can double the wall's area by halving its thickness. The wall cannot be conjured so that it occupies the same space as a creature or another object. Unlike a wall of iron, you can create a wall of stone in almost any shape you desire. The wall created need not be vertical nor rest upon any firm foundation. However, it must merge with and be solidly supported by existing stone. It can be used to bridge a chasm, for instance, or as a ramp. For this use, if the span is more than 20 feet, the wall must be arched and buttressed. This requirement reduces the spell's area by half. The wall can be crudely shaped to allow crenellations, battlements, and so forth by likewise reducing the area. Like any other stone wall, this one can be destroyed by a disintegrate spell or by normal means such as breaking and chipping. Each 5-foot square of the wall has 15 hit points per inch of thickness and hardness 8. A section of wall whose hit points drop to 0 is breached. If a creature tries to break through the wall with a single attack, the DC for the strength check is 20 plus 2 per inch of thickness. It is possible. Let's see. Components, casting time, range, effect, up to 1 foot. That's 8 seconds. Pretty permanent. Crenellations, battlements, and so forth. Like any other stone wall, this one can be destroyed by a disintegrate spell or by normal means such as breaking and chipping. Each 5-foot square of the wall has 15 hit points per inch of thickness and hardness 8. A section of wall whose hit points drop to 0 is breached. If a creature tries to break through the wall with a single attack, the DC for a strength check is 20 plus 2 per inch of thickness. It is possible, but difficult, to trap mobile opponents within or under a wall of stone, provided the wall is shaped so that it can hold the creatures. Creatures can avoid entrapment with successful reflex saves. Arcane material component, a small block of granite. Wall of Thorns, conjuration, creation. Level, Druid 5, plant 5. Components VS. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range, medium, 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. Effect, wall of thorny brush up to 1 10-foot cube per level. Yes. Duration, 10 minutes per level. Saving throw, none. Spell resistance, no. A wall of thorns spell creates a barrier of very tough, pliable, tangled brush bearing needle-sharp thorns as long as a human's finger. Any creature forced into or attempting to move through a wall of thorns takes slashing damage per round of movement equal to 25 minutes the creature's AC. Dexterity and dodge bonuses to AC do not count for this calculation. Creatures with an armor class of 25 or higher without considering dexterity and dodge bonuses can take no damage from contact with the wall. So if you're wearing armor, you'd be alright. You can make the wall as thin as 5 feet thick, which allows you to shape the wall as a number of 10 by 5 foot blocks equal to twice your caster level. This has no effect on the damage dealt by the thorns, but any creature attempting to break through takes that much less time to force its way through the barrier. Creatures can force their way slowly through the wall by making a strength check as a full round action. For every 5 points by which the check exceeds 20, a creature moves 5 feet, up to a maximum distance equal to its normal land speed. Of course, moving or attempting to move through the thorns incurs damage as described above. A creature trapped in the thorns can choose to remain motionless in order to avoid taking any more damage. 10 minutes per level. Any creature within the area of the spell when it is cast takes damage as if it had moved into the wall and is caught inside. In order to escape, it must attempt to push its way free, or it can wait until the spell ends. Creatures with the ability to pass through overgrown areas unhindered can pass through a wall of thorns at normal speed without taking damage. A wall of thorns can be breached by slow work with edged weapons. Chopping away at the wall creates a safe passage, 1 foot deep for every 10 minutes of work. Normal fire cannot harm the barrier, but magical fire burns it away in 10 minutes. Despite its appearance, a wall of thorns is not actually a living plant and thus is unaffected by spells that affect plants. Normal fire, but magical fire burns it away in 10 minutes. 10 minutes per level, so 50 minutes. You get stuck there for 50 minutes unless you got some magic fire. Warp wood. Transmutation. Level, Druid 2. Components VS. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range close, 25 feet per 5 feet per 2 levels. Target, 1 small wooden object per level, all within a 20-foot radius. Duration, instantaneous. Saving throw will negate. Spell resistance, yes. You cause wood to bend and warp, permanently destroying its straightness, form, and strength. You can make a pretty chair. A warped door springs open or becomes stuck, requiring a strength check to open at your option. A boat or ship springs a leak. Warped ranged weapons are useless. A warped melee weapon causes a -4 penalty on attack rolls, so you can cast turn metal to wood and then cast warp wood. You may warp one small or smaller object or its equivalent per caster level. A medium object counts as 2 as small objects. A large object is 4. A huge object is 8. A gargantuan object as 16, and a colossal object as 32. Alternatively, you can unwarp wood, effectively warping it back to normal. With this spell, straightening wood that has been warped by this spell or by other means. Make whole, on the other hand, does no good in repairing a warped item. You can combine multiple consecutive warp wood spells to warp or unwarp an object that is too large for you to warp with a single spell. Until the object is completely warped, it suffers no ill effects. You can warp some wood into a nice bench, perhaps. Okay. Yeah, you could totally warp the wood and make something. Water breathing. Transmutation. Level Cleric 3, Druid 3, Sorcerer Wizard 3, Water 3. Components VSMD. Casting time 1 standard action. Range, touch. Target living creatures touched. Duration 2 hours per level. Saving throw. Will negates, harmless. Spell resistance, yes, harmless. The transmuted creatures can breathe water freely. Divide the duration evenly among all the creatures you touch. 2 hours. The spell does not make creatures unable to breathe air. Arcane material component, a short reed or piece of straw. Really. Water walk, transmutation water. Level Cleric 3, Ranger 3. Components, VS, yeah. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range touch, targets 1 touched creature per level. Duration 10 minutes per level. D. Saving throw, will negate, harmless. Spell resistance, yes, harmless. The transmuted creatures can tread on any liquid as if it were firm ground. Mud, oil, snow, quicksand, running water, ice, and even lava can be traversed easily since the subject's feet hover an inch or 2 above the surface. Creatures crossing molten lava still take damage from the heat because they are near it. The subjects can walk, run, charge, or otherwise move across the surface as if it were normal ground. If the spell is cast underwater or while the subjects are partly or wholly submerged in whatever liquid they are in, the subjects are borne toward the surface at 60 feet per round until they can stand on it. Waves of Exhaustion. Necromancy. Level Sorcerer Wizard 7. Components. VS. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range, 60 feet. Area, cone-shaped burst. Duration, instantaneous. Saving throw, no. Spell resistance, yes. Waves of negative energy cause all living creatures in the spell's area to become exhausted. This spell has no effect on a creature that is already exhausted. Waves of Fatigue. Necromancy. Level Sorcerer Wizard 5. Components, VS. Casting time, 1 standard action. Range, 30 feet. Area, cone-shaped burst. Duration, instantaneous. Saving throw, no. Spell resistance, yes. Waves of negative energy render all living creatures in the spell's area fatigued. This spell has no effect on a creature that is already fatigued. Web. Conjuration. Creation. Level Sorcerer Wizard 2. Components VSM. Casting time 1 standard action. Range medium 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. Effect webs in a 20-foot radius spread. Duration 10 minutes per level. Saving throw. Reflex negates. Spell resistance. Web creates a many-layered mass of strong, sticky strands. These strands trap those caught in them. The strands are similar to spider webs, but far larger and tougher. These masses must be anchored to 2 or more solid and diametrically opposed points, or else the web collapses upon itself and disappears. Creatures caught within a web become entangled among the gluey fibers. Attacking a creature in a web won't cause you to become entangled. Anyone in the effects area, when the spell is cast, must make a reflex save. If this save succeeds, the creature is entangled, but not prevented from moving, though moving is more difficult than normal for being entangled. If the save fails, the creature is entangled and can't move from its space, but can break loose by spending 1 round and making a DC 20 strength check, or a DC 25 escape artist check. Once loose, either by making the initial reflex save or a later strength check or escape artist check, a creature remains entangled, but may move through the web very slowly. Each round devoted to moving allows the creature to make a new strength check or escape artist check. The creature moves 5 feet for each full 5 points by which the check result exceeds 10. So, DC 25 escape artist check. Once loose, either by making the initial reflex save or a later strength check or escape artist check, a creature remains entangled but may move through the web very slowly. Each round devoted to moving allows the creature to make a new strength check or escape artist check. The creature moves 5 feet for each full 5 points by which the check result exceeds 10. If you have at least 5 feet of web between you and opponent, it provides cover. If you have at least 20 feet of web between you, it provides total cover. The strands of a web spell are flammable. Flammable. A magic flaming sword can slash them away as easily as a hand brushes away cobwebs. Any fire can set the webs alight and burn away 5 square feet in 1 round. All creatures within flaming webs take 2d4 points of fire damage from the flames. Web can be made permanent with a permanency spell. A permanent web that is damaged but not destroyed regrows in 10 minutes. Masterful component, a bit of spiderweb. Weird. Illusion, phantasm, fear, mind affecting. Level, sorcerer, wizard 9. Targets any number of creatures, no 2 of which can be more than 30 feet apart. This spell functions like phantasmal killer, except that it can affect more than 1 creature. Only the affected creatures see the phantasmal creatures attacking them, though you see the attackers as shadowy shapes. If a subject's fortitude save succeeds, it still takes 3d6 points of damage and is stunned for 1 round. The subject also takes 1d4 points of temporary strength damage. So weird. Whirlwind. Evocation Air. Level Air 8, Druid 8. Components VSDF. Casting time 1 standard action. Range long 400 feet plus 40 feet per level. Effect Cyclone 10 feet wide at base, 30 feet wide at top, and 30 feet tall. Duration 1 round per level. D. Saving throw reflex negates. Spell resistance, yes. This spell creates a powerful cyclone of raging wind that moves through the air, along the ground, or over water at a speed of 60 feet per round. You can concentrate on controlling the cyclone's every movement or specify a simple program. Directing the cyclone's movement or changing its programmed movement is a standard action for you. The cyclone always moves during your turn. If the cyclone exceeds the spell's range, it moves in a random, uncontrolled fashion for 1d3 rounds and then dissipates. You can't regain control of the cyclone even if it comes back within range. Any large or smaller creature that comes in contact with the spell effect must succeed on a reflex save or take 3d6 points of damage. A medium or smaller creature that fails in its first save must succeed on a second one or be picked up bodily by the cyclone and held suspended in its powerful winds, taking 1d8 points of damage each round on your turn with no save allowed. You may direct the cyclone to eject any carried creatures whenever you wish, depositing the hapless souls wherever the cyclone happens to be when they are released. long range, 400 feet plus 40 feet per level. Whispering Wind. Transmutation Air. Level Bard 2, Sorcerer Wizard 2. And 8. And then so Transmutation. Whispering Wind. Transmutation Air. Level Bard 2, Sorcerer Wizard 2. Components VS. Casting time 1 standard action. Range 1 mile per level. Area 10-foot radius spread. Duration no more than 1 hour per level or until discharge. Destination is reached. Saving throw none. Spell resistance no. You send a message or sound on the wind to a designated spot. The whispering wind travels to a specific location within range that is familiar to you, provided that it can find a way to the location. A whispering wind is as gentle and unnoticed as a zephyr until it reaches the location. It then delivers its whisper, quiet message or other sound. Note that the message is delivered regardless of whether anyone is present to hear it. The wind then dissipates. You can prepare the spell to Let's see. Alright, anyway, Whispering Wind. You can prepare the spell to bear a message of no more than 25 words, cause the spell to deliver other sounds for 1 round, or merely have Whispering Wind seem to be a faint stirring of the air. You can likewise cause the Whispering Wind to move as slowly as 1 mile per hour, or as quickly as 1 mile per 10 minutes. When the spell reaches its objective, it swirls and remains in place until the message is delivered. As with Magic Mouth, Whispering Wind cannot speak verbal components, use command words, or activate magical effects. Wind Walk. Transmutation Air. Level Cleric 6, Druid 7. Components VS, DF. Casting time 1 standard action. Range touch. Targets you and 1 touch creature per 3 levels. It's a transmutation spell. And 7. You and 1 touch creature per 3 levels. Duration 1 hour per level. Saving throw no and will negate. Spell resistance no and yes. You alter the substance of your body to a cloud-like vapor as the gaseous form spell and move through the air, possibly at great speed. You can take other creatures with you, each of which acts independently. Normally, a windwalker flies at a speed of 10 feet with perfect maneuverability. If desired by the subject, a magical wind wafts a windwalker along at up to 600 feet per round, 60 miles per hour, with poor maneuverability. Windwalkers are not invisible, but rather appear misty and translucent. If fully clothed in white, they are 80% likely to be mistaken for clouds, fog, vapors, or the like. A windwalker can regain its physical form as desired and later resume the cloud form. Each change to and from vaporous form takes 5 rounds, which counts toward the duration of the spell, as does any time spent in physical form. As noted above, you can dismiss the spell, and you can even dismiss it for individual windwalkers and not others. For the last minute of the spell's duration, a windwalker in cloud form automatically descends 60 feet per round for a total of 600 feet, though it may descend faster if it wishes. This descent serves as a warning that the spell is about to end. Wind Wall. Evocation Air. Level Air 2. Cleric 3. Druid 3. Ranger 2. Sorcerer Wizard 3. Components VSMDF. Casting time 1 standard action. Range medium, 100 feet plus 10 feet per level. Effect: wall up to 10 feet per level long and 5 feet per level high. Yes. Duration: 1 round per level. Saving throw: none. See text. Spell resistance: yes. An invisible vertical curtain of wind appears. It is 2 feet thick and of considerable strength. It is a roaring blast sufficient to blow away any bird smaller than an eagle, or tear papers and similar materials from unsuspecting hands. A reflex save allows a creature to maintain its grasp on an object. So, range is medium. The effect is a wall. Duration is 1 round. Tiny and small flying creatures cannot pass through the barrier. Loose materials and cloth garments fly upward when caught in a wind wall. Arrows and bolts are deflected upward and miss, while any other normal ranged weapon passing through the wall has a 30% miss chance. A giant thrown boulder, a siege engine projectile, and other massive ranged weapons are not affected. Gases. Most gaseous breath weapons and creatures in gaseous form cannot pass through the wall, although it is no barrier to incorporeal creatures. While the wall must be vertical, you can shape it in any continuous path along the ground that you like. It is possible to create cylindrical or square wind walls to enclose specific points. Arcane material component: a tiny fan and a feather of exotic origin. A tiny fan and a feather. Tiny fan made of feathers. Wish. Universal. Level Sorcerer Wizard 9. Components V XP. Casting time: 1 standard action. Range: see text. Target: effect or area. See text. Duration: see text. Saving throw: see text. Spell resistance: yes. Wish is the mightiest spell a wizard or sorcerer can cast. By simply speaking aloud, you can alter reality to better suit you. Even wish, however, has its limits. A wish can produce any one of the following effects: duplicate any wizard or sorcerer spell of 8th level or lower, provided the spell is not of a school prohibited to you. Duplicate any other spell of 6th level or lower, provided the spell is not of a school prohibited to you. Duplicate any wizard or sorcerer spell of 7th level or lower, even if it's of a prohibited school. Why the weird numbering? Duplicate any other spell of 5th level or lower, even if it's a prohibited school. That's got to be a mix-up. Undo the harmful effects of many other spells, such as Gee's Quest or Insanity. Create a non-magical item of up to 2,500 gold pieces in value. Create a magic item or add to the powers of an existing magic item. Grant a creature a +1 inherent bonus to an ability score. 2 to 5 wish spells cast in immediate succession can grant a creature a +2 to +5 inherent bonus to an ability score. 2 wishes for a +2 inherent bonus, 3 for a +3 inherent bonus, and so on. Inherent bonuses are instantaneous, so they cannot be dispelled. Note: an inherent bonus may not exceed +5 for a single ability score, and inherent bonuses to a particular ability score do not stack, so only the best one applies. Remove injuries and afflictions. A single wish can aid 1 creature per caster level, and all subjects are cured of the same kind of affliction. For example, you could heal all the damage you and your companions have taken, or remove all poison effects from everyone in the party, but not do both with the same wish. A wish can never restore the experience point loss from casting a spell, or the level or constitution loss from being raised from the dead. Revive the dead. A wish can bring a dead creature back to life by duplicating a resurrection spell. A wish can revive a dead creature whose body has been destroyed, but the task takes 2 wishes: 1 to recreate the body and another to infuse the body with life again. A wish cannot prevent a character who was brought back to life from losing an experience level. Transport travelers. A wish can lift 1 creature per caster level from anywhere on any plane and place those creatures anywhere else on any plane, regardless of local conditions. An unwilling target gets a willed save to negate the effect, and a spell resistance, if any, applies. Undo misfortune. A wish can undo a single recent event. The wish forces a reroll of any roll made within the last round, including your last turn. Reality reshapes itself to accommodate the new result. For example, a wish could undo an opponent's successful save, a foe's successful critical hit, either the attack roll or the critical roll, a friend's failed save, and so on. The re-roll, however, may be as bad or worse than the original roll. An unwilling target gets a will save to negate the effect, and spell resistance, if any, applies. You may try to use wish to produce greater effects than these, but doing so is dangerous. The wish may pervert your intent into a literal but undesirable fulfillment, or only a partial fulfillment. Duplicated spells allow saves and spell resistance as normal, but save DCs are for 9th level spells. Material component. When a wish duplicates a spell with a material component that costs more than 10,000 gold pieces, you must provide that component. XP cost. The minimum XP cost for casting wish is 5,000 XP. When a wish duplicates a spell that has an XP cost, you must pay 5,000 XP or that cost, whichever is more. When a wish creates or improves a magic item, you must pay twice the normal XP cost for crafting or improving the item, plus an additional 5,000 XP. Oh, yeah. Wood shape. Transmutation. Level Druid 2. Components VSDF. Casting time 1 standard action. Range touch. Target 1 touched piece of wood no larger than 10 cubic foot plus 1 cubic foot per level. Duration instantaneous. Saving throw. Will negates object. Spell resistance, yes. Wood shape enables you to form one existing piece of wood into any shape that suits your purpose. While it is possible to make crude coffers, doors, and so forth, fine detail is impossible. There is a 30% chance that any shape that includes moving parts simply doesn't work. You can just make a nice stick into a pretty shape. Word of Chaos. Evocation. Chaotic. Sonic. Level Chaos 7. Cleric 7. Okay, so Word of Chaos. Evocation. Chaotic. Sonic. Level Chaos 7. Cleric 7. Components. V. Casting time 1 standard action. Range 400 feet. Area. Non-chaotic creatures in a 40-foot radius. Spread centered on you. Duration instantaneous. Saving throw, non or will negates. See text. Spell resistance, yes. Any non-chaotic creature within the area who hears the word of chaos suffers the following ill effects. The effects are cumulative and concurrent. No saving throw is allowed against these effects. Deafened. The creature is deafened for 1d4 rounds. Stunned. The creature is stunned for 1 round. Confused. The creature is confused, as by the confusion spell, for 1d10 minutes. This is a mind-affecting enchantment effect. Killed. Living creatures die. Undead creatures are destroyed. This is Word of Chaos. HD effect. Equal to caster level, deafened. Up to caster level -1, stunned, deafened. Up to caster level -5, confused, stunned, deafened. Caster level up to caster level -10, killed, confused, stunned, deafened. Furthermore, if you are on your home plane when you cast the spell, non-chaotic extraplanar creatures within the area are instantly banished back to their home planes. Creatures so banished cannot return for at least 24 hours. This effect takes place regardless of whether the creatures hear the word of chaos. The banishment effect allows a will save at a -4 penalty to negate. Creatures whose hit dice exceed your caster level are unaffected by Word of Chaos. Word of Recall. Conjuration. Teleportation. Level Cleric 6. Druid 8. Components V. V. Casting time 1 standard action. Range unlimited. Target you and touched objects or other willing creatures. Duration instantaneous. Saving throw, none or will negates. Harmless object. Spell resistance, no or yes. Harmless. Word of Recall teleports you instantly back to your sanctuary when the word is uttered. You must designate a sanctuary when you prepare the spell, and it must be a very familiar place. The actual point of arrival is a designated area no larger than 10 feet by 10 feet. You can be transported any distance within a plane, but cannot travel between planes. You can transport, in addition to yourself, any object you carry, as long as their weight doesn't exceed your maximum load. You may also bring one additional willing medium or smaller creature, carrying gear or objects up to its maximum load, or its equivalent per 3 caster levels. A large creature counts as 2 medium creatures, a huge creature counts as 2 large creatures, and so forth. All creatures to be transported must be in contact with one another, and at least one of those creatures must be in contact with you. Exceeding this limit causes the spell to fail. An unwilling creature can be teleported by word of recall. Likewise, a creature's will save or spell resistance prevents items in its possession from being teleported. Unattended non-magical objects receive no saving throw. Zone of Silence, Illusion, Glamour, Level, Bard form, Components, VS, Casting time 1 round, Range personal, Area 5-foot radius, emanation centered on the Bard, Duration 1 hour per level. B. By casting Zone of Silence, you manipulate sound waves in your immediate vicinity so that you and those within the spell's area can converse normally, yet no one outside can hear your voices or any other noises from within, including language-dependent or sonic spell effects. This effect is centered on you and moves with you. Anyone who enters the zone immediately becomes subject to its effects, but those who leave are no longer affected. Note, however, that a successful spot check to read lips can still reveal what's said inside a zone of silence. 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 Zone of Truth. Enchantment. Compulsion. Mind affecting. Level Cleric 2, Paladin 2. Components. VS. DF. Casting time. 1 standard action. Range. Close. 25 feet plus 5 feet per 2 levels. Area. 20 foot. Radius. Emanation. Duration. 1 minute per level. Saving throw. Will negate. Spell resistance. Yes. Creatures within the emanation area, or those who enter it, can't speak any deliberate and intentional lies. I need a cleric over here. H. Potentially affected creature is allowed a save to avoid the effects when the spell is cast or when the creature first enters the emanation area. Affected creatures are aware of this enchantment. Therefore, they may avoid answering questions to which they would normally respond with a lie, or they may be evasive as long as they remain within the boundaries of the truth. Creatures who leave the area are free to speak as they choose. I need to have a paladin cast that in here. Index. And material components not listed. Ah. Yeah.